brothers, may they souls rest in peace. I may be the goat, but I'm still counting that cheese. My neck be so wet, like I fell into the creek. Yeah, I'll be going hard while I'm rapping on this beat. Full of five guys, if you really want some beat. Make their hearts stop like everybody sneeze. All the ops out like they done fell asleep. When they ask who's the goat, I tell them that it's me. I run up with a switch if you trying to play with me. Shout out to America, the land of the free. And shout out to my brothers, may they souls rest in peace. I may be the goat, but I'm still counting that cheese. My neck be so wet, like I fell into the creek. Shout out to America, the land of the free. Shout out to America, the land of the free. Shout out to America, the land of the free. Shout out to America, the land of the free.
What's going on, Conscious Crew? It is your favorite breakdown commentator, CTV, TGIF. You already know what we're here to get into. And before we do so, go ahead and give me an nasty piece of thumbs up. You guys know that thumbing up not only helps with YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. So whether you are part of the replay gang, or you're actively in these streets with me in real time, or you are a bush baby, it don't make a damn difference because I got food in my damn teeth right now. Hold on, let me get this food. Hold on, let me get the okay. All right, child. So you guys know what we're here to get into, child. Thumbs up the video. Have your notification bell set to all. And last but not least, please share this stream out to wherever it is you have digital community. We will be dropping the link, whether that be on your YouTube, your MySpace, the dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal OF. I don't really give a damn where you lay the link. Just let them whores know that we're loud, live, and in color. And with no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh, and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, you guys, what is going on? TGIF, if you guys are doing well, please thumbs up. If you are in the building, let me shout out to the Conscious Crew who in the building. Chill. What's going on? My room is in tea. Hey, food expert. Hey, sexy Nessa. Hey, Cynthia. Hey, Crystal. What's going on? Adora. Hey, high mental abilities. What's going on? Carolyn. Hey, Shamanika. Hey, Boo. Hey, Keeny. What's going on? Foxy Brown. Hey, my other sin. What's going on, you guys? Hope you guys are having a wonderful Friday and going to have an even more amazing weekend. I have a special guest to welcome to the platform, and that is no other than the Coochie Papa himself. Oh, nasty piece of reckless logic. What's going on, Reckless?
Hey, how you doing? What's going on?
Doing well. How are you on this Friday, child? You off?
I'm doing good. I'm just relaxing, honestly. Just chilling, relaxing, finding my zen. Because, girl,
I got a feeling you might be triggering up some folk tonight, child.
I don't think so.
You know, anytime it comes to a political discussion, child, folk get triggered up real bad.
Possibly, I don't know, but
well, we will be dropping a link, child, because you know the conversations have been conversating. And just to give you guys context of what we're here to get into tonight is, you guys know that one of the most legendary presidential races of the 21st century is taking place between Kamala Harris and Miss 34 convicted felon Donald Big Back Orange Cheeto missing ear drum Trump. Okay, And you guys know that there is going to be what is probably going to be a very intense debate coming up next month at the start of the month, girls. So we got a lot happening. This presidential debate has been shocking to a lot of people, as it was expected that Joe would be running and winning against Trump for a second term. However, it was decided by Joe's own political party, the Dems, that it was more than likely in the best interest of himself and the country for someone else to stand in place, especially considering all of the speculation around Joe's health and his well-being and whether he even has 4 goddamn years left of this shit in his body, baby. Okay, because Stuttering Stanley and the damn glitches and the damn empty stares out into the constellations, girl, was all giving dementia to plenty of people, girl. It was giving all type of cognitive abilities, girl. So Joe, in fact, stepped down, and his VP stepped up and stepped in and reignited what has been apparently a rejuvenation and revitalization brought back to politics, considering that Kamala is a very young VP. She will be a very young president when she gets in office. She's about 20, 30 years younger than Trump and Joe. So this has inevitably invited a younger base. It's pulled in interest because Kamala is also a woman of color. Of course, the black culture done crept up into the damn White House. Now it's the Black House, baby. Megan Thee Stallion shaking ass in front of the deli and in front of the goddamn Democrats, bitch. Okay. We done had Quavo. We done had Stevie Wonder. We done even had Beyonce tied to the damn DNC, even though it never happened. But just the fact that her name was in the building, bitch, Beyonce happened to the Dems. Okay. So it's been quite an interesting, unexpected victory for the Dems, because Kamala Harris is also winning in the polls and whipping Trump's ass, and her VP pick also was pitch perfect. But of course, nothing can be quite perfect, because as Kamala ascends to power in this country, the question, particularly amongst Black Americans, has been just about that. Kamala's racial identity, which has led to conversations around reparations and what specifically will Kamala Harris do for Black people. Her racial identity has also been used as a political weapon from the Republican Party, as well as Trump has attempted to also get in on the conversation by claiming that Kamala Harris is a panderer and really does not identify with the people until it is time for her ass to ascend to this or to achieve that. And all of a sudden she's doing the bankhead bounce and the butterfly and pulling up to the versus matches thinking that, you know, she's down for the damn people. On top of her race being questionable and her agenda, particularly for the Black and brown community, who has been a very underserved community, particularly, well, all Black people feel underserved in the country, aside from immigrants who feel very blessed as if they are in the damn Oz in the country. But everybody who was born here, okay, and had a few generations here, or had damn near half the damn lineage here, you know, since for 4 centuries, girl, you know, might beg to differ. There's been conversations around entitlement to land, around making distinctions amongst the Black and brown community, distinctions between American descendants of slaves, which are Americans whose birthrights are America and whose ancestors were a part of those infamous Atlantic slave trades and was brought here as a weapon and a means of war and white patriarchal capitalism. Those whose ancestors, whose blood and whose skeletons are in the land, who built the brick and mortar and gave America her culture. And that distinction from those who have journeyed here for other reasons and whose lineages are elsewhere. So the conversations amongst the ADOS, aka American descendant of slaves, and people of color have been made as a distinction by ADOS groups to distinguish a particular segment of America's Black community from other Black and brown individuals, so that when conversations around reparations, around ownership, around restitution, around being a special class, around inherent rights that should be there as a result of all that ADOS Americans have endured and gone through, it has also led to non-ADOS people of color to feel away, and it's just led to a lot of just conversation around where we are right here. Now, me and Reckless had a conversation earlier that I'm going to let you guys hear from him and let him talk about some of the observations he's been making regarding the conversations online. Plenty of YouTube channels, TikTok channels, plenty of dialogue on the internet has happened. So, Reckless, what have been your feelings about conversations around Ms. Harris within the Black community, the plight of ADOS individuals and non-ADOS communities? Like, what are you feeling?
Testing 1 2. Can you hear me? Do I sound clear? Do I sound far?
Yes, you're clear.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna be honest. So I've been sitting back. I know. I will say this. I know that I have not been content creating, but that does not mean I have not been in the background keeping up with what's been going on. And for me, I like to sit back and make observations before I try to give solid opinions. But and even this is not going to be like a solid opinion. This is just going to be just a, I'm gonna say a portion of my opinion from what I've seen so far. I have not seen everything, but what I've noticed in terms of different conversations that we've had on this platform, different conversations I've seen online, and also different conversations I've also had at the work space and work environment about the Donald Trump and Kamala Harris debate, Joe Biden debacle, all these things, is that I believe that yes, there are points in the conversation we can have the conversation about race and how we can just make a distinction between people of color and African American, or what that whole conversation. And yes, that does hold a place. But where I take, I kind of I have question marks. Is about when people don't. What's the terminology you use, Conscious? They don't round it out. Make it all the way, come full circle. There we go. Allow it to come full circle and really help people understand in terms of who should they be voting for, or give more information on both candidates so people can have more of a informed background on both candidates. Now what I mean by that is that I've noticed that when terms of Kamala Harris, a lot of people have said that she's race baiting. And okay, I can go with that theory. I can go with that concept. Okay, cool. She's race baiting. She's not a Black woman. Okay, I can accept all of that. But like Conscious said before, it doesn't matter what anyone has to say. You cannot make Donald Trump make any sense to me. This is my personal opinion that may change, but you cannot make Donald Trump makes sense, because the same way that people can literally say that that Kamala Harris is race baiting and they're not gonna allow race to inform their vote, which I do agree, and I 100% agree. But on the other end, for now, keep in mind, this does not apply to you, then I'm not talking to you. But for the other individuals that are trying to make Donald Trump make sense, what they're also leaving out and what they're not addressing is that the reason why Donald Trump is even in this space in terms of political power is because he is a Caucasian mayonnaise white man. Because let's be clear, if Kamala Harris, a person of color or a melanated person, had the same background and resume as Donald Trump, they would not have access to the presidential chair. Let's be very clear. If you had a melanated man or woman who had multiple baby daddies or baby mamas, who had many failed marriages, who had many racial or discrimination allegations and a lot of controversy surrounding their name, they would not have an opportunity to sit at the table. So that's the thing that was very, very troubling for me in terms of when I looked at the observations of between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, is because like, just because she's a black woman, and I'm using the term black loosely, just because she's a black woman, you shouldn't vote for her, which I do agree. But let's be very clear, people are only voting for Donald Trump is because of he's a white man. That's the reason why he's even in that space. That's the reason. Not because he's just this awesome candidate, not because he's this person that can, if you let him tell it, that's done the best for black people, the best president for black people, is because essentially he is a white man. Because if you take the credentials of Donald J. Trump and just the credentials alone, everything in totality, and you completely add those credentials to a melanated body, it has a different context. And I can assure you it's going to have a different outcome as well, too. So I don't know. For me personally, that those are some of the things that I've noticed. Now I do, and I will say this, is that I understand the conversations of making the distinction between people of color and black people or ADOS people in terms of legality. Now, I can't disclose my background. So I'm gonna try to say this in the more coded way. That is how government tends to get over. If you know the rules and regulations and policies of said sector or section of government or situation that you're in, there are always loopholes and there are always gray areas. And if you know how to articulate your stance or position that goes along with said policies, restrictions, or regulations, then you're able to get a certain outcome. So yes, on this platform, I do agree that there needs to be a more strategic way in order to receive reparations, that there needs to be a more strategic way and being very specific on how you want to be able to receive those reparations. So yes.
I also want to respond to my girl Jessica, who is definitely on team. She's not getting my vote. The cities are overcrowded. And she also said that Trump probably is only going to implement 20% of Project 2025. Trump was trying to implement the entirety of Project 2025 while he was in office. This is his entire mandate from his current cabin. Like every associate and ex-member and current member of Trump's administration single-handedly wrote the script for his presidency. He's tried to distance himself from it because it received major backlash as a result of it being leaked ahead of time. And now he's doing what I told you all he would do, which is he is going to distance himself from the term Project 2025 while still citing its verses, which is why he's still in his rallies talking about giving police state immunity. as you guys saw with the what's the young black men who were in prison as kids, the
I
the
can't think of it. The 5 men, something the 5 men.
5 black boys incarcerated. Yeah, I'm talking about them.
Park
Central Park 5. He literally said that despite their innocence and the evidence that exonerated them, wants them to have still been in prison and have been on death row for a crime they did not commit. Trump executed 5 men, 2 or 3 which were black, before he left presidency. He signed the order off to have them executed. He literally, when asked about Sonia Massey, the black woman, which could be a Jessica, which could be a Jace, which could be a Cynthia, which could be a Bougie Barbie, which could be a food expert in the chat, said that the officer who unalived her, he would still give qualified immunity to. He literally has no sympathy for the officer who died from stress-related cardiac arrest as a result of the trauma he experienced from being gang assaulted at the infamous insurrection at the Capitol. He literally had more empathy for the pale bitch who jumped through the window and got popped as a result of trying to break into a federal building than he did for the guardsmen who were in place to protect the people inside of that Capitol building. And with the alarming rate in which black men and black women are losing their lives at the hands of police brutality, coupled with an already corrupted criminal justice system, y'all want to see a man who is a 34-time convicted felon who lied to this country about Carisha 19 for 3 months while it was here and acted dumb, and then hired a mad scientist who put juice in y'all veins that now is responsible for 80% of miscarriages and birth defects in Australia alone, which did not in fact actually give anybody any immunity, as people who had already taken the juice and took in the boosters meant to strengthen the juice, who contracted the virus again and again and again. And some of them lost their lives. How many Americans lost their lives? 1 point, however many, to this thing that was in the air. We got a curve for YouTube purposes. So we would prefer a woman of color who literally is a political science. She was district attorney. She was prosecutor, now VP, running for president, to a reality TV star with no relationship to politics or running a country, who has been in bankruptcy over all of his businesses, who is a convicted felon, who wants to give cops qualified immunity, who wants to ban abortions, which is not just a ban on the medical procedure of an abortion, but it's on everything else that Planned Parenthood offers. Is also the ban on contraceptions. It's the ban on emergency procedures. Did you guys listen to the devastating stories of the women who told their stories at the recent DNC, who talked about how they almost lost their fucking lives because they could not get certain medical procedures done during their pregnancy due to Trump's ban? Some of those women had to sit around with a deceased baby in their stomachs because their doctors were too afraid to sign off on an emergency abortion for fear out of being convicted.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about someone who wants to remove funding for the Department of Education, who wants to strip LGBT folk of their rights, who want to reverse rights that also protect Black and brown people, as few as they already are. A man who wants to strip women of their autonomy and their reproductive rights as well. A man who wants to make your medical records actually public record so that his administration can plow through, so that the states can plow through women who have had abortions in the past and hold them criminally liable. We're talking about a man who wants to have initiatives that enforce children, teenagers who attend federally funded public schools to pass a military entrance exam upon their graduation so that he can utilize them in the fake ass wars that he's going to create to make money off of, and or to put them into the streets to protect federal buildings in the race riots he's going to arouse, because he's an elitist, racist bastard who had this country completely upside down when he was a presidency. You're talking about wanting to default to a convict and a felon who literally had the Proud Boys marching through the streets, armed and dangerous, with multiple caches of weapons all over the city, and then told people that there were good people on both sides. You're talking about a man who is in rallies bragging about how another homicidal, maniacal dictator finds favor in him. You should be scared of any fucking leader of ours that has the favor and that has the affection. And that's calling any leaders of ours good. I mean, I could just infinitely talk about every abominable, disgusting sin. And I have to say this every time that we have this conversation, I gotta take it all the way back to even push Trump aside in terms of his policies when he was president. I was really terrified to be an American when Trump was a president, because not only did Black people have to deal with a criminal justice system, police brutality, but Trump's presence at the White House was used by racist MAGA as a green light for it to be open season on Black and brown people. Black people were being shot through screen doors for simply being at the wrong house. Black children were being GUN down at the hands of white Americans under the guise of being afraid. Black children could not even afford to run to a neighbor's house and ask, can they use a phone to call their parents because they missed their school bus, without being met by white neighbors with shotguns. This is what white people thought they could do. White people were being unalived in driveways. I mean, Black people were being unalived in driveways, in white driveways. We couldn't even bust a U-turn into a white person's neighborhood without them powing down Black and brown people. Now, some of y'all might have thought that this was a very exciting time to be alive. Some of y'all may have thought, girl, that, y'all was getting the adrenaline spikes that y'all needed. But as Reckless has said, I will never, ever be able to have anybody. I don't give a damn what people say about Miss Harris. I don't give a fuck about what tragic, half-told lies people have been telling, because our whole time, even as district attorney and prosecutor, has been misrepresented. Thank God I did my own research. Thank God that I actually went and looked at her track record and filtered through all of that shit to find out the fucking truth, because I initially was like a lot of people. I thought that what Black people were saying about her track record was what it was, and it couldn't be the furthest thing from the actual truth. So in the conversation, I'm gonna need Trump to make sense, because the difference between Kamala is that first and foremost, she's not a convicted felon, and she doesn't have lifelong bankruptcies under her belt, and she's actually a political scientist for starters. But we already know what Trump gives. Every fear around Kamala is a hypothetical, but we know the nightmare of Trump because we've lived through his administration. We've lived through 4 years of him. I'm not making America great again by voting Trump into place. That's just not what's going to fucking happen. And until I hear a rational, objective argument that makes Trump better as a leader, as a president, both in policy and literally in the way he sets the tone and the mood for the country itself socially, Kamala Harris is absolutely getting my vote, point blank and a period.
So another thing that gets me in terms of the Kamala Harris and Donald Trump debacle situation conversation is that I think it's very interesting that in terms of Mr. Trump, he finds it very, it's interesting to me that he's able to identify a very corrupt system in terms when he's talking about or he's reflecting upon his experience of being indicted, or is his experience having to have a conversation with the judge. But he doesn't have that same empathy or understanding when it comes down to melanated bodies and their experience with the judicial system, because he's so quick to let everybody know that the judicial system is very corrupt, because when it came down to him and his indictment, oh, it's messed up, oh, it's corrupt. But then yet when it came down to the Central Park 5, all of a sudden you still want to stand by what you said, and you still wanted to go through with the execution of men, melanated men, that were wrongfully convicted. You don't even want to right your wrongs. And then, not only that, you want to stand by your statements that you made, but then yet, I will say that, yes, this judicial system is corrupt. The reason why it is corrupt, because we still have a convicted felon that was once upon a time a president of ours, but yet he's still able to walk free and not be locked down up in the paddy wagon, taken to the jailhouse, slam dunking his ass over to someone's bunk. But yet he's able to tiptoe through the streets and telling people to grab women by the vagina, and also trying to play the race card when you've been playing the race card for the longest. And let's keep in mind, your whole existence inside of the presidential race, you're there because you're white. Like I said, you can give his credentials as a political impact. You can give that to a melanated person. It's still not going to have the same impact or effect. You can have the same background as Donald J. Trump. It's still not going to give the same impact or effect. Because this is another thing I want to say for my queer people, baby girl. I don't know if you realize this or not, but you voting for Donald J. Trump, it's not really in your best interest, because people like him, they don't see it for us. I don't give a what they say out their mouth. They don't see it for us. Let's not forget when Donald Trump was in office, he really tried. I think he did. He made a ban on transgenders entering the military. Now, let me clear something up because I know some people may not fully understand what I may be saying or what may be going on here. Here's the thing. In the past, there was a ban on transgenders, or there was trying to be a ban on transgenders entering the military. Now, with Project 2025, if you essentially are trans, baby, you're going to be entering the military. Now, the difference is between one and the other is choice. If a person wants to be part of the military, they should have that option, long as they're not medically or whatever the standards are. They should not be disqualified or forced into a position that they do not want to be in. So let's also be very clear about this as well. To continue, Kamala Harris was on RuPaul's Drag Race. She did an episode over there. She received backlash for being on that episode. And so this is what I mean when I do not care what they say out their mouth. Because the thing is this, if your agenda is to include all people, then why are you trying to demonize your opponent for being around a group of people that you said that should be included? That right there to me lets me know that their vision, their objective does not include queer people, and let alone double homicide, melanated queer people.
And you know what the gag is? Two things. If convicted felons lose their right to vote, why should one be allowed to run for president, for one? For two, Jessica was making a point about it's too many immigrants. I don't know if you are aware of this, Jessica, but Kamala Harris and Joe Biden collaborated with Republicans on a bipartisan deal to regulate border control. And guess who single-handedly prohibited that from happening because he thought it would make it more difficult, or it would be better for his political campaign if he halted on that agreement, because he'd be able to push the false narrative that Joe and Kamala Harris want open borders. Guess who single-handedly put an end to that deal? Guess who single-handedly stopped the bipartisan deal that Kamala Harris and Joe was working on with the right? As you're sitting here talking about immigrants and open borders, and it's already too many people, the person that would be running, or that would be president if Kamala's not going to do it, is the person who stopped that bipartisan deal so that he could use that to exploit as he ran for president under the fake false guise that Joe and Kamala don't care about immigrants and don't care about all these illegal people coming into the country stealing Black jobs.
Tag me in, because this is what I was going to go to.
Tag.
This border control conversation, and this right here is where it's like okay, girl. Here's the thing in terms of border control. He literally says that he wants to build a wall. Okay, but here's the gag, sir. Like Kamala Harris has said as well, like I told you guys, I have a background in the military. I'm not gonna get too deep, but there are literally caves, tunnels under the ground. What the hell is a wall going to do when all of the entry and exit points are either above said wall or under said wall? Now, another thing as well, too, Donald Trump was president once upon a time ago. If you can, quote unquote, stop all of this immigrants getting into the country, why didn't you? Why did you not stop immigrants for illegally entering the country? If that's the case, And then not only that, it's just the contradiction that literally slips out this man's mouth. On one end, you talked about these immigrants are coming here, they're taking all the black jobs. But let's be very clear. Who are employing and giving these quote unquote black jobs to illegal immigrants? Because this is the gag. The gag is that while Donald Trump sits up on the podium and tries to give his Pappy Luther King speech to the Americans and those who may fall for his BS, he also decides to jump from that podium and go back into his paddy wagon, literally drive by the border, pick up a couple of illegals, and then they go and build the Trump Towers. Because he knows that with illegal immigrants, they cannot go to the government to complain about unfair wages, because all that's going to do is open up a tunnel, and I'm using figuratively, open up a tunnel to where they have to be like, okay, you're talking about unfair wages, but I don't see no social security number. Okay, what's your address? I don't see, you don't live there. You haven't lived there. What's your name? Oh, you illegal, bitch. You got to go. So on one end, it's these black jobs. They're taking all these black jobs, but bitch, you the one employing the motherfuckers that take the damn black jobs. And the reason why you don't want to give quote unquote black jobs to the actual Americans that were lived here or legalized here is because you're also one of the ones that benefit from immigrants coming here illegally and having nowhere to go, and also not having access, because then you can pay them pennies off a dollar instead of the minimum wage, which you're supposed to do legally. So it's just the gag that people are really falling for the BS. And then let's also be very clear about this, is that they're talking about abortions and all these things. Here's the thing. I think it's very interesting that people are literally trying to add life to a group of cells. Like literally are trying to add life to a group of cells. And my thing is, okay, I can go with that whole narrative, that whole theory, that whole concept, but I know for a fact is that the reason why I know a lot of times this is BS is because, for one, when those group of cells actually go through with a full term of pregnancy and they enter the system of the United States of America, all of a sudden, when that child is not white, Christian, male, etc., people do not care about the livelihood of said child. When they find that child is melanated, they do not give a F about the said state of that child. When they find that child is queer, they do not care about the state of that child. When they find out that child is everything else but from what the status quo of America said that they should be, they don't care about those children. Because if that's the case, then why are you trying to, from Project 2025, if that's the case, and if you care about the children, then why are you trying to force them into the military where you know they can go into war and lose their lives? If that's the case, they might as well have been aborted. Because if you want to take them out one way, then why are you not giving people license over their bodies to make that decision? And then also too, I do not like the insensitivity in terms of when we talk about abortions, because the thing is, how can you empathize with a child, which is okay, cool, I can get that. But the thing is that, let's be very clear, there is a distorted narrative around people who may have to take the alternative route of not going through with the pregnancy. With every number, there's always a story. With every person that had to get an abortion, there is a story attached to it. And the false narrative that every single woman that literally gets an abortion is just using this as an escape route is false. And let's also be very clear as well, because sir, people do realize and know that men also use abortion as well. Let's not forget, Donald Trump was just not too long ago tiptoeing his way over to that P-Star's house and piping her left and right, up and down, and just giving her the dill pickle, and then trying to give her funds to shut the fuck up and go about her merry way. But let's be very clear. Since he is or was or once upon a time was the president, do you believe that if that P-Star had gotten pregnant and came out publicly about him being the father of said child, you don't think that he would have tried to pay for that baby to be exterminated? So I need for people to really think about who they're talking about. And the thing about it is that I was once one of those people that was kind of just going with the flow in terms of Kamala Harris because I didn't know too much about it. But then when people were talking about her record, when we looked to the record, I'm like, honestly, it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be like some extreme, over the top, like she damn near done chopped these people's heads off. But it's really not as bad as people try to make it seem. And let's just say, let's go with the record. It still does not make Donald Trump make sense because he's trying to put you back into cages and chains and put a collar over your goddamn over your neck and give you a Scooby snack and saying, here you go. So it doesn't make sense to me. You can continue.
I'm listening.
Oh, that's it.
Because my vote is secure. There is no Donald Trump. And before I'm pro baby, I'm pro woman.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I want women who are the ones who have to endure pregnancy to be able to make these decisions around their bodies, because this is something that is literally biologically connected to them. So first and foremost, it's about her before it is even about any fetus that becomes a baby. And women should have the right to assess their lives and to assess the circumstances that oftentimes also change as a result of a woman announcing her pregnancy to the male partner who she thought she could trust to be there as a parental figure, as a guiding post, as a helpmate who wants nothing to do with being a father at this point in time. Any medical reasons for which pregnancy would endanger her life, the condition of her family, of her economics, the condition of herself as a being, because how many of these women that didn't abort their children and then drowned their babies and unalive their babies and were so disconnected from their babies that the men in their lives were able to assault their babies? We have probably more than 50% of the country filled with adults who have childhood trauma as a result of people having children they don't give a fuck about, who grew up to be disconnected, narcissistic, troubled, and dysfunctional ass adults who never got the hugs and the love they needed from their fathers and their mothers. So before I can even get to the children, absolutely, I give a fuck about the people who have those reproductive abilities to be able to make executive decisions, because not all pregnancies are wanted. People do use contraceptions and condoms break. People do use contraceptions and pregnancy happens as well, which is why no contraception, whether it's a condom or your tubes being tied or a vasectomy, that has a 100% rate to it. Regardless of whatever the circumstances are, people should have a right to their autonomy, and the government should stay up out of people's pussy. Stay up out my motherfucking pussy, ho.
And that's the thing.
As Kamala and Tim Walsh would say, stay up out my motherfucking pussy. Okay? You don't tell me what you're going to do up in there. I'm going to tell you what you're going to do up in there.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't know the difference between the intrusive dictatorship of the government wanting to take claim of a woman's autonomy and a rapist. What's the difference?
One's legalized.
What's the difference? Other than one is legal and one is not.
Mm-hmm.
You are stripping someone of their bodily autonomy, and then you got black people talking about reparations. Wait, reparations from a government that you believe should be able to strip women of their autonomy, but shouldn't be able to strip black people of theirs. Make it make motherfucking sense.
Get into it.
Girl.
And then let's also dig into this. It's now once we start to get into the conversation of women's autonomy and women's rights, etc. Let's be very clear: is that all these different systems of oppression, they interconnect. So once you start to strip women, cis women, because I know conscious, I ain't give up on the word, conscious did. So I'm saying this. Once they're stripped of their rights, queer people, we're right behind them or before them. That's the reason why we all have to be protective of each other's rights, because if they're not respecting the femininity of women, you think they're going to respect the essence or femininity within the queer community? Because from their perspective, the existence of queer people, you're automatically feminine. So if they're able to strip women of their autonomy and their rights, what you think is going to happen to us? And let's be very clear, melanated people, at one point in time, they looked at melanated skin as feminine. That's why they emasculated black men and called you a boy. Because in the patriarchal mindset, anything feminine is weaker, less than. And even then, that is a strong misconception and distorted view of the divine feminine. Because let's look at nature. Anything in nature that's feminine is very much aggressive as well. It's very much a survivor as well. Mama bear has to fight male bears to protect her children. And I use the word protect. Mama bear also has to provide for her cubs. So all of this is interconnected. And then once we start to get into this conversation of people's autonomy and stripping people of rights, now we typically get the backlash or the response or the rebuttal of they need to keep their legs closed. I think that's very asinine, because let's actually get into the conversation. This is the reason why I take a lot of the conversations and talking points that I do here as BS. Because then once women actually start to try to keep their legs closed, people always try to coerce women to still be sexually fluid. They still try to coerce women to have sex with men. Even once women are saying, we should keep our legs closed, we should do this, but yet you can't have your cake and eat it too. At one point, you want women to keep their legs closed so they don't get pregnant, but on the other end, you want to all these, and let them tell all these bitches and hoes and sluts, and don't want to marry them, don't want to be in a committed relationship with them, but you still want women to keep their legs closed. Which one is it? From what it looks like to me, it looks like people want to blame other groups of people, not really in such of accountability. Now they want them to take accountability, but they don't want the last part. They want people to take accountability for quote unquote their actions inside of the conversation, but they don't want them to change behavior. Because what you're doing right now allows me to have my cake and eat it too. Because if that was the case, if the representation of said abortions and caring about children, I highly doubt that if Donald Trump had got that peace star pregnant, that he would allow her to keep that baby, especially when he was in office and all eyes were on him. I highly doubt it, especially since we know that Donald Trump does care about the public and his perception within the public. Then I highly doubt he would allow that woman to keep that baby. And he talks about a traditional family. What if that's the case? And this is the reason why that whole traditional family stuff gets on my nerves too, because let's also talk about, yes, we can talk about a traditional family, but we can also talk about this man or person that was in the relationship within the family that had a traditional family over here, but he also had another traditional family over there. And he also had a traditional family across the street as well too. And I don't know why we keep saying the same things over and over and over, and we're seeing that it's not working, or we're trying to fall in love with these fairy tales that we need to realize that they have been lies that have been spilt and told to us. That's it. Conscious. You on mute.
Sorry, I was on mute.
Oh.
Sorry. I said it's funny that Jessica said our hip hop rap communities, we hear about IG models being paid off all the time, because as Reckless kind of alluded to earlier, the reason why this government doesn't care about taking away your rights, pretending that they care about the lives of these kids that we know they won't, if they happen to be female children, queer children, melanated children, handicapped children, etc., is because they still can have some unethical medical provider on standby who is willing to take under table payments for their mistresses to get aborted, while allowing a federal ban or a state ban on the rest of us, just as we've had so many politicians over the past decade that have been exposed for homosexual entanglements who were pushing anti-queer legislation, who were in orgies and had male prostitutes, but yet were peddling anti-LGBT initiatives. So, it's just interesting to me, and I'm not even completely opposed to people not just trusting politics, period, because even for me, I don't do politics. I've always looked at the government as full of shit. I've always preferred us to just be a community and be a humanity and to take care of ourselves, as we had been doing prior to forming a commercial overhead. And it's obvious that politics is corrupted, but it's corrupted because the country is corrupted. The criminal justice system is corrupted. The whole thing needs a uprooting in its entirety, which is why I'm an abolitionist on most issues like the criminal justice system. I believe in reform versus punishment, etc. But this is the system that is standing. This is the system that the country wants. Even Miss Kamala, who is a reformist, attempted to keep impoverished, underserved kids from growing up to be criminals, because there is a literal statistical link between a lack of a education in communities and the rise of criminals and criminality. So she created truancy laws to hold parents accountable to making sure that their kids get a formal education, so that those kids didn't become the teenagers and the young adults who are robbing you and your family and burglarizing you and your home as a means to navigate a system they don't have a GED or high school diploma to get a decent job in. And there was backlash to her attempting to actually curve the pathology of criminality birth out of a lack of education. And it was instead narrated that she was around here trying to lock up parents and just throwing Black and brown people away. And then she got backlash in California as DA, because she was also lessening the sentences of Black and brown people who were making up the sum total of individuals who were being sentenced to felony level charges for petty marijuana charges, petty possession charges, that the state of California was literally putting people through the prison system for 10, 15, 20, 30 years. She helped to reduce what the state of California was classifying as a felony to a misdemeanor, and actually giving people who were getting caught up an opportunity to go and get their lives in order. But then California put a foot in her ass, claiming that she wasn't hard enough on crime. while people out here saying, oh, she's harsh and she's just locking everybody up. It could not be the furthest thing from the truth. But going back to my initial point, I think it's also fair that people feel like both sides are full of shit, because this is government, this is politics, and we are talking about two wings on the same bird. But most people also understand that this is a matter of the lesser of what could be considered two evils. I'm literally only voting because I'm just not letting Trump talk to me again. He just doesn't get to speak to me again. I already know him. I've already lived through him, and he does not get to talk to me. What he can do is return back to his shithole country.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't get to talk to me again. So,
right.
I'm also not gonna say Kamala is going to be a Christ figure, because there's no one person, even if they had the most pristine track record in politics, who can do that. The president is a part of an entire political body that has to be synchronized and in harmony, and that's oftentimes not the case. So it's also not, no president, regardless of who's president ever, is going to ever absolve the people of also having to get their shit together, and for us to have to take direct control and integrity and have to be impassioned with a vision for our own communities and neighborhoods and cities as well. There is no such thing at this point as relying on one single person to get anything done. And it still feels like, even with Kamala being a obvious better pick because she's experienced, she actually has a heart for people, Joe Biden's support of Palestine is not Kamala. Kamala is VP. She's already expressed, and it's already just historically a fact that VPs are basically just substitute teachers waiting for the primary teacher to get the fuck out of the way. So a lot of what has happened in Biden's administration can't even be attached to Kamala, even though I see why people are going to do that, because she's VP. But she's not necessarily also responsible for any of his initiatives or what he is funding, etc. And Kamala also just addressed the issue of that war in this current DNC as well. So I'm open and I am willing to give Kamala Harris an opportunity to do what she does as an abolitionist. I am extremely excited about having someone who, even though I believe that reform is in the middle of abolition work and just traditional simpleton, but it's still a step in the right direction, even though I believe the system is too corrupted to be reformed. But even an attempt to reform it is, once again, it's a step in the right direction, and there still are benefits in even reforming systems. Matter of fact, me and Reckless, like 2 weekends ago, was watching a lot of those prison shows, like 60 Days, Lock Up and Lock Down, and all those reality shows. And there was, like, what's the name of the show that we was watching?
It was called Unlocked, a Jail Experiment. Baby, I had flashbacks of when I was locked up during retrograde, girl.
Unlocked Experiments, or whatever the hell it was a great show, because the CO, is that the name?
The sheriff, the deputy. The sheriff.
He's the CO though. Like, right? He's the CO of the prison. Like,
the deputy. The deputy.
What is the person who's called, like, ain't he's called CO? Like, what's the name?
Yeah,
of the
CO, correctional officer, deputy. Yeah. But but the thing is, like, in jails and prisons, is like slightly different. But yeah.
Oh, I forgot this was a jail, not a prison. Okay,
yeah,
whatever. The CO, head nigga in charge, who run all the shit, the big pen, the big wig. He is a reformist, and he made these changes to the way he was running his jail facility, and he pretty much implemented an opportunity for them to not have to be locked down, for them to have access to the dorm and the open spaces, etc., if they could form community create a system that held each other accountable. And if they did well, then, you know, he would continue to afford them a lot of privileges, like giving them free phone time, allowing visitation, and just filtering in, you know, rewards as they show progress. It was very inspiring because a lot of those men were able to not only have a better prison experience, a better jail experience, but even upon being released, were able to have functionality and stability in their lives, because he too recognized that jail and prison was not reforming these individuals, that they were more so just hoarding criminals, and nothing was being done within the system to help correct the issues that sometimes are interpersonal and that sometimes are also systemic in communities that lead to a rise of crime or a attraction to crime as a way to navigate and mitigate certain systemic issues. And every day, I just see more beauty in abolition work and reform and these ideas. And that's what I see in Kamala Harris, is a woman who actually recognizes people, not just numbers, and someone who is interested in giving people a shot, which is why she's pro-woman, she's pro-reproductive, she's also pro-LGBT. Kamala Harris is one of the first high political figures in California to reinstate same-sex marriage and to marry queer couples and to set that whole thing into motion. Her work with HBCUs, her and Joe funding billions of dollars to HBCUs, etc. I love her ideas around reform. I love that she stands for LGBT people and was doing this type of work for women, for Black education, for LGBT folk before it was cool to do so, before it was a trendy thing. I like the fact that when she stepped into these roles, she cleared her office and Blackenized that motherfucker, putting Black and brown, queer, same gender loving, and natural born women into political positions of power. She was literally putting underserved members of community in positions where they could help to create change. I'm going to go ahead and say it. There are aspects of Kamala Harris that give me bad bitch all day, and I love that. This is the kind of motherfucker I'm definitely interested in seeing her work, because that's what Kamala Harris has been doing while Donald Trump was firing niggas on The Apprentice and making cameo appearances on Home Alone, and watching Nene drag Star Jones, and watching Vivica read the ball spots out of Kenya Moore's head, while Kamala Harris was actually out here feet to the fucking ground, actually creating change in society. So once again, if somebody can plead if there's anybody who can make a moral, ethical, logical argument for Trump, I am definitely open to hearing it. And that conversation would have to not only be rooted in policies, it would have to be rooted in his actual humanity. Mm-hmm. I want to hear the argument for why Trump makes for a better politician than Kamala, why he is more deserving of America than Kamala is. Anything else you want to add to that before we let Rumors and T and Jace and anybody else up who want to come up and we can continue on in our conversation?
Oh, no, I'm good. At least for right now.
I want to welcome Rumors and T and Jace to the platform. Hey, guys.
Hey, Conscious. Hey, Reckless. Hey, Jace.
Hey.
What's up, crew?
Hey, crew.
Hey, boo. Hey, y'all. My thoughts so far, because I want y'all to be able to speak to what me and Reckless were just talking about, and then I want to spend the next half of this conversation getting into the ADOS versus people of color argument as well, which is why we really came up here.
Well,
Go ahead, Miss Jace.
no, my love, you can go on. I'm listening, so go right ahead.
Well, I first I don't see when it comes to 45 and Kamala, I really don't understand this whole qualification, Kamala not being qualified versus 45 being qualified. I never understood why people even felt that this man was qualified to be the president of the United States. I know that there was some talk about him being a good businessman. And people felt like America was a business and he was a successful businessman. But Trump had a lot of bad business failures and a lot of bad business practice. Um, and I think that because people focused on one time during it was the 80s era, like the early 80s to the mid 80s, where everything was gold. He was the it guy. I think they focused on that little short period of which was the height of his career as being the be all of all things, and somehow they thought that made him uh
Well, he was playing a
qualified.
character. He was playing a
Like no,
character. He was
no,
playing a.
it somehow made him qualified in their eyes,
Uh-huh.
but he had never actually dabbled in anything political. Now we do know that.
I want you to read the statement before you go any further, Romans. I want you to read the statement that's on the screen.
Let me put my glasses on. Hold on. Okay.
Unless you want to read it for you.
No, I'm reading it. Okay. Although Trump has never filed for personal bankruptcy, hotels and casino businesses of his have declared bankruptcy. Well, I don't even. I can tell you what I do know.
Just read it.
Okay. Have declared bankruptcy. Where was that at? 6 times between 1991 and 2009 due to the inability to meet required payments and to the renegotiate debts with banks, owners of stocks and bonds, and various small businesses, unsecured creditors.
That's
So
just
I was going to say,
that's just to support you talking about him being.
yeah, because I was going to say I lived in New Jersey. I'm from New Jersey, and I can tell you, we have Atlantic City where he had casinos.
Yeah.
New York is right across the bridge. I'm very versed in this man's business practice, where he had the time period of when he was successful and all of that. A lot of it was smoke and mirrors for the majority of his career. A lot of it was smoke and mirrors. And what people don't understand is because they saw the glitz and the glam, they really felt like this man was successful. And he really isn't. But that's what happens when you're not versed in when it comes to business. It's important to really even if you don't go to college and graduate, but it is important to do research and know certain areas of life when it comes to how business is supposed to be ran, how you could be to be successful, what it means to be successful, the longevity, the statistics, the ratio, the percentages. This man he had a 5-year period where he actually was successful straight up and without any scams, cons, or anything. Where he actually was paying his people. He had a 5-year success rate. Everything else was all smoke and mirrors. Now, when it comes to Kamala, my thing is I'll correct myself. Vice President Harris, when it comes to her, she is definitely more qualified because this woman has a history in politics. And people don't understand the difference between being a businessman and politics. Now, true to form, even in business, there is some politics, but never on a national level. This man has always shown us, though, that he was never for blacks. He's not necessarily against immigrants. I want people to understand this. He's not necessarily against immigrants. He's against a specific type of immigrant. He's not. He you don't hear him ever um going after anyone that has a European heritage or lineage. There's certain types that he literally attacks, and 9 times out of 10, they have some type of lineage from Africa. This man really does not like our race of people. He just does not like. He's a straight across the board racist.
On period.
Agreed.
And Jay,
Yes, there's. I want to thank you for having me on the panel. And I really enjoyed hearing you speak, Reckless. It's good to hear your voice again. In these United States of America, from the time we were captured and brought to this country, the white folks have thought we were not familiar with the concept of freedom. And it birthed, and that vibe didn't leave us because we knew what freedom was. That's why we had freedom riders, and why we had the Tubmans and the Sojourner Truths and all the other women who rose up, and all of our ancestors who paid the price with their lives for us to get here today. In terms of VP Harris and Walz, I guess I have had enough of the conversation of whether she is black or not black or whatever. Her father is a Jamaican man. I've seen pictures of him. He's brown. Her mother was not, to the pictures I've seen, and it was not one of the fairest skinned Eastern Indians. She's brown. Growing up in Oakland, I just think that we as black people don't need any white person to tell us who is and is not a black person. We don't need their input. This is the same old playbook that this man used when President Obama was running. Same old song, different day. For me, there is when you speak to his humanity, to his integrity, to whatever, all of those things are lacking within this man. I've been in his company enough times to say that even the looking for the best in him is futile. I don't see that there's anything redeemable, and that might sound like nasty or ugly or whatever, but I don't see anything redeemable about him. And Project 2025 and Agenda 47, all of it is the same thing. DEI is the new N word, and within Project 2025, what will happen to anyone that is black or a person of color who is holding a position or any kind of job that has them any kind of position that has them in some authority or whatever, all of those will go away because they are right now as we speak. They are interviewing white men to take these positions. They are filing lawsuits throughout the country. They're actually calling on any white man who feels that he's been overlooked for a position because he was white to get in touch with them, and they will file lawsuits on his behalf. Now, many of those lawsuits will go nowhere. But this is active. This is going on, and we can't think that it hasn't already started in Florida with the banning in states that are banning books, and in states that are taking out DEI, anything having to do with DEI in universities and colleges across the country. I mean, it's already begun. It didn't just begin. It's already in motion. And all I want to say is to anyone. First of all, the lie that our votes don't count is just that it's a lie, because if our votes didn't count, if we weren't the ones that would get out and vote and make history, to make change, the states wouldn't be gerrymandering the districts so much so that it makes it difficult for us to vote. Or they wouldn't be putting in place these horrific voter suppression laws and rules and regulations if our vote didn't count. In terms of any young Black man who was thinking of voting for Trump, I asked them to remember the exonerated Central Park Five. I want you to remember, I was in New York when he was taking out full-page ads calling for their execution. I want you to remember that. I want you to remember that if you get shot because of a parking violation by a policeman under his plan, it won't matter. Your family will have no recourse. I want us to also understand that no candidate is perfect. I don't know why we look for perfection in others when we ourselves are imperfect, beautifully imperfect beings. However, if it's about voting for the lesser of the devils, then I'm going to vote for her. I've followed her career. I think she is bad. I know she's badass. I know that she will do the best she can, but she needs our help. We have to get people in the House and we have to get people in the Senate. So that means voting Democrat up and down ballot. It begins in your towns with your councilman and your school board president. It begins there because those people always have aspirations to go on to higher offices. And the one thing that would be so wonderful is if we could just lock arms and agree on one thing, one damn thing, one thing, that of the candidates that we have to choose from, that she is the better choice. We have had people wanting her to explain policy. Well, she's been hitting on her policies and what she's going to do. The $25,000 to help first-time home owners for people to buy homes. Hey, that to me signal that the dream that many Black people have had of owning a home may actually be a realized one. Now, I just think that in this particular race, we cannot slip. We cannot leave any loopholes. We have to vote in a landslide way because
Hold on for 1 second, Mama J. Hold on for 1 second, boo. I just want to super quick. Danny, can you hear me, Danny? You on mute. And I didn't know if you preferred to be on camera or not, because if you didn't want to be on camera, you could just turn on your avatar.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure that the connection was straight and you wouldn't be on camera. Okay, I'm gonna get to you in a second. So you guys, we are gonna be here.
That's all I'm saying, baby.
Hold on, y'all. We only gonna be here to 2. For the next like 45 minutes. I don't want this to be like super long. So I want all y'all to be able to sound off. And then I want to ask y'all about the ADOS situation as well. But continue on, Mama Jace.
So that's all that's all I wanted to say, that this is really a very critical time. I'm proud that you have registered to vote. I would encourage you to get others to do so. Like we can win this, and we can do it in numbers that even if they are challenged in court, because he's going to challenge it, it'll be all futile attempts. So there's big love to all of you all. I'm enjoying the show, and thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I appreciate you. Love you much, baby.
Yep.
Of course. And stay up here because I got a question for y'all. Okay. Sonny, sound off super quick before we get into the ADOS conversation, and then Danny, and then we're gonna get into the ADOS versus people of color conversation. Hey, Sonny, welcome to the platform, boo.
Hey, love. How you doing, boo?
I'm awesome.
So I just want to quickly piggyback off of one thing Mama Jace just said about the whole organization that has white men reaching out saying that they're suing on their behalf for jobs that they believe they didn't get because they're white men. People need to remember that simultaneously, while they're doing that, they're also repealing laws that require companies to interview you when you're not a white man to give you fair opportunity at a job. So while they're getting rid of things that make it fair, make it equal in job applications, they're simultaneously telling white men to let them know if they feel discriminated against while they are repealing any legislation that stops any type of discrimination against everything that you stand for. Black, wherever your lines fall, Black, LGBT, alternatively abled, disabled, however you see yourself, whatever lanes you fall under, they are actively getting rid of those things while further beefing up the protection of white men. And I say that specifically to the people that keep having reasons why they support Trump, that they're never really expressing what the real reason is, but they always are finding their way back to him. Remember that. But most importantly, if you're going to support him, if you're going to really say that you're doing this because you're trying to do something different, you want to move in a different direction because what you've been doing hasn't worked for you, please at least take the time to do your homework and look into basic things. You don't have to be a genius about politics. Just every now and then, scan some news. Look at news from overseas. They tend to report better on what we're doing here than we do. And it's less bias and skew to it. For instance, if you want to support Trump, okay, but think about this. The same party that he's running for is currently suing. The NFRA itself is suing to stop Kamala Harris from being able to run for president. How are they doing it? What are they basing it on? On the Dred Scott law. Dred Scott happened way back in the 1800s, I think 1850 something, 1857, I believe. But that was literally a case that went to the Supreme Court, Dred Scott versus Sanford. And it was the decision that any ADOS, what you're about to get into, any person that is a descendant of a slave, is not an American and therefore does not have the right to any benefit that comes with American status, including the right to run for office. So if they think that the current vice president of the United States is less than human and incapable of holding office, and more importantly, is unlawfully currently running for president, what do you think they think about you, that nobody knows you but your family? You literally have no standing in this world. And I'm not saying that to be shady. I'm saying it as a fact. If she, as vice president, is not a person, what do you think that makes you in their eyes? Please be realistic about what it is you're arguing, what information you're taking in. And at least if you're going to make those decisions to vote for him or to stand out and not vote at all, make sure that you're making it for real reasons and not for gossip and fodder that you've been going for online or whatever is trending on TikTok at the moment.
On period. Okay. All right. Perfect segue to next installment. This conversation, how do you guys feel about the conversation that's been happening in between ADOS and this conversation around Kamala's ethnicity? Well, not even her ethnicity, but the culture of Blackness and the difference between ADOS individuals and communities and non-melanated ADOS. Do y'all believe that these distinctions should be made? Do y'all believe that those conversations at this point around Kamala are even appropriate? And I'm gonna let Reckless actually pop this off first and foremost. Reckless.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
I'm gonna call you back. Hold up. I'm gonna say, my bad, I'm over here multitasking and take care of business. But I'm gonna say this in terms of from my experience and also me working in a certain background, the loopholes of how they always get people in terms of any business is always through policy and always finding that gray area. It's all about articulation. It's about how the way you articulate things on paper, how you articulate things when you are presenting your argument. So yes, if us making a distinction does help in the progression of Black Americans getting the reparations, or ADOS people getting the reparations, then yes, being very specific would help. That's all I'm gonna say so far. But yes, I do agree. Being specific does help.
Do you also believe that the conversations are appropriate at this juncture? Do you think that those conversations are helpful? Do you think that like what are your honest?
Okay, I have two things. Two things is that yes, they're appropriate because now that I thought about it, yes, they're appropriate because now we have a lot of people's attention who probably wouldn't be thinking about these things because either they're not into politics, or two, is nothing really strong politically is like going on at the time, so they probably wouldn't even entertain the question or the conversations. But now, since you have a lot of people that are involved in the inside of the political conversation, yes, this would be a golden era to introduce that conversation into people's minds and give them a new perspective and something to think about. But my only issue when we have these conversations is two things, because I've also seen it in the comments, is that one, we sometimes don't keep our foot on the necks of the American government, and sometimes we can get off track and put our foot on the necks of the people of the immigrants per se. And then the reason why I take issue with that is because instead of us staying on task and keeping our foot on the American government, we start to create a them versus us, and that can really detour the conversation, because our problem is not really the immigrants that's just coming here to just have a better life. The problem is the way that the American government is using policies, regulations, and using loopholes, and the immigrants are just a catalyst that are just a pawn in terms of trying to keep Black Americans from receiving the reparations. And so it creates a them versus us instead of us. The best analogy I have is this: when you are playing chess, you don't want to focus on the pawn, you want to get to the queen. And so the thing is that when we start to attack people who may just be benefiting from the current system, we're not really focusing on the actual queen that's the puppeteering. We're too busy fighting the puppets instead of the puppeteer. But I will say this, is that sometimes this shit can be very much annoying, because if they don't bring it full circle and say that despite what we're saying, it's probably better to vote for Kamala Harris, then whether you realize it or not, motherfucker, you just about saying you should either not vote or vote for Donald Trump. Those are, like, if you're not bringing it full circle, then you're kind of doing a little bit of a disservice, because if you're not saying it, because if we sit up here and we talk about how Kamala Harris ain't this, then we focus on her race, and then we talk about ADOS as in being specific. Now all these conversations does have a special place and context and nuance, but what always can detour that is when you don't bring it full circle and say that despite the lesser of two evils would be Kamala Harris, because at the end of you saying all of that, you either just discourage them to either vote for Donald Trump, or you just discourage them to vote for Kamala Harris and vote for Donald Trump, or you just discourage them to vote altogether. And every vote that you do not have that's for Kamala is most definitely going to go towards Donald Trump. So that's how I feel.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Okay. Rumors and tea.
Well, Reckless took some of the talking points, but I agree with him. My issue with I do first believe that there should be something put into the system implementing the descendants of Black American slaves. I do absolutely agree to that. My problem is why I have an issue with it in this talking space when it comes to Kamala. Um, for some strange reason, anytime we get anyone of a melanated hue run, because we went through this with Barack, run into office, blacks, we automatically want to assume that we should vote for this person because, quote unquote, they're black. We identify their color and we just assume that they have the same policies and agendas that we have because they're, quote unquote, black. And my issue with that is being black does not make you qualified to be my leader because I don't know if your policies are policies that I would support. So I think it is more important for black people to start understanding that you should be more concerned about the policies versus the race. Because we have black people that are Republicans, just like we have black people that are Democrats, just like you have white people that are Democrats, and so on and so on. And we make that an issue. And like Reckless said, I have to echo what he said. It is kind of crazy because at the end of the day, why are we looking away from the bigger issue? Like, I don't care if this woman, whether she's black, whether she's a person of color, I'm not concerned with any of that. I'm really not. People think that just because a person, if she was truly, quote unquote, black, does not mean that her policies would be something that I would think would be best for me. So we have to get out of that headspace. And we've done this so many times I remember being a little girl when Jesse Jackson was running. I was like that was like the early 80s or something when he was running for president. And black people were just like, hurrah, just super, super excited. And just because he was a black man running for president. And I understand how the importance of seeing one of our own, just seeing that in something that has never happened before. I understand that. I told, just like her being a woman, it's so empowering to just think the first woman to be, if she wins, which I believe in, I'm claiming, to have the first woman in office or whatever the case may be. But we should always be geared more towards the policies than anything else, no matter the race, the color, the creed, the gender. Like, we should be focusing on the policies. Who's better fit for our country to be our leader? Everything else is irrelevant as far as who you're going to put in office. Now, when it comes to the needs for ourselves as a collective, we got to continue to stay on the neck, as he said, of the government. We always want to hold these politicians, and it's and not local politicians, by that. We always want to hold the national politicians, presidents, and things like that. These people, hold them to a standard, but we never do the work. We never continue to work. Once we vote, we go through this every election. Once we vote, we feel like we've done our job, but your job is never complete. It's never complete because we have a job to do that goes beyond just voting. You have to literally, not just in your local politics as well, but even in your everyday to day thing, you have to pay attention to what's going on. You have to write. You have to get out here and make phone calls. You have to get out here and literally act. That's the problem. We don't have any activism, true, real, authentic activism. So, without detouring any further off, I do think it's important, but I don't think it's important when it comes to Kamala specifically. I don't care what this woman nationality is, her race. I don't care about any of that. I only care about the policies. And more importantly, I know that he's not qualified. So if she's the candidate that I have to choose because he's definitely not it for me, I could care less about the rest of it.
That part.
Okay. Mama Joyce?
I agree with just about everything that's being said. The bottom line for me is people have to be willing to educate themselves in terms of the people that you pick to represent you, the people that you vote for. You have to be an informed voter. I'm excited that she is making history. I would be lying if I said I did not. However, as I said, I have followed her career, having lived in California and actually being back in LA. She's one of the most qualified to be in this position. We, as a people, are always going to be looking for someone to do something special for us, especially when they are Black. I hope that the call to action is that we'll take a look at ourselves and our communities and begin to be more active in doing whatever we can do to turn our communities around, instead of expecting that somebody is going to give us special treatment, or because we're not a protected class. We know that. I think we have too much, there's too many brilliant people within our Black community for us not to be excelling or thriving as other communities do. Yeah, we don't always cut the break. We've never gotten the break, but we have always managed to find a way to get stuff done, which is what to me is part of the beauty of our Blackness. That no matter what, we always find a way to get shit done. And so this is a time where this is such a time as this. It's time for us to get some shit done. And you're right. If you want to be heard, if you've elected someone based on what policy that you like or something that you heard that they said they were going to do, then keep your foot on their neck to ensure that they have earned your vote. You know, I agree with Rumors and Tea. The work isn't done just because we put somebody in office. It actually begins there. So I'm excited about these times. And in terms of I don't give a shit what her color is. Really, at this point, it's exciting to me that she's not white. Okay, I'm going to just admit it. That's exciting to me, and I'm going to admit that. But that would not be enough for me to vote for her, because we could look at Mark Robinson, who's running for governor in North Carolina, and just how toxic he is as a human being, not just as a Black man, but as a human being. So yeah. This has been a great discussion. I hope that we all have a call to action. I'm hoping that we are all out inspiring others to want to get on board and to become more active within their own communities. This particular time to me is a very exciting one and a very hopeful one, that we stay on the gig. We don't stop because we get her in office. And I just feel like we can do it.
Okay, Sonny. Uh-oh, I think Sonny got lost in the sauce. Saying, hold on, I'm typing this one more thing. President saying single women are... Okay, Sonny,
based on what...
There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I was saying that I agree with what's been said so far. Like, I think everybody is saying what's real. And I'm going to be honest about my stance on it. For me, identity politics doesn't work for me. I didn't feel that way about Obama. I don't feel that way about her. And I don't know how it makes me sound, but it's just the truth. I don't feel no types of ways that she's a woman, or what her race is. I vote for personal self-interest and what I think is going to give me the best fighting chance to survive in this current country I reside in, period. So I think that everything they're saying is accurate, and it's really just what you have to do for self-sustaining reasons. Like, you got to do what makes sense, and she is the only candidate that makes sense at this point. And as far as the ADOS and people of color conversation, I do think that the conversation is necessary. I do think there's an important distinction. They are them, we are us, but I don't think that argument has anything to do, sorry. I don't think that argument has anything to do with the current status of this election, and it is something that is detracting from the conversation. And I think they keep it going on purpose to distract us from what is important to focus on, because that is not it. And the proof that that isn't it is what I just said a minute ago about the lawsuit against her. The lawsuit is about her being a descendant of slaves, right? She's not eligible to run because of that. But in the comment section, the first thing people say is, well, she's not Black. Well, guess what? We may not feel that way, but guess who does? So, and you have to remember that at all times. I don't care if you're a person of color, you're Black, you identify as African American, whatever it is you stand under, they see us all the same. So table the argument about that. We could talk about that amongst ourselves later. It has nothing to do with this right now, because when it comes to us versus them, they see us as us, and we are all the same.
Yeah, that's the truth.
Now, when it comes to the money and stuff, I do know that there's a difference in how they're treating immigrants. I get that. But I think that should just be further ammunition for Black people to demand reparations, and further grounds for us to argue, because obviously the money is available. They do see the potential in it. They're able to find it expeditiously when necessary. They just have to have the right pressure. And obviously we haven't applied pressure in the right way. And unfortunately, I think that that's because we are such a loving people, and we can be such a loving people, that we go about things in a docile way. And I think we are in a reality that does not acknowledge docility even slightly. I do not believe that anything that we are looking for will be gotten by asking for it from the same people that took it from us.
I want to just say this real quick, because the light bulb went off, and how the verbiage to try to get people to understand the issue of Blackness only becomes an issue in the presidency when someone with a melon hue runs, because they know how they set this system up. Even though they're like Reckless was saying, there's certain language in these policies that are written for all people of color, including Black Americans, to profit off of, right? Or I won't even say profit, but have access to. They know that when people of color, because they benefit off of from this language, right, in these policies, they know that people of color getting into office actually gives us more access, more reinforcement to gain access to these policies. So they start playing with us in their language to make us, like he said, to fight against each other, because they know it's in their best interest never to have anyone of a person of color in office. And we're so easily distracted. And I understand that's because it's a trauma thing. We're so easily distracted by the bigger picture and understanding. The only reason why we have not been able to legitimately be able to access these policies outside of what was the one that they put in, affirmative action, right? The only reason why we have not been able to literally in full-fledged with everything in us to access these policies is because we get distracted. We get distracted. And it's really crazy, because we should always just I have to keep saying that, keep our foot on their necks. Immigrants are not the ones that are causing the harm to us. I'm not going to be upset because they can come here and they can gain access to what this country has said. Our country, pretty much with the exception of Native Americans, right? I know even for us that's been born here, but the majority of our country has been full of immigrants. Like, let's be for real. That's what our country was not necessarily founded for, because they didn't found it, but that's what when they created the United States and got all of the Europeans did, the colonizers did all that they did, it was immigrants. We are immigrants too. The only difference is we were enslaved. We were forced here. We're still immigrants. So my issue is us just being so distracted. We have to really detox our brains. Like, stop being so focused on the smaller things. Yes, within our own communities, we need to be having these conversations. We need to be doing the work, but on a larger, because we don't see the Uwish people doing this. And I know people don't like to, like when other people bring in other races and communities, but it's important when you look at other races and communities that are actually excelling, succeeding. They don't do the things we do in regards to, if they argue that how our parents used to say, what goes on in my house stays in my house. That's literally how they operate. Whatever little disagreements they have within their own communities, they handle that inside their community. They don't get out on large public scales and beat each other down, letting the enemy have access to more intel to further know how to continue to keep us divided. We do this all the time. And I think we have to take accountability for that. Like, yes, we know the root of the problem, but we have to take the accountability for how we play the roles we play in these problems.
Exactly.
And I'm just kind of getting over it. I'm really, like, to a large degree, really becoming vexed in my spirit at how we can't really not take accountability and stop. Like, we know the root. Like I said, we know the root of the problem. But what the hell are we doing at this point? What are we doing?
Arguing about stuff that don't matter. Everybody's trying to be right instead of trying to get right.
I want to say this as we dawn upon the final 10 minutes. If anybody going to drop the link, if you're not going to hit the link, you have to do it quick and make this live great again. As it relates to the conversation around ADOS and all of that, I'm actually don't have an issue with the conversations that are taking place around critiquing Kamala Harris. I don't think she should be off the hook in terms of people seeking clarity or evaluating her or being critical of her. I believe that all people in power should be dealt with in a critical matter. Anybody who's going to have a say-so over your life and your well-being should be met with a critical eye. And I think that it's also probably the most opportune time for ADOS to be having this conversation because it's convenient. And I do believe in the conversation, and I believe in the plight of ADOS communities. My only issue is I don't like that it's not rounded off in terms of where the presidential conversation comes into play at. It's like they talk all this shit about Harris and they go in about blah, 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 blah. And then they leave the conversation completely open because they're too afraid to be also pro-Trump. But they also don't want to endorse Kamala, but they don't have the balls to also vote Trump. And those are really the only which ways the vote can happen at this point. Those are really the only two people who have the momentum, who have the funding. It's going to be one or the other. There is nobody else. You can cast your vote independent or every which way that you want to. The only votes that are actually going to matter at this point are the ones that are garnered behind Miss Harris or Miss Trump. So with this being the two titans at the front line, I just want ADOS communities to understand that something going on with Danny's connection. And Betty Boo is saying that your device is not connecting. So try to re-hit the link. I just want ADOS people to understand that you can have it both ways. Like, you can use Kamala's cultural reality as a way or as a catalyst to have the ADOS conversation, while also being logical and humane enough to not vote someone who everybody has agreed to and said here today does not like Black people. They don't even like women. They don't even like Americans. Trump just recently said, look, I don't even give a fuck about y'all. I just need y'all to vote for me. He practically just said this.
Literally.
I don't even give a fuck, really. Like, I just need y'all to vote. Like, literally, this is just about a man wanting power and a man wanting to carry a title superficially for the sake of his ego. And that's why he was okay with lying to Americans about Carisha-19 being in the country for almost 3 months before it was finally disclosed to us. This why he put patents and brought stocks into the ventilators before he disseminated them and made money off of what happened from Wuhan, China, while y'all talking about him being a great businessman. This man has consistently proven, including removing and taking non-declassified documents from the White House and sitting them next to his toilet in his guest bedroom, while also being good friends with people who are in direct conflict internationally with the American government, while also stopping a bipartisan deal to a situation he is consistently yapping about being an issue for the border. Trump, his whole life, and every documentary that I have watched, and I've been watching them all for the past 3 months, talk about his insidious upbringing with a narcissistic, abusive ass, power hungry father who made him not feel good enough. His older brother was more favored. Trump was really stupid and always had to go over and beyond to appease his father. He also was taught by his father to be cutthroat, to draw blood out of people to get what you want, to do whatever it means necessary. And he's always sought to try to make something of himself by any means necessary because he has a father fracture from a very toxic, narcissistic individual, and his relationship to his mammy ain't no damn better. So he grew up around emotionally detached, stoic parents who pretty much told him to navigate the world in a cutthroat way. And he's, as a man, led from that father fracture and all of his lived experience, which is why Trump comes off so ruthless and apathetic and truly deaf-toned and disconnected, and why it makes sense to him to strip women of his autonomy. I mean, but this is also the same man that thinks he should be able to grab y'all by the pussies. And this is the same man that on a golf course said that Kamala was a fucking bitch. But he's the one who sponsored money into her campaign years ago, while now acting like she's the worst thing in the world and acting like he's more intellectual and more qualified to even be there than she is, simply based upon her being a person of color and then having the audacity to have a vagina. So he's extra press now, and his sexism is just jumping out at him.
Exactly.
I once again just don't know why ADOS people don't want to out loud say support Trump, but they want to be loud about denouncing Kamala, while knowing that if you're not going to round up that conversation with saying, look, I know we're still in a political situation and we still have to make a choice here. And while I stand by A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, Kamala would be the better fit. I think it's dangerous. And I think that if you don't think that Project 2025 is real, despite the fact that this man was literally implementing Project 2025 legislation while he was in office, and he is in his current rallies taking verses out of Project 2025. And those are his initiatives. And that's going over people's heads because he's not calling it Project 2025, even though what he's preaching is literally out of Project 2025. And then you got people here saying, oh, I really don't believe that Project 2025 is going to happen. And then mouths were wide open after Sonia Massey was unalived in her home for rebuking a white officer in the name of Jesus that she called to her place to protect her. And he said he's going to provide police state immunity, which is out of what? Project 2025. He's going to give them qualified immunity. Like,
It's crazy.
I don't. This is so bizarre to me, and I don't even trust these niggas enough, which is why my ass is going to be project in another country by the time if Trump ass get into office. I literally went and got my passport situated 2 months ago. I literally have been outsourcing for land, for property. I have another friend who is about to leave the country, and I've been following behind him and exploring the world and living and lifestyle outside of this motherfucker. And if Trump gets in that office, I guess that's going to be the rest of y'all issue, because I'm gone. Once again, Trump doesn't get to speak to me again, and he's not going to. He's just not going to. And I'm grateful that I'm in a position to be able to do what the fuck I want to do and to go where the fuck I want to go. And I don't have to worry about being subjected to any fucking American dictator or politician, someone who wants to overturn and overthrow the Constitution so that you never have to vote again. And all of this wild, weird ass shit that he's done. People talking about, oh, did y'all hear Joe Biden's Kamala and Tim's recent interview? Yeah, have you heard all of Trump's? The disastrous NABJ shit that crashed and burned, the weird ass conversation he had with Elon Musk, or him sitting in the whole 2024 presidential debate with Joe Biden, talking about how he's a better golfer and he still got his license to drive a vehicle. And y'all talking about what is Kamala's policy? Girl, y'all will be able to have at it, bitch. Y'all won't have to worry about CTV in the motherfucking country, baby. If Miss Trump get her big back ass up in that motherfucking White House again, girl. So I'm not even pressed really ultimately about it, girl, because I'm gonna be gone. That's gonna be for the rest of y'all, girl. I will be reporting to y'all ass just like Nosy Ho is from Brazil, Peru, from damn Turkey, from
Brazil, Africa,
the world, baby, because y'all got me completely and utterly fucked all the fuck the way up. That's just not the way that my black ass is set up, and the way that Trump turned this country out socially was enough for me. It was enough for me. I never want to walk around this motherfucker thinking that I have to protect myself not only from fucking police, but I got to protect myself and question inside every motherfucking white American because they got the head of the Ku Klux Klan as the motherfucking head of the goddamn country, and thinking that white people can just then set shit off and do as they fucking please and kill me and my brothers and my friends and my loved ones in cold blood and have qualified immunity in doing so. Y'all got me fucked up. Y'all got me completely and utterly fucked up. And the fact that we're not even talking about a hypothetical America, but a America that actually was, an America that actually is, a version of America that we actually had to live through is buckety fucking wild that y'all are sitting here talking about Trump as if we have not experienced him, as if we've not experienced his version of America. Most of us have an opportunity to benefit from the fucking policies, because he's going to have the Proud Boys proud enough to be annihilating our asses, so that we ain't even here to benefit from any goddamn policy that may potentially be in place to benefit your black eyes, who he doesn't give a fuck about. Like, when it comes to Trump, it's beyond policy. He can never make me feel safe as a white man in power, because of the way that he emboldened raggedy, buck-tooth ass, trailer park, privileged white American people, and what they thought they could do to my black ass just leaving my home and being on the highways and byways with these motherfuckers. Fuck a policy. The fact that I can't even feel safe stepping outside of my fucking house, The fact that I feel I have to be armed and dangerous before I can pooch on through.
Yep.
Like, I'm never gonna live in such a toxicity ever again. I'm just not going to fucking do it. I'm not gonna fucking do it. So y'all can have Trump, and I think we got Betty Boo in the back chat. Hi, Betty.
Hi, Consciouztv. How are you?
I am well. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I've been watching for years, but I never came up or gave my opinion on anything. But I absolutely love your content
Thank you, Boo.
and like your style.
Thank you, love.
Now I am concerned because I am confused at all what's going on. We have a lot that's going on in America here. Now we have Kamala Harris. She's running for president, and I think she's too liberal. I think she got our front and back door open. Now we have Trump. Trump then freed a lot of people here in Michigan, black people. He's let the mayor out of jail. That he had a extenuous sentence. I don't know what for, but yeah, but he freed him. And I don't see where he's prejudiced. I don't see where Trump is prejudiced.
So let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. He wanted to. He
make me understand. Make me understand why are people? Because it's like wow. It's to me. It's like policy. It's policy we dealing with here. This Project 24 is policy, or we gonna deal with these immigrants. Okay,
I have a question for you, Betty. I just need you to answer this question. If so he freed those black people, so then
Tommy Kilpatrick was the mayor here in Michigan, and he freed them in Detroit.
So then why is he still on record saying that the Central Park Five should have remained on death row and in prison despite them being exonerated because forensic evidence proved that they did not commit the crimes that they've been serving time for since they've been children? So why is it that on one hand he released those black people allegedly, but then wanted these innocent black men who were already accused of a crime they didn't commit to remain on death row?
I learned about that about a week ago, and this is an unfortunate situation. But see, what's going to happen is we're going to overlook these immigrants and what's going on. And because I'm accustomed to fighting policy, I'm accustomed to fighting laws. I know how to fight laws and policies, but I don't know how to fight these vicious immigrants that's coming over, taking over our neighborhoods and our benefits. I can't even get, you can't even step over them at the welfare office. They all there in sheets, even the men. I done saw more immigrants with sheets on their head than black men ever in my life. So what I'm saying is we going to fight policy or we going to fight immigrants. That's what I'm looking at my points. Those are my 2 points.
I have a question for you. Since immigrants is an issue, why did Trump block the bipartisan deal that Joe and Kamala was collaborating with Republicans on to regulate the border? Why did he stop that bipartisan deal that would have helped?
Well, I heard about that, and they brought that up at the DMC when all these immigrants was outside trying to get in and causing a riot. They own our campuses. They got tents and stuff. I'm scared to even go back to school. I'm not even gonna lie. This fall, it's terrible how they done camped out with tents and stuff down there.
So why has Trump blocked the deal?
He wanted clout. He wanted clout. He's a reality star turned into a president. He's a reality star.
So that's okay, and that's okay.
It wasn't okay. I'm not saying that I'm gonna vote for Trump because I normally don't go against the grain, and I really don't. But I like the fact that they are making these immigrants a priority when our Democrat Party, and I've been Democrat all my life, Jesus all my life and all this all my life. So I'm not gonna go against the grain, but I'm saying, why aren't the Democrats making this a priority? You don't keep your front door open. You don't keep your back door open. You lock your damn shit. What's wrong with them? Why they not gonna address these issues? New York,
Yep.
Dallas,
Yep.
all these people are being crowded in. They giving them grants. They got free college, and we still in the mud. We out here paying for things. I'm trying to get my master's. I gotta pay for it. When they getting this stuff free, green cards free.
So I just want to ask a question. So are you saying that your priorities have shifted? That the reason that you feel more supportive of Trump, even though you're saying you wouldn't vote for him, is because you have shifted from your priority being safety from police, you know, being worried about things
We
like
not
that.
safe with them over here. It's 20 million of them over here. It's enough for 2 states.
Yeah, and that's
We're
what
not
I'm
safe
asking.
with
So
them
you're
over here.
saying
It
that the
won't be no
primary thing
damn
that you're
policies
facing
if
now
they-
is immigration. That
It
is
won't.
your number one problem at the moment.
That's my number one problem. It won't be no policies or no laws if they keep coming over here. They killing people, they raping people, they doing all type of things here. They getting our grants. Our people built this country. We supposed to be first priority to inherit or build anything.
And another thing is, I don't think she's saying, because I'm with you, sister, because I'm part of the ADOS Foundation. It's like, it's
My
because
grandma picked cotton.
you're not saying that all of the other things like isn't important, but what you recognize is, and that's what when I started talking to everybody on this panel about ADOS, I said it's a complete different scenario when you have people who are again immigrating here, and it's a dangerous thing when you have a group of people who are white. Their culture is European, Latino, conquistador
Yes.
culture.
Culture different.
Yeah, so it's a very slippery slope for us. You notice whatever the DNC mentions, they can never just say black people. It's always black and brown. But the
Yeah,
things that
because they trying to take our benefits too because
but
they
here's the thing, but
brown.
no, yeah, I'm agreeing. But here's the thing, it's like
I can't stand when y'all do this. I can't stand when I
I'm sorry,
literally
Conscious
hold
TV.
on.
It is what it is.
Oh,
We've been in this struggle for
I
too
can't
long,
stand.
baby.
I can't stand when I literally gave a time cap for how long this concept was gonna go, and people don't hit the damn link until the last.
oh my
I'm
bad,
sorry, we've been in this struggle too long. My grandma put cotton with my baby on her back, and these people coming over here get everything. And it's this woman on YouTube crying.
Well,
So
I'm sure
I'm gonna be honest.
hold on, y'all, because this ain't going longer than the next 20 minutes. So I want IG to finish what he got to say, and then I want Nosy to pop off, and then, and then everybody has circle around.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I kind of get what the sister is saying because, like, again, I've always been overcritical of Kamala. However, I've told people she's the better version to have to negotiate because just like what the sister is saying, I'm gonna give a little more nuance. There is no negotiation with the right, so it doesn't make any sense for you to vote for the Republican Party because you don't have the historical vote of being a critical mass. The token black Republicans that they have are not just token. The people who are black Republicans are of a certain class. So they already got their group of people. So you do not win negotiating anything to the right. You have nothing to leverage. So the point of what the sister is saying is that when you have all these other people who come in, and she's absolutely right. We've been keeping up with that with ADOS. Y'all don't hear about what happens in California. Y'all not hearing about what's happening, how these gangsters see black Americans, and I'm gonna say this, y'all only gangster, but see these Venezuelans.
They really gangster.
Central Americans, man, because I'm telling you, that's a whole different type of beast. So
yes, ma'am.
I'm saying
I'm gonna tell you why people don't care. Because black people are not being unalived by illegal immigrants. They're being alive by
yes, they are.
Yes, they are.
Excuse me. Hello. Excuse me. I'm trying to complete an entire statement.
Come on, CTV.
Black people are being unalived at predominant rates by other Black people and white people. Illegal immigrants are making up the minority of individuals who are murdering any group of individuals.
You haven't just saw that new video that just came out about the migrants that went up in that.
Okay, but I'm gonna have to leave the chat, love, because I just said that I'm not going to scream and hoot and holler. It's not really necessary. I'm the one providing a platform for y'all to speak on. If y'all can't respect me, y'all can't even be here. It's just that factual about it. So, as I was saying, the major groups in which we're talking about, white folk and Black folk, are not being predominantly unalived by illegal, undocumented immigrants, because instead of killing y'all, they flooding their ass into the EBT line instead. They would rather flood their asses into the welfare lines instead to get all that free shit that y'all keep saying is for us.
And that's the thing, though, because they get to say that they're you, and you don't get a benefit from saying that you are a person of color.
What?
You do not get a benefit for being a Dominican American. You can't go to the Dominican Republic and get a benefit for being Afro-Latino or Hispanic descent. So yes, in one sense, that's debatable in how you're looking at that, but they are unaliving you in your American life. They are unaliving you by you're not able to get the things that are specifically, again, presented for you. When affirmative action and all these things were created, when Dr. King was fighting for integration and not immigration, these people were not in the chat. They didn't start immigrating here till after 1965 and really didn't start coming till the 1980s. So yes, at the same time, they're getting to cosplay you by replacing you. And I am going to go on and say that, yes, on a limb, they are going to unalive you too. Because you got to deal with the reality of these people come from third world countries where they're way more gangster and way more ruthless than any the Black Americans are. But neither here or there. Yeah, that's more of a thing I think for most Black Americans are recognizing that, hey, there's something we can leverage with the Democratic Party. If it's not too late to a certain degree, because that is the reason why the left and the right is starting to kind of switch, because they understand that if I bring these people of color in, like they've always done, they get to stand in the representation of what melanin, because if we all still think that melanin, or just because someone has melanin, that's why they're being repressed, that's not the case, and I land my plane.
Know the whole lie where the messer resides.
Hey, y'all.
Hey, boo.
I promise I'm going to be quick. Let me just start this though by saying, y'all, I am an Aquarius, so I do not think much with emotion. I'm going to ask that everybody understand that what I'm saying is coming from my logical thinking and my self-preservation. It has nothing to do with emotions. I don't have emotions about politicians. I have a hard time being emotional about anything, because I just think about what makes sense. And anybody who's in the chat, who's in Aquarius, you know that that's how we move. We will put feelings aside and think, okay, what makes sense? I am mailing in my vote for Donald Trump. Now, wait a minute.
I knew it.
Let me bring this around for y'all.
Let me mute.
Let me bring this around. As a New Yorker, right? I've been living in New York 2 decades. There's no way in fucking hell. I'm sorry. We don't cuss?
No, this is a cursing ministry over here, boo. So you can
okay. I can let loose. Ain't no way in fucking hell that I'm gonna vote for Kamala Harris. I'm sorry for anybody that don't like it. I'm not doing it. And it has nothing to do with how I feel about either one. Because if we're gonna be honest, I don't like Donald Trump. But I just told y'all, I don't get emotional. I'm thinking about what is gonna benefit me and what's gonna benefit my pockets. The way that the Democrats have run the country and the way that the immigrants are taking over New York is dangerous. I post the stories all the time. And I live in New York. I live there. And I know someone who was just attacked by an illegal immigrant like 2 or 3 weeks ago. I know her personally. I can show y'all story after story after story of women being assaulted in the United States, mostly in New York. I am pro-woman. Ain't no way I'm voting for those people who keep flooding the country with South Americans. And let me just say this, because I'm currently in South America. I'm in Peru. And before being in Peru, I was in Colombia. So as someone who has spent the most of this year living in South America, those Venezuelans are dangerous. People in Colombia physically pick them up and throw them back across their border. People in Colombia and Peru, they warn me because I walk around doing walking tours and streaming on my other channel. I'm warned over and over and over. Be careful. The Venezuelans will steal your phone. They'll ride by on the motorbikes. They'll do this. They'll do that. People don't like Venezuelans. Before I left the country, I got an email from what is it? It's the U.S. Department of. I got to check the email, but it came from like our country because I had filled out something online about going to Colombia, or I bought the ticket or something. I don't know why they sent that to me. They sent me an email warning me about being in Colombia and letting me know if I go near the Venezuelan border and they pull me across the border into their country, that the U.S. cannot come and save me. That lets me know that the U.S. knows that Venezuela is dangerous, that the Venezuelans are dangerous. They don't care. When U.S. citizens got their asses on TikTok earlier this year and last year, it was Gen Z bragging about how they were going to avoid the draft. That's when they said, okay, we're going to use these immigrants. Since y'all going to avoid the draft and y'all not going to join the military and y'all want to play, and y'all want to be TikTok dancers, we're going to go get real men who fight. Those Venezuelan men are not afraid of anything. So for them to say, oh, these men are coming into the country because they're seeking asylum, that is a bunch of fucking bullshit. Women and children seek asylum because men terrorize them. Men don't seek asylum. Those Venezuelan men ain't scared of nothing. People are scared of them. So why would they be seeking asylum? They are going to get nothing but military-age men. I have watched it for a long time. That every one of them, you can go to this other, I don't know if we mention other channels, CTV?
Mm-hmm, sure.
Okay, the channel is Cash Jordan. CTV, have you ever seen that channel? Okay, please just go watch that channel so you can see what I'm talking about, because Cash Jordan is in New York. You have to see it to see what they are doing to New York to understand why I feel the way that I feel. That would be something to break down for real. They have turned New York into a third world country. A park worker, I think it was a black man, who has to clean up Central Park where they're sleeping, was just killed a few days ago because he complained about having to clean up after those nasty immigrants in Central Park, and they killed him. In Colorado, the Venezuelan gangs have taken over 2 apartment complexes. The landlord still has to pay the mortgage. They are going to people's doors with guns. They're on camera. I can send you the videos. Venezuelans are dangerous. They don't like them here. They don't like them in Colombia. They don't like them anywhere in South America. They don't like them in Brazil. They are dangerous. And the current president and vice president, that current, those people are flooding the United States with them. I have to think about me, where my money is going. You're not going to tell me I need to pay all of these tax dollars. The inflation is through the roof. People in New York can't afford groceries. People in America can't afford their groceries. And that doesn't apply to me because I'm in a more unique position. I work for myself, and I've been working for myself since 2017, and I make good money. That it's not just about me, though. It's about the way my country looks, my country that I was born and raised in. And you want me, I still have to pay taxes. I'm still a U.S. citizen. I still have to pay taxes there. So you want me to pay taxes for you to go and give housing and food to illegal immigrants. They're giving them $150,000 in California to go towards the purchase of a home. That is a slap in the face to every U.S. citizen. I was homeless on the streets in New York when I was 18, 19 years old. I had to work 3 jobs. I ended up in a hospital from exhaustion and dehydration. I had to work my ass off to get off the streets in New York. They didn't give me a motherfucking thing. But now you want to bring all these grown ass men over there and tell me I gotta pay taxes for them to have housing and food, and then they're giving them food in New York and they throw the food away and say it's not good enough. They're going door to door demanding that people give them money, and if they don't, they're beating people up and attacking people. I know people who live in New York who are going through it. It's not a good situation, and it's about to be crazy in New York. They are turning that shit into a third world country. I don't give a fuck how much I don't like Trump or how much I don't like Republicans or how much I don't like anybody, because guess what? I have friends in my real life. I don't need to be friends with the president. I need him to be ignorant enough to gather all them motherfuckers up and send them back where they belong. And that's what Trump will do. He's ignorant. He's ignorant. He's ignorant. He gonna send them back. Another thing.
And guess what, Nosy? He don't give a fuck about women either.
I'm gonna talk about that too.
I have a question. We guys get a chance.
All right, well, let me just say this one last thing, and I'll pass it to you. Another reason why I'm not going to vote for Kamala Harris, you're not gonna play in my face and cosplay as a black woman when it's convenient for you. I'm an actual black woman who has been through actual black woman things. All of a sudden now, you become a black woman, then you go back to being Southeast Asian, and then when you need to vote again, you're black again. Going to a black school does not make someone black. How are black people this ignorant? And whether you mean that she's black because her father's Jamaican, sweetheart, Jamaican is not a race. Jamaican is not a race. That is a nationality. Black people have to read more. Jamaican is not a race, honey. That's just like saying she black, she American. That makes no sense. Jamaican is not a race, and her father is an Indian man who lived in Jamaica. Stop. I'm
half Irish, girl. Half Irish. So
okay. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. We got a lot going on. Okay, so I want to respond to what Nosy Ho said, and then I want to get y'all to pile in here. This is why a lot of people think that there has to be an issue amongst Black Americans regarding xenophobia, because everything that Nosy just said about the privileges, about the type of aid that immigrants get coming into this country has always been the case. This is why your Arabs been in your communities and can get business loans to open up their gas stations. This is why your Asians can open up their salons and get business loans and get fundings. All these other people. Okay, you're not gonna be doing all of that with me up here, the King IG. Okay, so you're gonna have to go on. You have to turn the camera off, honey. Okay, and do all that sign language, honey, because yes, God. So this is why this has always been the case. This is why a lot of people feel like something is fucking off, because why is now all of this being doubled down on now that a woman of color is running for office as if them already working out reparations in part for Native Americans ain't been a thing. Like, this country been doing everything for everybody else, and now it seems like it's a dog pile, and Kamala somehow has to take on the burden, or if this issue is exclusive to the Joe Biden, Kamala Harris administration, when it's not. Now, what I also want to make a point about is I want y'all to listen closely to Nosy ass, because she gonna vote for Donald Trump, but she makes sure to get her ass out of this country before she cash that motherfucker in as well.
But hold on, because I'm gonna be in.
She gonna make all y'all live with Donald Trump while her ass in Peru living her best life.
Come on, talk about it.
I'm gonna be in the States every summer in New York. I wouldn't dare be anywhere. This summer, I'm out here because I just left. It don't make sense to go back. But my dog is still in New York, and I'm going to spend every summer in my life in New York for Pride Month, for Afro Punk. I'm going to be there. So I have to be safe when I go back there, and it's not safe in New York right now. It's not safe. It's very, very dangerous.
But would
It's
you
dangerous.
say that New York has become almost apocalyptic solely because of Joe Biden's administration, or that New York has been on a trajectory for a long time of declining?
No, New York has always been a dangerous place. I've lived in New York since I was 18. I've never felt like I didn't want to be in New York because of the danger, though. That's the difference. We've always been a melting pot. New York has always had every race. That's why the show Friends was so inaccurate, because they showed nothing but white people. I've been in New York since I was a kid. It's always been a melting pot with a mixture of races. We've always had Puerto Rican, Dominican. It's not the same now. Go look at that channel, Cash Jordan, so you can see what I'm talking about. It's since Biden. It's been since Biden. That's when all of those asylum-seeking men, grown-ass men from everywhere, but mostly Venezuela, have been flooding in. It's to the point now where they are taking hotels and turning them into the hotels for the immigrants.
Yep.
It was never like that before, ever. It was never. New York has never been like that. When I had my surgery in New York in March, I booked a room because I wanted to do a staycation after surgery. You know, the first hotel that I booked, I had to leave, and they had a long line of people waiting to get their money back because they booked online, and they get there and they have all of these immigrants running around that hotel. New York has never been like that until Biden. I've watched it. That's what it makes me uncomfortable. Like I said, I don't like Trump, none of them. The only politician that I've ever liked is Bernie Sanders. I don't care about any of those people. I care about how my life is going to be affected. And when I hop back to New York and I want to parade around for Pride Month and Afro Punk, I don't want to see those people all over the streets bothering people. No, I don't. No, I don't. I don't want to see that. I'm tired of seeing the stories of women being assaulted. I'm just tired of it. And as far as the abortion goes, Trump gave it back to the states. He did do that. I don't know why we keep saying that he can stop abortion. He turned it back over to the states, and the states are now deciding. That's why you can get an abortion in New York. You can get an abortion in California, because that's what those states decided. It's not banned everywhere. He cannot do that. There's a such thing as a Supreme Court. Just like he cannot say that you'll never have an election again. There's a such thing as a Supreme Court. Trump can't do that. He's just ignorant and running his mouth. He don't trigger me when he's ignorant running his mouth. I don't get triggered because I know he can't do that shit. So what he did with Roe versus Wade was he said, okay, since y'all can't agree on it, give it back to the states. And certain states have decided that they do want it, and some have decided that they don't. If your state has decided that they don't want abortion, go after your state. I think they did that in Kansas. Those women said, you're not going to do this. And they changed it. Now they can have their abortion. So go talk to your state.
But you don't think that the Supreme Court is set up in a way?
And as a New Orleanian, I could say the same thing because we both grew up in port cities. There's a difference, and I'm sorry, Conscious, I didn't know I was on camera. But what I was saying is that what you're talking about when immigrants were first getting here, like to the right of the decimal, like those Asians and stuff like that, that's very different between the booming immigration of what we have people who are coming in that are at the bottom class. The first group of immigrants you had, real tree, wasn't the poor at the border kind of line immigrants. Most of those immigrants that you already came from a certain class. That's why the federal government allowed them to come into this country.
Right.
So
they're sending prisoners now. They emptied out a prison in Venezuela. I swear to God, they emptied a prison in Venezuela, and they're all in the States now. I'm in South America. People talk about it.
Yeah, it's not the same.
No, for taking them.
And then the whole thing is too, you don't see like all of the people that you named to your point, IG, like the East Indians and the Asians. They're not the ones that's at the DNC saying that they need to do people of color or affirmative action politics based off of the things that were specifically built as a result as redress for Black American descendants of slaves. So the people that you have coming in now that are Black immigrants and spicy white people, that's a different sandwich than when immigration first started in this country. So it's not the same as what you see then starting at the early parts of this country, like the early 1920s, versus what you see happening after. Because even despite the 1965 Immigration Act it didn't start booming in this country like that with all these other people of color. They weren't coming in this motherfucker until 1980, 2000s.
That is all true. That is all very true.
But can I ask a question? Okay, so seems like Nosy and IG are more knowledgeable, so I'm asking this question. All right, so I understand. I understand and heard everything you guys were saying. So my question is this: is that if an immigrant, if you guys know, if an immigrant has come here illegally, I do recall, you guys correct me if I'm wrong, I heard one of you guys say that they come here and then they're given like 100,000 something to move and for
I'll show you. It's 150,000 that they're giving them towards buying a new home. I'll send you the information.
Okay. And one thing before you get that, and that's a con with Kamala saying that's going to help Black people. Here's what they play off our ignorance. That first time homeowners bond in your family generation. So most of the first time family owners were able to buy homes that were Black Americans. They weren't able to keep them because of the taxes. So even though it's being presented as something that's going to benefit us, no, that's only going to majorly benefit these white people of color immigrants. But go ahead, Reckless.
Okay, so the question that I have is that, okay, so if they're here illegally, then how are they able to get 150K without a legitimate social security number and trace? Like, what's the process?
They're giving them social security numbers at the border. Y'all don't know that?
Well, no, even it's not just that. Like, okay, the same reason why the process when COVID happened and they were able to get specific funding, it's happening on the legislative level. It's happening on the state level. So every time these people are able to, in Texas especially, you can see it in San Antonio. So if your state government is in what they call some type of nonprofit, that's usually how they do it, funnel it through to get funding for oppressive people, for immigration. So yes, they bend the lines all the time for the people who are in here who's supposed to legally get that aid to get in this country. It doesn't go to those people. It goes to those benefits and things that's really set up for the people who do come here and do it right. They have a harder time getting to it because they're shoehorning in these people as if they're going through the process legally, as if they're doing it legally. So that's the reason why they're able to get that despite not being citizens.
So why you not voting for Trump like Nosy?
Because the reason, and let me tell you why. Now here's the thing. I'm not trying to attack you, Nosy.
Hold on, because I'm actually relieved at least that Nosy can say it. Because a part of my frustration with these conversations with the ADOS community has been, if y'all want to vote for Trump, just say it, because basically that's what because that's what it all trickles down to. After y'all bust Kamala's pussy wide open and say how demonstrative she is and how she ain't this and she ain't that, and blah blah, and y'all go in and then leave the conversation in the middle ground. I can at least appreciate the person who's like, I'm voting for Trump, and this is why. And with Nosy Ho, and since you agreeing with everything that Nosy Ho is saying, exactly why are you voting for Kamala then?
Well, because here's the thing. There is a thing called class. And see, here's the thing. Regardless of politics, either side, like she said, she's in a position to where through class, and I'm not saying you're not a bad person or nothing like that, because that's you in a position, right? She's in a position to where that makes sense. And there are going to be a lot of Black people who are going to vote for Trump based off of class. That's not the majority of class of people. So no, the ADOS community. That's true. The ADOS community is not saying that, and I'm not saying this to be like arrogant, but it's like it's not. I'm trying to say this, like, it's not our fault that you just got started in politics because Kamala Harris and Trump scared you into it. So what we're saying has
also not our fault that Trump just got started into presidency by running for president in 2016.
Right, but that's
over somebody who actually has political experience their entire life.
But that's what I'm saying. If y'all were involved with politics, you wouldn't take what we're saying, because we're definitely not saying Trump. What we're trying to get you to do is two things could be true at once. That doesn't mean because we're telling you to look out for this, that, and the third. That means you have to get her in office so you can leverage that.
No, but that's the actual issue that I'm talking about, is that in plenty of conversations, I've been listening to ADOS channels and conversations literally since Kamala stepped into the picture, and that's not what a lot of them are saying at the end. A lot of them are completely open-ended once they get to the end of busting her wide open.
Are you listening?
And they won't say let's still move forward with Kamala, but they also won't say let's vote for Trump either, knowing that literally we're still in a situation where it's only one over the other. Any other vote is irrelevant. There is no other political party at this point in the race that has the opportunity to even make a single dent in getting into this. So I don't understand what's the...
Well, but that's what I'm saying. Are you listening to FBA? Because see, here's the thing. There are a lot of people who say that they're ADOS as a sense of the lineage, but they're not ADOS in the sense of being part of the organization. Because we're saying ADOS as part, not just the organization, because we can't say who's black and not black because of the United States Commerce. So that's why we use ADOS. So people who is part of the actual movement, no, we're not going to tell you to vote for Trump, because that's foolish, because we're a left-centered movement. We're a left-centered movement. We have no negotiation from the right. So if you are hearing people who say a person could be ADOS lineage and be a Republican, that doesn't mean that they're ADOS organization. Because when I come to the conversation, it's clear. It's saying vote for her because she's part of the Democratic Party. And yes, it's unprecedented that you have to vote for any president without any policy. Regardless of we don't like Project 2025 or not, guess what? The RNC had everything there. So it's one of those things to where we're saying is that, yes, you have to vote because this is the party that you have to leverage with.
So I'm not a Democrat or Republican. I always register as independent. And then when it's time to vote in the primary, I have to always decide if I'm going to vote Democrat or Republican at that time, because when you're an independent, in some states, I guess they'll stop voting. So I always have to decide which way I'm going to go at that time.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. Some of us.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up?
But wait, please, can we address something? Because I had to go all the way through my other Gmail to get up in here, because apparently
Yeah.
I can't even post a comment. So if you blocked me because of my political, that's bullshit.
Go ahead, baby. Go ahead.
What happened? Because she wants people to know.
So Jessica, as I stated in the chat,
it's in the chat.
I've literally stated this several times in the chat, and I've stated it on this chat. I did not do anything. I cannot block, nor can I block or time anyone out while I'm up here on this panel. So that was not me. I did suggest it because my you were disrespecting CTV and Nosy. However, I don't know why you're blocked, but CTV corrected it. All of that is in the chat.
She's gone.
I don't know. It's okay, but she can still hear. All of that is in the chat. I don't block people.
I think she got a connection issue. So.
Yeah, I don't block people. But go ahead.
All right, y'all. So hold on. Out of the horse's mouth itself. Only time out people if it like y'all know if it's worthy.
I can't even post on YouTube. Like it's got me in a. You know what? I'm gonna just stay away from the CTV like political side, because I see where this is going. But if we talking about Cardi or something else, I'm cool. That's all I got to say.
Jessica, no, you don't stay away. We agree to disagree on this platform.
Why
Nobody
got up
here and said a whole bunch of stuff that I personally, not a whole bunch, but a lot of things that I don't agree with. That is not this platform. We don't have an issue with anyone disagreeing. What we do have an issue with is people being disrespectful to panelists, people in the chat, like blatantly disrespectful. Now, I did see what she said, that you were being
Exactly,
disrespectful. I
exactly.
do believe it was disrespectful. However, CTV already corrected us. I apologize that you are offended, because it ain't no ego in this for me. This is a platform for us to come to, that he gives us a safe space,
Oh
whether
my.
we agree or disagree, to say what we need to say. So I don't want you to feel like you need to stay away, baby. This is your platform
Yep,
here too. You
yep,
welcome, baby.
exactly.
I don't know what's going on, but I just want to say, because CTV shaded me saying I'm pro-Trump. I
Hey,
am not pro any of those people.
girl,
I am
girl,
pro.
get out of here, girl, get out of here, get
I
out,
am
get
pro
out.
Marley. Like I said, I'm pro Marley. So I don't give
That's
a fuck
good.
about Trump
Yeah,
or
yeah,
Kamala. I'm
yeah,
gonna vote for what
yeah.
makes sense for me. And it doesn't make sense for me to see New York, the state that I love, looking the way it does. And like I said, Trump is very ignorant. He's going to put them immigrants on a slingshot and fling their asses back across that border. He's very ignorant. That's what's needed, because it
But
looks crazy over there right now.
can I ask you a question though, Nosy? Okay, I understand your plight when it comes to the illegal immigrants,
And like I
right?
said, even though I'm
And
not
not even
there right
remember,
now, I'm not
and not
there.
just
I have to pay taxes there, and I'm going to be there in the summer every
no,
year.
listen to
I
me.
don't want
I
my
promise
tax
you, I
dollars spent in there.
understand that. Even when it comes,
No,
because it's not
I
just the
go ahead,
illegal
girl.
immigrants either, right? It's not just illegal immigrants that you're speaking. It's the legal immigrants too. Like you know what I mean? I understand that place. I really do. And it's nothing for us to overlook and act like it's not something that is severely happening. It's been happening for a while. I do get that. What are the other issues what about the other issues that we were discussing, as far as basically summarizing it, them trying to put us just back with Project 25 back into Jim Crow era?
So let me just say this, right? And I hope Black people, I'm talking to Black people right now. Why do Black people realize how docile you sound when you say they gonna put us back in slavery? Do y'all realize how weak you sound? You can't put me nowhere. They gonna put us in chains. Who? You can't
Not
put me in a
slavery,
chain. Hold on, but you can't put me in a fucking chain. I'm not a weak little fucking, like, I'm not out there singing and nobody knows the trouble I see, like a slave. White people can't put me no fucking where. So I think I just can't relate to that, because I was born and raised in Shreveport, Louisiana. We ignorant as fuck. We beat white people up.
I'm gonna tell you how you can relate to it, Nosy, because the same administration that you're accusing of running you out of New York and only making you only want to be there for the summer is the same administration that Ruins is talking about, that can do whatever they're going to do federally and local for states to make every state unbearable in the ways in which it can be unbearable for Americans. It's not a literal chain thing. It's the fact that it's interesting that you keep talking about voting for Trump, but you call him ignorant simultaneously.
He is.
Right.
No,
and that's exactly why people are against voting. Like, you can't have
some people don't
leadership
vote.
in the
Some
same
people don't.
sentence.
And sometimes I don't vote either. If the last 2 elections, I didn't vote because I didn't fuck with Trump and I didn't fuck with Hillary. The second one, I didn't fuck with Trump and I didn't fuck with Biden. I didn't care about anything that they had going on. So I did not vote in the last 2 elections. When Trump ran against Hillary, I supported Bernie Sanders. I knocked on doors for Bernie Sanders all over. And when the Democrats played Bernie Sanders the way that they did, because they did cheat him, they cheated Bernie for Hillary. I bowed out because I wasn't going to vote for Hillary or Trump. Last election, like I said, I didn't want to hear nothing from Trump or Biden. What made me want to vote in this election is what they're doing with the illegal immigrants. That's what made me say, okay, now I'm putting in the vote. If I don't care, I just sit it out. I don't give I'm an independent vote. I'm an independent. I'm not Democrat or Republican, so I don't be caring about either one of them parties anyway. But if I feel like that at that time, that election year, is something that affects my life, that's when I'm going to go put in a vote. And I feel like this is affecting my life. The things about Project 2025, listen, we went over all of that on Clubhouse. The shit is crazy. But me personally, like I said, not thinking with emotion, I just don't see how the Supreme Court would allow Trump to do any of those things. I just don't see it. I don't see them allowing it. Also, nobody wants black people in a cotton field anymore. They don't want you in a cotton field. You're gonna be out there with selfies, taking fucking pictures, and complaining about the heat. Nobody wants you as slaves. Stop. Nobody's putting us in chains. Well, let me just speak for me. Ain't nobody putting me in a motherfucking thing. What's become unbearable for me, it's not, I don't care about how white people feel about me. I don't care. I'm not here to be liked by white people. What I care about is my tax dollars going to things that my tax dollars should go to, and the streets being safe for women and girls. And I'm going to suggest to women who have a concern about abortion, you need to talk to your state or move, because your state decided it. Trump can't make that decision. He said, give it back to the states, and the states decided. Your state did that. New York, you can have an abortion. Why? Because that state decided that. So I just think about the things that affect me. I'm not here to save the world either. I'm not. So when I think about what my life looks like under this administration versus what my life looks like under that administration, that's how my vote will go. Trump is absolutely ignorant. He's ignorant as fuck. And he still will send them people back to where they came from. If y'all want to vote for Venezuelans being in the country and having tax dollars going towards Venezuelans with the way that they're knocking on doors in Colorado with those big guns, like I said, I can post the video if y'all want to see it. If y'all want to vote for that, I'm not telling nobody how to vote. I'm not going to vote for it, though.
I know that.
I just feel like it's a wild assumption, though, to say that.
What I can't do is that I can't vote for Trump solely on the basis of getting New York in order, because New York also has its own mayor. So y'all in New York need to be voting y'all politicians, y'all mayors and senators into place.
No, trust me, they get no.
We're gonna have to do like what's in the best interest of the entire country, not just.
But I'm not just talking about New York. I just talked about California and Colorado.
Yeah,
California,
only 3 states.
Okay. Child.
Other people, but realistic. Let's be real about that, though. Like, just saying he's ignorant enough to do what you want, ignorant enough to do something that's going to be beneficial. Because I get what you're saying; it is a problem, but that doesn't mean his ignorance ends there. What happens when his ignorance extends beyond the things that you desire? It does happen in ways that affect you.
Either there ain't no guarantee it's going to get any better.
Come on, like.
Because Trump is a liar, as we have that's already been proven. He is literally stopping he halted a bipartisan deal that would have regulated the border. He's
going to say whatever he needs to get elected.
He's not going to do any fucking thing he has promised. He never has. He don't give a fuck about black people, which is why he thinks innocent black people who were serving time for crimes they didn't even fucking commit still need to be fucking in prison serving goddamn time. Trump don't give a fuck about a state, New York, you, me, man, woman, etc. It's all a classist, elitist situation. And the sad part about Trump is that this ain't even hypothetical, unlike all of the critiques against Kamala. Literally, it's been hanging all outside since the bitch been in office.
Mm-hmm.
His behavior and his lying, his contradictions have all been. Now, y'all talking about protecting the country from men. Well, Trump is a man, and he's a convicted felon at that. If we're talking about protecting women from a male chauvinist who was cheating on his bitch with a porn bitch while she was pregnant with his kids.
And believing he should grab women by the pee.
Who literally overturned Roe versus Wade because he knew most states would not be interested in giving their women abortion rights, etc. Like, this doesn't make any sense.
So I'm going to suggest that everybody do what I'm doing, right?
Move to Peru, baby. Let's all get the hell to Peru.
Don't come to Peru.
Period.
I'm going to suggest that everybody do what I'm doing. I said before, I don't windmill for the world. I think about the things that affect me directly, and that's how I vote. So if y'all feel that the things about Trump affect you directly, vote Kamala. You should vote for Kamala. I never tell people how to vote. I think about, like I said, what's going to affect me in my life. Not everybody, me. individual Marley, and then I think about next the things that I care about, which would be, okay, now this area is not safe for women. They over there pulling the guns on people, knocking on people's doors. It's about to be World War III, and I know how dangerous Venezuelans are because I'm in South America. So I'm going to think about that, and that's how I'm going to vote. Everybody that does not necessarily care about those things and you care about other things, put in your vote for Kamala. I'm going to say this, though. When we start talking about racism and sexism and all of that, we need to look at the fact that Joe Biden was accused of rape, and Joe Biden called y'all monkeys. He called you all kinds of nigger monkeys and said he didn't want his children on the bus with you. I don't know why anybody thinks that any old white man is not going to be problematic. They all are. Old white men are problematic. They're problematic. And what Trump
But
said
not
about
all problems are created equal.
I want to finish this. What Trump said about how he said that they'll let you grab him by the pussy. He's talking about those women, whatever women he was talking about. Y'all don't know that men talk like that? Maybe I know this because I'm a phone sex operator. Men talk like that. They do. I swear to God, they do.
Yeah. But you can't talk like that when you have a position that also involves having rulership over women. Now, if he was just a regular civilian like the rest of us, he can do his locker room talk. But the fact that, ironically, your chauvinism and your sexism is reflected in your policies and your initiatives is wild as fuck. So we can't even make a distinction between Trump, the shithead jock who's just a asshole, from the fact that he's actually already implemented and instituted laws and legislations that are repressing and oppressing women versus actually progressing them.
Right, right. Especially with him wanting to protect the police that are out here unaliving black women. Like he's just, listen, he's a danger for all American. I don't care if anyone that is not in a certain class, he's a danger to us. Like he just is.
Can y'all hear me still?
No, he said out of his own mouth that he wants to give immunity to the police. He said that shit.
And that's after he killed, and that's after, and that's after he said that after he had to respond to male police unaliving a single black woman in her home who rebuked another officer in the name of Jesus.
And did y'all see all of his supporters? All of them, how they clapped and jumped up and down and loved that he fucking said that shit. This is what I think, y'all. I really think this. Did anybody remember when Trump said years ago, if he ever ran as president, he would run as Republican because they are the stupidest voters? Did anybody know about that?
I do.
I swear, I believe that Trump says things to get his base riled up. I don't know why nobody can see that Trump is an energy vampire. I don't understand why people can't see that about him. That man said that the Mexicans are rapists and those people loved it and they voted for him. He gets those, and then he'll go and do business with Mexicans. Trump,
that's what we're saying. He's full of shit. No,
shit. Exactly. Exactly. I just said that earlier. He gonna say whatever.
I'm sitting here saying the same thing. Trump said shit to get his base riled up because he's fucking ignorant. But what I also know is that he really don't like them goddamn immigrants being in the state, and he gonna get them motherfuckers out. He's ignorant.
No, he really don't. That's why I told you, Nosy. No, he doesn't. That's why he blocked the bipartisan bill that would have kept him from coming into the country.
So this is what the Democratic Party
has been exposed.
The Democratic Party
he only blocked it so that he could have a talking point against the Dems. And lead a false narrative that, oh, it's the Dems that's so progressive and liberal. They want all these illegal immigrants who killing everybody and taking all these black jobs, when he literally, that was only for the sake of a campaign. He don't give a fuck about immigrants. He don't give a fuck about you. He don't care about New York. He don't give a fuck about women. He don't give a fuck. He don't.
Correct. And that's one thing I will say that does worry me when I did see that with Trump. But that also kind of shows that they're kind of in coercion what's going on with the DNC, because white supremacy in America benefits from immigration more than we do. Because it benefits them because they're able to sow the United Nations. Because if they got us thinking
They're not
melanin,
benefiting from the ones that's there now,
but
though.
well, no, but the immigrants, no, white people, they are benefit either way, and that's what kind of what makes me worry about Trump being more liberal towards immigration, because if you keep bringing in people in and having them come in and representing the oppressive class of people who built the country, that's going to help further kerfuffle the waters. That because Obama, your president, says you can't get immigrant reparations because he's worried about how immigrants will feel. But that's because he's of immigrant descent and he's not black himself. So that makes sense that he would say that, right? So
Wait,
it,
you
it,
said
it, it
Obama?
yeah, Obama mentioned that when he was running, he was like he was not going to do anything for, he wasn't going to do reparations because
No,
how he was worried
Kamala said
about
the
how.
same thing. No, she didn't say that. She said she won't do anything specifically for
No,
black
yeah,
people.
yeah, I'm talking about Obama, but I'm saying just to say that to the point that immigration is used as it's always been used as a tool of white supremacy because they don't have to redress. See, what they're able to do was like when we were going through what we were going through with the civil rights. Remember, people across the world saw that. So, what white America, Dixiecrat, and Republican has decided to do, I'm going to bring in these other class of black people who look like these Negroes and colors. And then that way, if I put them there and have them among the country, I'm seeing as if I've wronged the class of race of people that I've not just enslaved, accrued disadvantages. Because it wasn't just slavery how we built America. No, it was politics, sharecropping, Jim Crow, redlining. So immigration on both ends, that's why I think why Donald Trump has shifted because that's a beneficial for white supremacists. And I hate to tell you, white supremacist agenda exists on both sides of the party. That's how we went from being conservatives to Dixiecrats to conservatives.
Now I definitely agree with you on that, IG. That is a fact. And we know that I think a lot of people haven't studied
What
the
you said
history
was
of both
inaccurate, but
parties.
I'm gonna wait. That was inaccurate, but I'll wait. Go ahead.
I think a lot of people have not done their due diligence when it comes to research, actually knowing the background of both parties. And it's unfortunate because we never have a strong independent running third party runner rather, and we always are stuck between. That's why I use the term the lesser of two evils. um it just is what it is, but at this point, as we've said it so many times, Kamala really is like she's not going to uh get all the checks across the board. Obviously, no politician is. Let's just be honest. None of them are. And I don't expect for her to come in with a cape and save all blacks. I just don't have that expectation. But I definitely am sure that 45 is not it. He's just, for me and for us as a collective, he's not it.
Let me ask: is his name IG?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you
Yes.
say that black people went from being conservative to Dixiecrats to Democrats?
Well, they did.
Yes, I did. Yes, I
So do
did. Yeah.
y'all know the Dixiecrats was there? That was a party that was formed. It was a segregationist party. They formed that party because they did not want to integrate with black people. And
Correct.
Joe Biden said that he is the last of the Dixiecrats. He said that out of his mouth. He
Yeah,
admitted to being a segregationist. So
yeah,
I'm
but yeah, go ahead.
so I'm trying to figure out when were black people Dixiecrats. I missed something. From what
What?
I've always known, the Dixiecrats were a party that formed after they did not want to mingle. The Democrats did not want to mingle with black people. They didn't want black
Correct.
people a part of anything that they were doing. And so they got angry and
Correct.
they branched off from the Democratic Party and formed the Dixiecrats.
Correct.
So black people were
Yes.
Dixiecrats?
No, no, back. No, no. If I said that, then no, no. I misspoken when I said that.
So she just said they were. She just said they were.
No. If I said that, no. We went from being conservatives to then because the conservatives went to Dixiecrats. And then that's how we ended up Democratic.
Okay.
So
No,
if I said that, yes, if I did say it the other way, no. If I said it, I talk a little too fast. If I did say it that way, no, ma'am. I'm glad that you caught that. If I did say that like that, no, you're absolutely correct.
After
That's not.
So
Lincoln,
when
We
I
were
said
not
that,
Dixie. We
so
were
when I
not
said
Dixie.
that, Jessica,
Yes,
why
ma'am.
did you say they did though? Why'd
no,
you agree?
after Lincoln, Andrew Johnson came in, and he was a Democrat. He wanted to keep blacks enslaved. The radical Republicans wanted to make sure slavery was gone. And then, if you fast forward with the whole Trail of Tears things, the Democrats moved the Indians. But you know what? Maybe they're great people.
That don't have nothing to do with what I just said, though. What I said was, I asked, did IG say that black people went from being conservative to Dixiecrats to Democrats? And you, Jessica, said, but they did, though. But now we're both saying that that's not true. Black people were never Dixiecrats. Dixiecrats were a segregationist party. So what
Correct.
you said don't even have nothing to do with what I'm saying.
Yeah, maybe I said it, and maybe I did say that, but no, but agreed. Like that's how we ended up being on the left, but we were more on the conservative side because here's the thing: before the mass immigration of people, we had more reason to want to be conservative. Why? Because you're conserving your position. You're conserving your lineage. When Dr. King said, we're going to Congress to go get our check, he was not talking about the Hispanic community. He was not talking about the Asian community. He was not talking about people of color. He was talking about the descendants of Negroes and colors. So there is a disconnect because when you have us thinking as Black Americans that Africa bullshit from 1988, that gets your mind in tunnel vision because you're thinking that you're a continent with 54 countries instead of focusing on you being a black person in America. So it's a thing where I kind of want people to consider that yes, knowing our history, how we're being played into these positions, how we're being played, and how white supremacy uses immigration to keep us down, but at the same time they're able to present to the United Nations, that is, and to everyone else that they've somehow wronged the right. I find it very dastardly and disrespectful for President Obama and Kamala Harris to sit their funky asses on that Selma Bridge and say, look how far we come. I wouldn't dare stand my foot on Haitian ground and when they're celebrating the Haitian Revolution 1804 say, look how far we come. No, I would be celebrating, I'll stand next to them, look how far y'all come. Because that was your ancestry. So you see, that's why that's a problem. Because none of these people of color, we can't go to Jamaica and there's a black American standing in politics as an ADOS person in Jamaica for Jamaica. You ain't gonna find it. You ain't gonna find an ADOS black person in Nigeria standing in for Nigerian politics. You're not gonna find it. And nor will we dare say that we're these people. But because America has used race and lineage and people of color to keep us kerfuffled, this is why immigration for us, I don't give a damn about people of color, but especially for us, is gonna hurt us more than it's gonna hurt white America.
I just want to point out how Jessica ain't even keep her word for more than 15 seconds because her ass is right back up here in this political conversation where the hell she said she would not be. She only gonna be here for Cardi, and she only gonna be here for Nikki, and she only gonna be here for and y'all can have it, and she just gonna be good to stay to her damn self.
Yeah, because at the end of the day,
because at the end of the day, I'm just not understanding when I look back, like IG is saying with history, with Andrew Jackson and the Jacksonian Democrats. Do you know what he said after he took office with Lincoln? He said those damn Negroes. He wanted to give back everything to the wealthy plantation owners. So I'm just still trying to grasp how black people are supposed to be Democrats. That's all.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know anything about what black people are supposed to be. I think a lot of black people do move in that way where they just kind of say, "Oh no." I heard somebody earlier saying they're not gonna go against the grain. So black people do have, for
Yeah,
the
I
most.
said that. I said that earlier.
Hold on, Miss. I want to finish what I'm saying.
Go
So
ahead.
black people do speak like as a collective a lot, and I'm just not. I've always been an individual. I've always just thought for myself. I don't care what other people are doing or what they're doing, what they're voting. I think about how I want to vote and what affects me, like I said. So everybody can vote collectively or think collectively or keep it real. But I'm one individual black woman and I got to think about what's going to affect me. And also, and like I said, speaking honestly, just like IG said, a lot of it is class. A lot of it ain't got nothing to do with anything else. A lot of the voting is about class. And sometimes things affect people in a certain class that doesn't affect people in another class. And I'm not saying that anybody's a part of any certain class. I'm just saying that sometimes
I
people vote
understand.
about the class that they are a part of and how things affect their life. And
I
as someone
understand.
who talked girl, are you up? Let me go on mute because I can't with this woman. I don't know where
Yeah,
she going.
please. Yeah, please, because I need to say.
Let somebody
Um,
breathe
oh,
sometimes.
Betty, I'm just gonna leave. Betty, I'm gonna need you to learn some table manners, baby, and read the room and learn how to be just as disciplined as everybody else is able to be when they on the panel. So when you learn that, then you can have the luxury of getting the link. Until then, I will enjoy you as a commenter, baby, and not a panelist. Go ahead, Noah.
I'm done, child. I'm done.
I just love that Nosy trying to keep her cool. Oh, shit,
No, because it's not my channel. Because if it was my channel, I would have been cussed that girl out. It ain't my channel.
No, I'm in my soft thug era. I'm in my soft thug era, child. But what I was gonna say to what Nosy just said is that what the issue is, though, is that unfortunately 13% of the population being black and brown America is in the class of lower and middle. So when issues are a class issue, a white supremacist also gets to hide behind not making it look like race by making it look like class, because
that's true.
People who gonna fall into that lower and middle class gonna be them. It's gonna be them people that person is racist against.
And that's why for us as ADOS, as the Black Americans, you see that's interchangeable for us. People who immigrate here, they're coming here because of they're disadvantaged because of lineage, in the sense of, or let's say citizenship. They're not disadvantaged because of the color of their skin per se. No, they're not necessarily disadvantaged because they have a reputation or a thing as being a black American. No, even if, let's say, okay, if we take illegal immigration out, right? I would be, even if I legally immigrated to Nigeria, all of a sudden, I would be at a disadvantage, not because of the color of my skin. No, it's because my nationality and my culture is not connected. I am not ingrained yet into Nigerian culture. I don't have the citizenship. So being put in the same with the whole black and brown correlation, I hate that. I know you're not saying that, Cultures, but I hate when I hear that, because it wasn't a black and brown thing. It was just a Negro and colored thing. When you speak of those accrued disadvantages, why these things were invented, why these things were put in place in America. So blackness and race and class is not interchangeable for us. For everyone else, it's interchangeable because of how they entered this country. So race and class for us are one and the same. For people who just immigrate, they're different things because their national origin allows them to be different race. Now now where they come from their national origin will depend on their class, what their position was from where they left. That's not because of their race, though. That's not because they had accrued disadvantages in this country of the government not allowing them to come up. The government is giving them the leg up to be here. And Americans of any color can't go to their countries and get that same leg up from their respective government either.
But we don't have a caste system here like India. Like, we're not, when you're born poor, you just stay poor. Like,
Well, yeah, but see what you're talking about, kind of like with Brahma. Okay, like with East India, we do have a. It's not called a class system, but it is a system. We name it different things, like how Kamala's heritage. She comes from a class system because she's Brahmin. The fact that you mentioned that she's Brahmin is what the top class through association and family. That's through family though too. We have a class system though, but it's based off of money, and we say it's race though too. That's where I'll disagree with Nosy. It is based off of race, but that's because of race and class, because of how you built this country, goes hand in hand. The only difference is that other people like Irish, Italian, Frenchmen, yeah, they came here, they were black, but because of class and because of lineage, not because of race, right? That's why they were considered black. But because of how they present genophenotype, they were able to be incorporated into whiteness. So it's not the same as everyone else who comes here. Like God knows if black Americans can go to any of these people colored country and get the same redress. We all have white people historical problems. The only difference is our outcome came the best, and that's why everybody is coming here and we're not going over there.
I think that what appeals to a lot of black and brown people about the Democrat side, because we're already a minority and then we fall under a certain class, is that the Dems, even if they also do their fair share of pussy popping and backpedaling and pandering and not making good on their word or whatever you want to attach to it, I think it's at least the performance of empathy that appeals to a lot of black and brown people, which I'm not surprised by, because the black culture of America is rooted in a lot of respectability politics, rooted in the church and religion and these ideas around helping each other and looking out for the lesser man. I mean, a lot of what Dems have as talking points and lead with are reflective in Christian values as well. But I'm not sure if, because for me, I'm pro overthrow the entire goddamn system in its entirety. Like how a lot of abolitionists feel about reformists is that you cannot really reform this fucked up ass shit. It's just kind of a wash and rinse and a rinse and wash system. Like, I mean, the government is also in that predicament as well. So even beyond Kamala, I still like to hear conversations about what we gonna do as well, just as people, even beyond voting and all of that shit. Like what we gonna do as the people living in New York about New York. What we gonna do as the people in Denver about Denver. What we gonna do as the people of Atlanta about Atlanta. Because government ain't never also just did it in and of itself, even though government is going to play a role because it's a system that the people have already created and allocated authority and a power to. But also, what the fuck are we going to do about this? Just even outside of the role of government.
Not repeat the past in a way.
And what does that look like?
Not going back to basically black codes. Like if you think about like how that was when they tried to do the reconstruction, it's kind of like we're just, like you said, a rinse and repeat. We're just repeating the same squares over and over. The faces are just changing and the dates.
Mm-hmm. Not repeating the past. Okay.
I would go ahead. Sorry.
I'll go ahead. Well, I was going to ask Jess if she could just like expound upon it a little bit more.
Like when I say about the black codes, African Americans were like prohibited from voting, even marriage, or even testifying against white people. But then we have a lot of our community that says that they don't go and vote. But the Democrats put black codes in place. Like, you see where I'm like putting the equation together. But then when they do go vote, they vote for the parties that didn't want them to vote in the first place.
Well,
Somebody,
can I give you? I'm
hold on,
sorry.
baby. Somebody time out Taco Queen since she wanted to acknowledge that good, this is something other than Queen Nikki, but then still insert Queen Nikki into a conversation she appreciates. That's not about Queen Nikki, because that's just how contradictory and two-stepping these people is. So y'all give Taco Queen 72 lashes against her motherfucking back, and then allow her to return back unto the main house after she deals with her 72 lashes.
Well,
okay,
Taco
so
Queen.
time out, Taco Queen. And as a disclaimer, if you hear and you appreciate that the conversation ain't about a particular individual, then do what everybody else has been doing and just actually enjoy the conversation instead of reminding people of the person that you don't want to hear nothing about.
Child, fuck Nicki Minaj.
Go in. Go ahead, Auntie. Just time her out. Don't block her. Just time her out.
Another thing I was gonna say too,
Go ahead, Reckless.
I was gonna say stay tuned. That's it.
Go ahead, Auntie.
Yeah, no. The only thing, like I said, I just give her some pushback is the other, what's the sister name? Not Nosy. Who was I talking to? But who was talking before that? This is Jessica. Yes. The only thing is though, but here's the thing though, Black Americans are the only people, period, who vote at a critical mass at a particular party, meaning that we vote 90% towards that party. So it's not that we don't vote, it's the people that who you're voting for and how you're voting. If you think that melanin is the best,
your audio is a little like I don't know. It sounds like it's like I don't know. It's very like loud and obnoxious.
Is this better?
Okay, yes, that's better.
Yes, I was saying is that we vote at such a critical mass. So it's not the problem that we don't vote, as it is that how you're voting. If you're voting using your vote to just be through melanin solidarity, then that's the problem. If you're not even voting based off of things that's in the best interest of America, because I might not agree with, I agree with a lot of things what Nosy Ho said, not because the whole Trump thing, but there are some things, yes, even as a Black American, I have to look at things from an American. Because, yes, it's my race within this country, but ultimately I'm a citizen of this country. So I think for Black Americans, we vote through a melanin solidarity gaze that we didn't get the gains through this country because we did melanin solidarity. We didn't help build the greatest country in the world to where everyone wants to come here because of melanin solidarity. No, we were fighting for our fucking lives. We were fighting for our right to exist here. Just like the people of Haiti were fighting for their right to exist in Haiti. Just like the people in Congo. However, we're not connected by that because we haven't been African in 500 years. You can't sell me and expect me to still call you my mother. That's goofy. You can't sell me and expect me to be in solidarity with you. Well, if you wouldn't have sold me, perhaps I would have built in Benin and Nigeria what I built in America, and I'm gonna leave that right there.
Anybody else? Because Jess, you are very definitely Team Trump, so I assume that you are voting for Trump too. Because you were very anti Kamala.
I am a Black conservative. Okay, so see, this is what I like to say to people. What happened on January 6th, I am not that type of Republican. See, my Black ass was going to be in the house. I was not about to be climbing up no side of no building. I know how to use my words by writing. Like local, like big government, like at the top where we're focused on is great. But when you talk to your aldermen, your comptroller, people that are in your local government, to get things through like that. I know how to write. I know how to type up a letter. I know how to go to city hall meetings. Sometimes they don't even have them at city hall. They have them at the local libraries. Like, I am literally in between 3 different libraries, and I try to make sure I go to all of those little meetings if I'm not at my job, because I work a 12-hour shift. But I know how to do things like that. So I'm not that type of Republican. Like, that's just like, it's not beyond me, but that's just not something that I would do.
Stand on it, Jess. Stand on it. If you're a Republican, just be a Republican. Why give them, why do you need to say, oh, but let me make sure I say, just be a Republican. Listen, I tell people all the time, I'm a right-leaning independent. So if you're a Republican, just stand on it. Now, let me just ask you a quick question. And you don't have to answer, you could choose not to answer, but would you say that you are one of in the top earning percent in your state? Do you make 6 figures? Jess?
No, not right now. But once I get out of law school, maybe, depending on what type of law I want to practice.
Okay. So the reason I ask that is because something that I know, because people hear Republican, they automatically think racism. And there are a lot of people on both sides who are racist, both sides. But something that I know, the more money you make, the more conservative you become. So I'm sorry, it happens. It's going to happen. The more money you start to make and the more you have access to other things and you get away from certain areas that you might have grown up in and you don't live there anymore, you tend to lean more conservative. I've watched it time and time and time again. So that's why I asked, but
what's different is I grew up in a household that was like pure Democrat. And I watched how the bandwagon drove my family to pieces. And everything was about what I want, what they need to give me, And then I would look back and say, well, we have 2 feet, we have 2 hands, and you have a brain that's functioning. No strokes, no aneurysms. So who needs to give you what? The Republican Party just really stands for hard work. All of these games that people see and these commercials, that's not really what that party stands for. And that's not what the Democratic Party stands for either. It's a lot of smoke and mirrors that gets people riled up. It gets the crowd going to distract us from the bigger pictures on both sides. Because both parties over several years have had good bullet points, no matter what. And you have to agree with them if you live in an honest truth, like an honest world. But at the end of the day, right now, we're going through a lot of foolery. It's like watching a show. This whole thing from 2014 up until now could literally be a Netflix series. It could be better than House of Cards. That's how crazy it is.
Would I have a question for Jess as well. Would you be considered what Trump's vice president would call a cat lady?
I've had a cat. I actually love my cat. He passed away. No,
you shouldn't be voting.
His little JD Vance is very iffy for me, and I really probably need to read his book because he rubs me the wrong way. That's why I said not everyone is actually for the party that they're standing up for. There's a lot of smoke and mirrors. He is a little cringe for me. And that's how I'm gonna leave it.
But that's something that he said. See, this is the thing. What would that do about him saying that about cat ladies? What can he, as the vice president, if he becomes vice president, what can he actually do to hurt those cat ladies? Like, I don't give a fuck about what they say. What can that nigga do to anybody? Trump says a lot of things too. And Trump a lot of shit that Trump talks about, he can't even do because, again, there's a Supreme Court. Those people get their base riled up so they will get removed.
But
it's
even
also
though
about what Trump has already done. It's not even about a hypothetical. It's about what he has already done, and it's about his continuation in doing that, even if some of the shit that he says is exaggerative and just for the sake of bravado. But I don't want a leader who even doesn't talk with no goddamn sense. I don't understand why I would want somebody who's ignorant as hell, don't give a fuck about what comes out of their fucking mouth, is in cahoots with dictators of other countries who have no respect to persons at all, who don't give a fuck about nobody but himself, and that y'all all agree is a classist. So then how the fuck does that make sense for me?
Like I'm confused.
I kind of enjoy some classism, so let me go on mute because I told y'all I'm classist.
You know what?
I'm
supposed to be begging to be canceled. Why? I don't understand.
Listen, I was born on Oprah Winfrey's birthday. Like, think about that. I was born on that. We're similar in a lot of ways.
Wait.
And even though I'm not anywhere near rich, I ain't even close to what rich is. But I am considered one of the top earners in my state in New York.
But you
so
see, CTV,
I enjoy some classism. I enjoy it.
I saw your comment, CTV, and you want to know something? My student loans, I am not going to be asking anybody to pay them back because why? I took them out so I could get higher education, and I'm going to pay them back. That's just like if I go to the store with my debit card or credit card from Capital One and go buy a loaf of bread and some eggs and some milk. I'm not going to tell Capital One, you need to just repay it because it's owed to me. No, I wanted that higher education, so I'm going to pay for it. Because guess what? They always say, if you want to hide something from a black person, put it in a book. But you ain't going to hide nothing from me, and I'll pay to get it.
And you know what? Y'all don't know what Kamala what Oprah's going to vote for. You know what Oprah says publicly. Because Oprah, that's why she's so rich, because she feeds her public what they want. People who are super honest like me, y'all don't like me. Y'all like the ones who lie to you. Oprah is an Aquarius who is smart enough to know, just lie to them. But y'all don't know how that woman votes or where she donates. You see what she did over there in Hawaii when she burnt them people out their property so she could take over. Oprah's very classist. I promise you she is.
But I was going to say as well that in terms of Jessica, I really commend you for getting that higher education and everything. But let's hope that, certain people don't try to, I guess, really try to make it really hard for companies to really reinforce them to have diversity in their companies. And let's hope they don't consider you a DEI.
Oh yeah, he's gonna get rid of that too.
Yeah,
and that's already actually starting, and that's already affecting a lot of the universities. I was just watching, I don't know, professors,
even though you're qualified,
people from the fucking school board and shit over like the universities are already saying how now, like they're already seeing changes in their numbers, like as a result of certain states pretty much eliminating what you call it, like basically affirmative action and creating this like generality so that you cannot like, it's funny that people are saying Kamala is not going to do anything specifically for black people, but if you look at what Trump is pushing, he's also supporting initiatives that remove things like affirmative action so that institutions do not have an obligation to do anything for members of a particular disenfranchised sector of the population. Like, he's wanting to generalize that because it's another way of etching out minority people. It's another way of, once again, it's kind of clever in a way, but it's kind of not, because it's just like, oh, I see what you're doing there, baby. That's very interesting. You're actually removing a company's right to, like Reckless's point, to diversify your portfolio so that whoever represents the majority actually gets the access over people who are already at a political, economic, and social disadvantage in this country. That's why I keep saying, like, he's not going to say the term Project 2025 because it's already too unpopular and it already got major backlash. And that's because it leaked before they could start to really implement a lot of it. But ironically, if you have read the 900 pages of the manifesto, and then you look at Trump's rally, every verse he's citing as a so-called policy is out of Project 2025. So I don't want anybody to be confused here that just because he's not saying Project 2025, that he's not talking about Project 2025. It's equivalent to me citing verses from the Bible without saying the Bible. But I'm saying John 12:6-9, he gave his only son, or ... without ever saying the word Bible. And just because I'm not saying the word Bible doesn't mean I'm not quoting scripture. But if you don't even know scriptures, you wouldn't even know that I'm quoting the Bible, which is why it's important for everybody to actually read Project 2025 so you can actually understand that what Trump is talking about and wants to do, including overturning the Constitution so that there is no voting, is all in Project 2025. That's why he's citing it to begin with. To everybody else, it sounds like buffoonery, because in fact it is. It's almost so extreme that you can't really even believe that there are people who seriously are going to try to implement these things that are going to overhaul the fuck out of the country. But it's even more terrifying when you realize that that's exactly what the fuck Trump is talking about and what he's reciting from, what he's referencing.
Well, then it's the Handmaid's Tale. It's the Handmaid's Tale then. That's basically what it is, if we're going to call a thing. But in the Handmaid's Tale, which is like science fiction in a way, they overthrew the government in a day and created a whole religious society.
Let me tell
you know.
But I was going to say as well too,
everybody talking about what, you know, the country gonna look like if Kamala gets there. I want the pro-Trump people to also be ready to take accountability for what the country gonna look like when his ass is here, because y'all gonna have to endure those oppressive ass 2025 mandates, along with MAGA trying to make America great again by blowing your head off in a driveway, by not allowing you to make an accident. The Karens and the cows are going to be out of fucking control, and it's going to be up again. So just like the base who don't want Kamala, like, hey, we don't want to hear nothing. If y'all get y'all girl, don't say shit. I don't want to hear shit. Okay, same thing with Trump. I don't want to hear shit. If Trump
that's the
thing,
joy
though.
of politics.
I don't want to hear nothing. I want to.
But hold on, that's the thing.
Y'all got y'all big white daddy, so I don't want to hear nothing.
But this is why I said that that's why I said I'm classist, and I don't live around Kyles that's trying to blow nobody away. We don't have those issues in New York City, like not on the Upper East Side. So those things might affect a lot of people. I don't live in the deep South. I don't live in a trailer park. I live around white people who are so afraid of even looking like they're racist because they will be canceled and they won't have access to the things that they want to have access to. People who live in New York and California can say, most of the time, white people are too afraid to show that, even if they are racist. Because like I said, I don't care about white people being racist. I expect them to be racist. So what? So what? But I live in the same doorman building in Times Square that you live in, white woman. And I live floors above you, which means that my rent is even more than yours. So what can you tell me? So
nosy.
Me personally, go ahead. You saying something?
Yeah. What you think about this headline? Because you just had reminded me of because that's
upstate. See, y'all. That's upstate New York. I'm talking about New York City.
But that's what
I'm not talking about upstate up there close to Canada. That's where they are. They live in the woods up there. I live in New York City, not upstate, not in Rochester.
So we understand that you are voting literally directly to the issues that impact your direct living in a state you're not even going to be living in no more and only visiting on the summer. But everybody else in the country is living everywhere else too. And I think we do have to consider whiteness everywhere, even if we feel incubated in our own little part of the country where this stuff ain't really that prevalent. Because for me, I'm not personally of the belief that we should sever the hand to save the thumb. I'm more so of the sever the thumb in order to save the hand. Like, my own personal interest become very little if I realize there's a bigger issue for the majority of a community or a people.
That's where we differ. And this is why I say people do not like when I'm honest. I just told y'all I'm thinking about me. I want New York City to be like New York City again. That's what I want. I want New York. What, like, why do y'all want me to get up here and say we are the world?
And here's the thing, and I appreciate.
We are the ones that make a brighter day. So let's start again.
I appreciate, because here's the thing. Now here's the thing. I will say
that's
this.
That's not who I am. I came up here and I was straight honest, like I always am.
And we love you for it.
We do.
We just don't agree.
I respect it.
I want New York to be
don't agree, but we love you for it.
They tearing New York up, and anybody who actually has, I'm not, and this ain't a dig at you, CTV. It's a dig at anybody that thinks that New York is New York. You ain't never fucking been in New York then, because we got people in New York City who ain't never been upstate, and people in upstate that ain't never been to the city because they say it's too loud, there's too many rats, it's too ratchet, and people in New York City don't go upstate because they say it's too boring. Y'all got deer in y'all driveway and y'all got shotguns. It's not the same. You've never been there. That's why you think that. Ask a true New Yorker about upstate.
That's how people feel about Milwaukee. That's how your point of view, how you explain about New York and the different things, that's how people feel about Milwaukee in Wisconsin.
Right, and one thing I will say, at least I appreciate about Nosy, is that now I will say that is part of the reason why we are in the position that we are as Black people, because we do have plenty of Black American ADOS people who think just like that. If they have a certain proximity to whiteness or accessibility to where their family is good, but the only thing is, and that's fine.
I'm not saying I don't care about anybody.
No, I'm not. No. I'm not saying.
I'm not taking on the whole world.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're saying that, but I'm saying though the whole individualistic way of looking at things is kind of something like what the boomers and everyone did do. But the only problem that I'm just saying, the pushback I have with that, most people who got where they got, that's Black American, didn't get that because of just individualism. We were able to get into being in this position because it was a collective uplift. So it is a thing to where it's like there needs to be a collective uplift, because if it wasn't for the collective uplift, then you wouldn't be able to have the Black individualism. There's just no way you would have it the other way around, because we didn't get it from being Black individualism. And that's kind of, I would say, part of the problem. Even no matter what side of the party we look at it, right? It's not a party thing for me. When we were more, like I said, unified in the sense before immigration, it was more specific. It wasn't this, that, third, and the other intersectionality with that. So now, and I can't really fault you either, Nosy Ho, because, well, here's the thing. If the Black community or the Black American community is so off-center to where our intersectionality is more the focus, then what choice does that kind of, you have other choices, but it puts you in the feeling like, well, let me be individual, because if you're not going to, you're going to use my face as the cause. You're going to use what I went through historically as the cause as to why you get what you get. But when it comes down for me to get something specifically, then yeah, that would kind of put you in a position of wanting to be more capitalistic, which I can't necessarily fault you for, but I just kind of want to point that out. That's part of the reason, though, why we have what we have. You can be individualistic because of a collective uplift. It's not the other way around.
And let me just say this too real quick. I used to be, and some people who follow my YouTube, they remember back in these, like, earlier in the 2000s, I used to go out with Black Lives Matter. I used to be a part of the Black Lives Matter org. Like, I was very extreme, for the people, down for the people.
But BLM wasn't for the people, though, and I'm just going to, cut across you.
Black Lives Matter was fraudulent, and I called them out too. That's how
they were never for the people. I know
that. I'm saying I was, and that's why I was a part of them. When I realized what they were, we called them out. But do y'all know how many Black people said that I deserve to be sexually assaulted because I'm a lesbian and I'm not having Black babies? You ain't for the people. You ain't having Black babies. Why do I have to lay down with some bum nigga and be a baby mama to prove that I'm a part? So you know what? Let me mind my business. I went on with my life. I made more money because I wasn't donating money to their causes and their jail bonds, and I was saving more money, and I moved up and became classes as fuck. The more money you make, the more classes you're gonna become. It just
Wait,
kind of
that's
naturally happens because you have access to different areas and different things, and then you say, "Oh, it's nice over here." I don't want them coming over here. That happens. People are just not honest about it, and I am.
that's
I am.
rude. Not
I
what
So
know.
what?
I
Nosy
get
is
what she's
saying,
saying.
but
I
So what?
appreciate what she's saying. And I appreciate Nosy. And here's the thing. Even though what you agree, but this because here's the thing. Like
It's true. So what? It's
when people
true.
hear what you're saying
no, no,
and they
no,
don't
not that it's rude. Somebody in the comments says she's giving Candace Owens vibes. What does
Oh,
that
I
even
actually
mean?
like Candace. That ain't rude. That's a
well
compliment.
for
Girl,
her,
I
yeah, it
love
Oh
ain't
you.
my
no,
God.
yeah, it ain't no
How do
because here's the thing. Because here's the thing,
that's
and I'm gonna
ignorant?
say this too now. Now, even though with me being more left, by me, I have lived in Texas half my life, and I'm not one of those people either that demonize people because they're conservative or demonize them all the way because they're to the right. Because again, I have found some people who are not Trump supporters, but they're more pro American issues. They're more pro lineage. They're more pro black in a sense. They'll be more pro understanding to your issue as an American and not as an immigrant. I didn't say a Trump supporter. I said a conservative. There's a difference between those things, between being a conservative and a hard right. So I don't, even though me and her might sound like we agree on a lot of things, we disagree by a lot of things. Trust me. But there are certain things in policy to the right, not Project 2025 now, but there are certain things to the right that will be more beneficial for me to vote for as a Black American. Now, for a person of color, just like people of color will not want you to talk about reparations or not talk about Black American things because they don't benefit it. So, yeah, I kind of see like, unfortunately, what it sounds like to me, Nosy Ho, that they put you in a position which a lot of Black people, I don't have to like it or agree with it, but they put you in a position to have to practice the revenge of politics. And a lot of times, what this does happen, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but because of a lot of the things that we experience, especially with the homophobia, all those different things, yes, that does happen when the conservative Black community have told us we're not Black because we're not
Yep.
this, even though we
And
date
I
nothing
left
but
them
Black
alone.
people.
I said, "You're
It,
right. I'm not black. I'm not pro-black because I won't be a
you
baby
not
mama.
Black,
Fuck
even though
y'all,
your
and
female
I
partner
won't
could be
go."
Black, even though, and here's the thing, what kills me about people, the niggas that say that that's heterosexual, you fucking white bitches, you making mixed clids. I could be
Yep.
a homosexual, but only have a Black American partner. And since we're talking about politics, well, what you think is going to happen when you marry that white woman, Black man, and she divorces you, and then she's going to take that wealth back to the white community? If I marry another Black American man, and if we adopt children, guess what? The wealth is going to stay within the Black community. So, it's unfortunate that you have been scorned to where most people get in this position of practicing the revenge
I
of
wouldn't call it
politics.
scorned because I leave people alone. So when I heard, it wasn't even necessarily only towards me. It was about anybody that was there that was gay or lesbian or trans or anybody that, just anybody that just wasn't what they thought you should be.
Right.
When I saw Black people are just a very divided race. It's always something. I don't want to be a part of it. And even though if I live around people who are not Black, they don't have to like me. They leave me the fuck alone. They leave me alone. I appreciate being left alone.
Right.
So I just go with my life, and it's
And the
gotten bad.
division, but here's the thing, and the division didn't just come though within ourselves. And I know we're probably going in circles here, but with that, the division didn't just happen on its own. But then what are you supposed to do? Because something even retro says to me when I have a friend that's a trans or gender non-binary person, and it struck out to me. She said, it's so interesting because the Black community wants to say, fight the power, fight the white man, but when we're not fighting the white man, you trying to fight me. You're fighting me harder than you fight the white man. I swear for God, if Black America was has much vitriol as they have had for homosexuality and transgender, baby, if we applied 50% of that towards white supremacy would have a month for their money. Yeah.
People a lot of that stems from like ignorance. Like the Candace Owens comment in the section. That's just the equivalent of, oh, you're Uncle Tom. But if you've ever read the book, you wouldn't even say that. A lot of all of that stems from ignorance. And we can't fight that in like one day or ever, probably.
I agree. I mean, you can fight ignorance with information and try or by example, but it's just like I understand that I am going to die on this hill, meaning that I might not see in my lifetime what I'm fighting for reparations, what I'm fighting for a transformative Black agenda that's going to do something for Black Americans, very much specific, but for all Black people, because, see, we're not xenophobic. Everyone else is xenophobic. And the reason why we can say everyone else is xenophobic, well, because, hold on, you're able to come here, and even though you say that you're Black like me, you specifically make sure your Jamaican businesses say Jamaican. You specifically make sure that your Puerto Rican state business say Puerto Rican. The writer of the show Insecure, she's a Sinhalese woman. You know, she might cosplay and write about Black characters, but guess what? The buck stops there. She made sure she married her Black ass a Sinhalese, her African ass a Sinhalese man. Because that's the thing. We're not xenophobic. We don't complain or say people shouldn't do this or be us, but let one of us put on one of those Eritrean gowns. Let one of us put on some of them Ghana wares. That's not your culture. So no, we're far from xenophobic. Just because what we're saying is, hey, as Americans, as Black Americans, the spot that you standing in, buddy, yeah, it would be if people you have something that you for your country to
Your audio going out, RJ. Your audio. Can you hear me?
Can you?
Audio is try to go out and come back in, because it's giving scrambled eggs. IG. William, welcome to the platform. Thoughts?
Hey.
Hey.
How are you doing, Conchi?
Awesome.
Good. Okay, so
trying to make America great again.
Good luck.
I'm gonna need it. I'm gonna need it.
Okay. Hey guys, hey panel. It's been a minute since I've been on this panel.
Hello.
So, Conscious, I would actually just like to start off by saying this to you. I am so happy that you're actually getting into the political arena and political topics.
Don't get too excited, William.
I'm not.
Because you'll probably never hear another political conversation from my ass after Kamala get her ass in office.
Okay.
Because I'm done with it, baby. My only job is to get her ass there. I'm gone once she there, baby. I'm out of this motherfucker.
But I hear you. But my thing is I'm happy that you're doing it now, because it's something that we need to have a really frank discussion about. But I will say this: my whole entire thing about people of color versus ADOS is this: when you get into this country, especially if you are somebody that's of a different ethnicity, when you get into this country, you're gonna feel everything that we feel. Everything from racism, because this system is not built for Black people. Doesn't matter if you're from Jamaica, doesn't matter if you're from Africa, doesn't matter what continent you're
Are you
from.
asking what the difference is? Or why the distinction is being made?
Yeah.
Oh, it's only being made so that our Black asses can get to all of the specific entitlements and promises and all of the resources that we are generationally entitled to because of the issues of our ancestry and the unrepentant, unjustifiable free labor, slave labor that was forced upon this particular demographic of Black people and people of color who have a stake in this country, and there has been no, there's like we waiting on our back pay. It's like we had children for this man under the guise that we would, be taken care of. Well, hell, I gotta say that. Hell, no, Black people are more like women who were forced into labor, and then, I'm too tired. Just fuck all that. The distinction is the distinction is just being made specifically to American descendants of slaves, because niggas still need their 40 acres and a mule, and every person of color doesn't have a lineage connected to that, such as a Kamala Harris and the Kamala Harrises of the world. So if Black people want to specifically get to specific things, we're going to have to make these distinctions, and this is the way shit is going to have to look on paper, so that the conversation around reparations can be specified and nuanced, because right now we have a system that does not make distinctions against people of color for all the reasons that you just said. Just simply being a person of color, regardless of whether you were born here or whether you have come here or whatever the circumstances are, once you come into the system, you just look at it as a Black person, and then you have those people who are not native to the country, who are not descendants of slaves, who are I don't want to say sucking up, but who are sucking up basically resources that should be allocated for ADOS Americans. But once again, ADOS Americans keep getting washed out because the issue of Blackness is not being nuanced and specified, because just being a person of color pretty much makes you Black. And that is an issue.
You want to know something, CTV? About all of this, like, no matter what's going on in the chat, on the panel, what's being said, and we have differences, big ones and small ones, and we can't agree. The fact is, we need to most definitely appreciate that we can even talk about this, because there's some countries that can't even talk about this. They can't even talk about what their politicians or their government is going to do or will do, or they don't even have a system where they can vote.
I mean, it's still irrelevant because people actually need resources to make their lives better. Like, that's kind of like small things to a giant, like Black people and our ancestors are due just because of what has been done, and what not only has been done, what's continuing to also be done with redlining, etc. Like, we're not even, we haven't even obliterated the system that captured our ancestors. It's not even been destroyed. It's still active today, just in different forms and in different ways. It's just been
distraction.
So
that's very true.
Because Black people have always been able to talk shit, even if it got them killed. So we don't appreciate our ability to talk, because we gonna talk whether it comes at the expense of our heads, whether it's whatever. Like, look at how Dr. King and put his whole family on the line, knowing that there were assassination attempts, etc. Malcolm X, knowing that the stakes were high, and that did not back Black people down. So Black people don't appreciate the right to talk, because we haven't asked the white man for the right. We were going to die saying what the fuck we need to say and doing what the fuck we felt we needed to do for ourselves. This is about accountability on the white man system. This don't have anything to do with what we need to appreciate. Fuck what we need to appreciate. We're talking about bringing accountability to the white man system as it relates to.
I mean like appreciate it, like in a sense of, okay, let's use Russia for instance. the Kremlin won't let them say certain things. And when their news anchors and people go up, they get monetized, and their internet is set up a different way to where their Twitter, sometimes they can't even
Somebody
see
got
what
feedback
we
in their phone.
see. Like, we have a better privilege than that. That's what I'm saying.
As Americans, no, I get now. Yo, like
but that's still a distraction. If we're talking about like a white man's system, like what appreciating what they are allowing us to do.
Right.
I mean, like,
I see what Conscious is saying. It's like that's not really nothing to appreciate, as that just comes with being an American. That's not something you can say, oh, as a black person, that's something more nuanced to me as I appreciate it. You see what I'm saying? It would be different. It would be different.
And honestly, it's a right that can easily be taken away. So,
but that's my whole. But that's my whole point. Black people have historically proven they didn't need the right, which is why we oftentimes got killed for advocacy and protesting and boycotting.
Right.
Like, we never needed that right, so we don't need to appreciate shit. We gonna
correct
what the fuck we got to say regardless. So, like, that's just the way it was going to be. But if we're talking about a white man's system, then it's not about even what. Like, I think the framing of it is kind of a deflection and puts onus on what we need to be grateful about. I don't need to be grateful about shit. I'm talking about a white man's system that is still unjustly not paid back and allocated just funding and advantages and resources to a community that is still largely underserving. So a conversation about what we need to appreciate falls flat because, I mean, it's just irrelevant what we need to appreciate. What they need to do is make the shit right, or we need to make them make the shit right. So it just needs to be a matter of choice or force. Like, I'm not going to appreciate. It's like being in a toxic relationship and appreciate that your man verbally abused you instead of physically abuses you. It's just like, huh?
You
Like,
broke my arm
that's not like what
you
I'm
broke my arm
comparing
instead
it
of my
to,
nose,
though.
bitch.
Well, that's not like what I'm comparing it to.
America for Black and brown people is a toxic relationship that is not well, and there's nothing we need to feel good about. The system is fucked up and raggedy, and it needs to be worried about its experience upon Black folk and Black and brown folk, and the conversations that's been long overdue for centuries need to actually be resolved by way of actions being those reparations being something that can take multiple form in terms of cut a bitch a check, free healthcare, free education, etc., being a special class, having particular protective,
basically the Indian reservations, pretty much. Like,
even beyond that. Because even the fucking reservations are raggedy as fuck. It just need to be made right. Like, we are not the issue. It ain't nothing for us to appreciate. America is fucked up. It ain't nothing to appreciate. I'm not gonna appreciate a bitch who abusing the fuck out of me, and I'm gonna count the few good things they get to allow me to do as if I'm a Doberman Pinscher who has a owner who should be happy that I get fed doggy treats while being chained to the back of a goddamn tree in the backyard 365 days. Like, it's just not. I don't care about the little whatever we get to do. I personally don't.
I think it's also. I think it's also the fact that, like, it's the allow part. I think that's triggering. That's really triggering me.
We're talking about slavery and enslavement.
You don't get to.
Like, oh yeah, what they allow.
Like, you don't get.
Not allow me to.
No, because like you don't strip somebody of all of their rights and then sprinkle it back to them and like, oh, you should be grateful, bitch. The fuck. What you mean? I should be grateful for the right that you stripped, and you're gonna select and give them hoes back.
We should not base what we should be appreciative of based upon other people being more oppressed. Like that's just really like it's
to add to that point. Also, it's just funny to me because my thing is, we didn't have the rights in the first place. Then you gave them to us briefly. Then you took them back. Then you said, "Oh, now we're gonna give them to you now." Like you can't just. Like, wow, the gaslighting of it all.
But they're not really giving.
I was just about to say that. What are they giving us? What like what are they giving us?
Right.
Well, they converted the literal leash and just turned them into laws instead.
Yep.
Well,
Hey,
it's still really kind. Okay, well, if we want to go into that type of topic, it's still technically slavery in a way going on because instead of them doing blackface, they just have now black people in black dancing and shucking and jiving, just like with sports. Our black men are playing sports and coming back with CTE and head injuries, but they're down there dancing and performing.
And they're being promoted. And that's the thing what I have such a distaste about celebrity a lot of time, because that's oversaturated to being the representation of success. They oversaturate us with athleticism, sports. Even though I have a gift for sing and play and all of that, it's been a while since I got out of it because I have a disdain, not for my gift, but it's almost like, well, of course you're going to allow me to entertain you. Of course you're going to allow and encourage me to be entertaining. That's not fucking powerful. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like, yes, we see these big, beautiful, muscular, beautiful, athletic black men, and to us, that looks physically powerful. Of course, that is powerful. That takes discipline, training, but that's not power in the sense of who's running the money. You might have you might have power in how the sport is perceived, but you don't own the sport that you say you dominate within the sport. We think dominating is meaning simply, yes, as an athlete, you dominate, but you don't dominate the sport. You don't control this.
You don't write the check.
You're not the owner of the
just like
You're not the owner. You
They
don't
have
write the check. You don't executive produce shit. You don't
We
have
have been
no
through that.
control over nothing. You
That's
just
We have
just
been
get
through
how
your
that.
black ass on the field and just go and run and do what the fuck we tell you to do.
that's just
While
how the
we cut the
Oscars
damn
are.
check.
Remember a few
Yeah,
years ago, that's just how the Oscars was. And remember Hattie, I think Daniels, I believe her last name, the black woman from Gone with the Wind, they wouldn't even let her in, but they still gave her an Oscar.
but
Yeah,
see, the thing is that we have been conditioned in so many areas of our lives, brainwashed to what is success based upon glitz and glamour. We don't, we're not seeing our people going into the field of stem cell, like anything that is truly, like IG was saying, basically anything of any substance and real power. We do not dominate in those areas. Anything that's going to bring us together, we don't have a when you look at the farming industry, we have like less than 1% of black farmers. Like the things that will help us collectively and individually. We don't dominate in those areas. And we've just fallen into the traps that they've set for us.
But
I
the
want to
main
respond.
trap when
Hold
you
on, y'all. Hold on. I just want to respond to William before I forget it. I think I found another more hooked on phonics way to explain the ADOS versus people of color. The reason we're making them distinctions, think of it as your parents leaving you to an inheritance and you are an heir. But your inheritance, hello, how is my idea and y'all trying to fill it in for me? It's my metaphor. Okay. It's my analogy. It's my analogy. It's my metaphor. So,
come on, analogy.
Your inheritance is being forfeited while you're watching your half sisters and your half brothers or your step siblings benefit and get access to certain aspects of what you were inherited to, and you haven't even received any of your inheritance. But these siblings who don't even share both parents get to benefit from aspects of your inheritance. That's like the plight. Yes, IG.
You know, I like the analogy you're using.
Mm-hmm.
But
help me out, child. Help me out.
In a little bit, but you help me out. That's like, okay, remember before LGBTQ can get married in this country, right? What happened a lot of times is that you have these gay and lesbian couples who are ostracized, but they went on and built these businesses. They went off and built this empire, you know, built businesses, different things, money. And what would happen is that these homophobic relatives who you ain't seen since you were a teenager could come in and challenge the estate and say, based off of proximity to us being kin, this is why I get the benefits of everything that you worked for, even though I have not been in contact with them, even though I have not done all of those things. That's what's happening with people of color and Black immigration. These people were not here for the fight for the benefits, like the affirmative action. They weren't there for that. It wasn't created for them in mind at all. But at the same time, the ones that are the main beneficiary. So I don't know if that helps you, William. Remember, if people couldn't, lesbians, we couldn't get married. But we're able to come in and contest the will. Despite putting any effort in the empire that gay lesbian couple built in. Do you understand that kind of example too?
So basically, in other words, basically what y'all are saying pretty much is we are entitled to reparation, whatever form that may take. It could be whatever that may be in a legal sense. Like we need laws on the book.
Are we not? Are we not? Is the question. Are we not? Yes.
I'm not denying that. Like we do need it.
That's what we're saying. Yes. So it's yes.
We do need it. I'm not denying that. Like we do need it.
Yes.
So yeah, I'm basically trying to clear up what y'all are trying to say.
And it's not just reparations too, right? That's an agenda. No, there are things. Okay, if we were focusing on things specifically, like when we vote, no matter how we vote, right? If you were looking at things specifically, what is done for you, even though everybody's biting off of the policy and things put in place because of how you were done in America.
Okay, listen, I have some questions that may help me because I'm struggling with this, right?
And before that, I want to shout out all the content creators. Shout out to Make It Make Sense in the chat, who says us is the operative word. Black people are not a monolith, but when the conversation moves to us, clarification is essential. Yes, because, you know, and once again, because like Jess said earlier, there's not a particular caste system when it comes to Black folk. It's like we're all being lumped in as people of color. That there's all this vagueness and ambiguity, and everybody gets, once again, like rallied into the middle. So we need to make these distinctions, not because we're better than other people of color. That's not to take away from the fact that other melanated people don't experience racism and all of that. It's not an argument or a way to devalue other Black people's experience. And I just want to be clear about that, because sometimes when we've had this conversation, that's the way some people felt like it was being communicated, that, oh, like, how are Black people, how are niggas gonna sit in the system and then have the audacity to say that other people ain't being treated like niggas and all of that. It's not about that. It's literally just about focusing on that inheritance, focus on what is entitled to us because of what our ancestors did and what's only just as a result, because we didn't get that opportunity. That's why our European peers had the head start that they did in generational wealth, etc. Like all of that shit was clamored and was triangulated, and Black and brown people who already shouldn't have been here under those circumstances didn't even get the proper due justice after the country woke up and realized and accepted it's wrong and what the fuck it had done. So yes, black people are ADOS people, rightfully so. Need like there needs to be some chronological order here. Like, can the people who at the back get to the motherfucking front where the fuck they should be and get their shit, and then the trickle down effect can take place accordingly. But it don't make no fucking sense for people who already been in line for the past however to keep having to
Centuries.
share that line. Well, you know, I look centuries, honey. Okay,
Centuries.
You know, and just watching up.
Centuries.
Okay, take it away. IG centuries. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I
and that's
just have two questions. I'm sorry. I just have two questions, right? And the
Yeah.
second one is really important to me. However, number one, when it comes to deciphering who is ADOS,
yeah,
does it have to be both of your parents fully all black, or can it be one parent from here and the other parent from there? You know
Well,
how
that's a
we've
good
gotten
question.
down for the past since the mid, I guess since.
Well, I don't think it's based upon parents, right? It's based upon
it's based off the anchoring of your, not just your parents, it's your grandparents.
yeah.
Because
Okay, so
and your parents before that, because here's and if you're an American citizen, because you could be, let's say, if you're first generation American from Jamaica, but you were born in Jamaica, but you were raised over here in America and got American citizenship. By that definition, you are still an ADOS person.
Say
But
that
you're
once
not.
more.
But you're not necessarily. You're not necessarily anchored in the lineage. You might have the ADOS. You have the ADOS bloodline, but your citizenship anchored lineage is not here through generation of Jim Crow, redlining, etc., etc. So yes, you can be half ADOS and half African.
Because this is the thing, we're getting into 2024 now, right? So now we're talking about grandparents who have been here since just before, for some of us.
Great.
My grandfather was here in 1911. However, there are people who are dealing with grandparents who were here just before World War II. That's when the Caribbean, immigrants began to come over here. You understand what I'm saying? So now we're dealing with a lot of murky waters. I'm not really trying to get to listen. I know I'm good. Okay, I'm real good. However, I'm just saying that, like, timeline wise, we're going further and further away from certain arguments. In addition, are there any talks that you all are aware of? And this is my second question, to where we're not just focusing on just ADOS individuals, but however, maybe thinking more globally, considering that the British, the Spaniards, the French had their hand in this in more than just the United States of America. And there was chattel slavery in all of these other countries.
Baby, and we ain't
And
got
and I want to answer her question.
I do too.
It's not about, here's the thing, because it's not about, you could be an immigrant in this country before immigration. That doesn't make you ADOS. That means that you were part of the right of the decimal, especially Caribbean people. I got you. That doesn't make you ADOS because it's the lineage. You could be a Jamaican or Haitian that immigrated here in 1911. That don't make you connected to West African.
No. Let me clear things up for you. I am black.
No, I'm not saying you personally. No.
I'm America. So was my grandfather. What I'm talking about is like the millennials whose grandparents may have been here, but they came from Jamaica. The Shirley Chisholms and the Malcolm X's and
right,
all those individuals who had kids here. You know what I'm saying? What's up with Malcolm X's grandbabies? They not allowed to get none of this money, even though this country shot them up.
If it's based off of lineage, no, they would have to redress and get their money from the country of their ancestry. They would have to get, because when you're dealing with reparations, not everybody in this country went through the accrued disadvantage, because we're not dealing with just slavery here. The bulk of any immigrants was not here doing civil rights. The bulk of any immigrants were not here during Red Summer. The bulk of any immigrants was not here doing sharecropping. They were in their respective countries. So no, they would not get that because it's not based off of how long you've been American. It's based off of your lineage
Can I ask?
connected to the
Can I
sense
ask?
of, because here's the difference. A person who came here, yes, you might be here and might have been considered colored and Negro if you immigrated here in the 1900s. That's a far different entrance in this country, even for you to come here during the 1900s. You don't have the generational of accrued disadvantages because of your race, because you were descended of slaves in this country, because da 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 da. So yeah, you might experience prejudice, but you didn't inherit the accrued disadvantages. Because why others would your ancestry want to move here in the 1900s from where they were at if they were not seeking a better life?
So
this is what I'm gonna ask you.
Somebody in the chat, I think they're asking me. I'm not 100% sure. What I'm saying
So-
is my grandfather was born in America in 1911. I don't know if that's what.
Yeah, no, but here's the thing. Was your
Not you.
grandfather?
I'm talking about whoever that was in the chat.
Okay, good. But here's the case. So when you say born, but did they immigrate from another country?
No, my family is from America. Okay, Virginia. Okay, and other places in the South. I am not confused about whether or not I'm ADOS. Okay, I'm clear on that. All right, I'll be at the first of the line, and and I come before all of y'all because I'm older than y'all. Okay, so y'all wait y'all black ass turn. What I was trying to figure out was how it affected others, because there's a lot of mixed nuts. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
but here's the thing: being mixed. But and let me make sure there's a distinguishment. Being half white American doesn't disqualify you. See, we're confused because it's not about skin color, lineage. You are more connected through ADOS, especially if you have white American blood in you.
So what
you
kind of
you're more
measures
entitled.
are
Let me
gonna...
put it to you like this: a person who all of their black blood comes from black American blood, but it also comes from white European blood, they would be more entitled than a person who immigrated here in the 1910s. 15s.
So what kind of measures are going to implement this? Is there going to be like a DNA test, or how is this going to go?
It's based off of lineage. It doesn't have to be off of slavery. It's very easy. It's not that hard because the United
what
States...
you're saying makes sense. ADOS is American descendants of slaves. So if you're not a descendant of slaves
from America, here's
right,
the key word.
from America.
And it's not just slavery. It's the accrued disadvantages of sharecropping, redlining, Jim Crow. The people of color, you were not here for that. So you weren't here for that fight. You were in your respective country dealing with whatever. So that it's not like we have to go, what's your name? No, that's goofy. We can go to the 1800s because the United States Census records show that before 1965, the immigration population was to the right of the decimal and didn't pop off until the 80s. So it's not like we have to, it's kerfuffle. No, it's very clear through the lineage, through the census records, who was in this country lineage-wise. And yes, and that's another thing. If you don't have a grandparent or parent where their birth certificate say colored or Negro, you know your ass is not ADOS.
So at the end of the day, some people are going to be left out.
Well, no, but they're not. But here's the thing. Yes, but it's not left out because they were never put in. They were never in the fight to be left out. That's the way of thinking that we different. They're not left out because they were never in the fight. They weren't in the fight for affirmative action to be a thing. They were in their country.
I have a question. My question goes back to what you just said earlier, IG, and that is because it goes back to what the T nouns was asking. So my question to you is: so before the 1900s, the folks the ones that are from Jamaica, from Africa, all of that, in terms of their lineage, they would not get basically the reparations because they did not go through the disadvantage that we went through.
In this country, correct?
In this country, okay. So you're saying this is so before the 1900s, after the 1900s, that's the cutoff date.
It's not a cutoff date, as it is that y'all want a cutoff date. No, it's not a cutoff date. You can tell from the records if your folks immigrated to this country in the middle where there's not that much, even for white folks, it's not rocket science. You can see where white people, a certain group of white people besides the Homestead Act, it's not rocket science.
If you go on Ancestry, you can see some of the census where they went around and people signed the paper.
Yeah, it's y'all, and that's the thing, because you're only seeing it complicated because you have been taught from America, not just the DNC, but really the DNC more than anything, because that's what they do. You have been trained. I was niggas. Trust me, to where you think that melanin solidarity, but you're only taught this goofy shit here because it's not because to unify blackness as it is to protect whiteness.
I think it's gonna mess around, and a lot of people who think they're gonna get a check doing all of these shenanigans is gonna cut your behind right up on out of it. Because I don't know if you got to be whole ADOS or half ADOS or something.
That's my whole question.
Because
that was my whole question.
Here's the thing: you have to have the lineage that's anchored, and you have to be an American citizen. For example, a person who might be lineage because they're half their blood, but you a citizen in Jamaica, you're not not to say you're not gonna get it, but you're not gonna be prioritized. No, it would be the people who are still American citizens first, right? Who in this country, who lineage still stayed in this country. Now, like they do for the Jews, right? The people everybody who is a descendant of the Holocaust, regardless if they're in Israel, the country still pay the descendants who could stand in the shoes of their ancestry all over the world. So it's not like it's a thing where, oh, if you're not here in America, you don't get the check. But by damn sure, we're not definitely going to focus on non-American citizens, even though they're ADOS, because guess what you can't do? These people that you're calling white, well, these are Irishmen, Italianmen, German. Guess what they white asses cannot do? They cannot say, hey, I have this Ancestry 23andMe that says I'm about 80% Italian, and I have all these documents, so I'm Italian. Can I show up at the Italian border and get specificities or treated as a citizen, as an Italian? Absolutely not. That is not how any of this works.
So how long do you think that something like this would take to separate, get the documents, and get that type of stuff flowing and to prove all of that? How long do you think it would take?
Well, here's the thing. What I know, it doesn't take long. It's a deterrent. Everything else has been a deterrent. Like when they say they're going to do a study, they don't need to do no fucking study. We've been debunked HR 40. That's the bill you're talking about. There is no study. As long as you get people who are melanated, who are black in America, that just think that blackness is a color, and it's just a general. And if we keep allowing the identity pendulum to only swing to everyone else can include themselves in black, but then they can disaggregate. So that's why ADOS is fighting for the Department of Commerce to say, hey, can we get something on there besides African American? Because yes, we understand that you consider everyone who is not of European descent to be black. Now that hurts us because everybody's not black because of skin color. I'm going to say it one more time. everybody is not black because of skin color. We know that's cap. You know why? The Irish, the Italian, Kamala Harris's people are darker than us. Those Southeast Asian Hindustanis, they're dark skinned. No one ever calls them black. You know why they don't call them black? Because of their lineage.
Now, from my understanding, there's 3 to 5, depending on who you're speaking to, races. We have, I'm just going to do 3. White, Asian, black. There's some, now, there's other schools that'll go up to 5, right? So some of those Indians would be placed in Asia, correct?
Indians are Asian.
Yeah.
India is in Asia.
Yeah,
Now,
you're talking about nationality.
India is on their continent of Asia.
Correct.
That's why
I'm
Kamala
trying to get
Harris calls herself Southeast Asian, because that's
Correct.
what she is.
Right. So that's what I'm trying to get at. You know
So
what I
when
mean?
you say black or white, that's just a construct here in America. That's why when I say that everyone,
because it's not here in South America, they don't really do that. Go ahead.
Correct. So when I say everyone isn't black, I mean that with my motherfucking chest. Even though the bitch who looked just like me from Nigeria, you're not African, darling. You're Nigerian. People, if they're honest with you, and here's the thing: what we underestimate us as Americans, especially Black Americans. See, they're not telling you. They say that they're black because they hear us in America say that. Just like they intimidate our music. That's like they imitate our culture paradigm. People didn't start saying they were black. And just like a lot of things in America, outside of just black culture, people started saying that. So nobody in Nigeria says that we're black. For example, if I go to Nigeria, I'm a black Nigerian. But the person who shares my same genophenotype from Nigeria, guess what? They're Nigerian. Because black and white is only a construct that happened during the 1619 projects to separate the slave class from the non-slave class. So you see, it's impossible for an African to say he or she is black before coming here, because if they do, they're being disingenuous, because they know damn well that they're a country, nation, and a tribe, boo. Jamaicans don't say they're fucking black in Jamaica. No, they're Jamaican. They're from St. Croix. Now, if I go over there and I gain Jamaican citizenship, yes, I'm a black Jamaican. But my homegirl, she's a Jamaican. You see the difference?
Wouldn't you be a Jamaican American?
No, because if I move to Jamaica, you see what
American
that's why I said
Jamaican.
I would be a black. If you're gonna use the same construct of race how we use in the West, that's why everybody don't. That's why you don't hear that goofy shit. No, I would be an American. I would be a black Jamaican. I would be a black Jamaican.
So Jamaican is not a race. So black is considered one of the races, but Jamaican is not. That's not considered a race. So
it's a nationality. It's
right.
Yeah, I was gonna say fucking it's not a.
So, be white and also be Jamaican.
There's a difference between nationality, race, and ethnicity.
Right. But here's the thing.
And from my understanding, we can talk about nationality all day, which would make Miss Nosy Ho Jamaican, me American, anybody else.
Oh, yeah, you would be a Jamaican American.
That you were Jamaican, my bad. Yeah, but let's say the Jamaican in the house, okay? Jamaica's in the house. They're Jamaican. That's their nationality. My nationality is American. Yada yada woo woo woo.
Right.
Then, I mean, listen. Forgive me. This is how I was taught. Then there's races, and then there's ethnicities, right?
Correct.
Now it seems like this is a very
your ethnicity is based on like your culture. Like somebody could be Hispanic. Hispanic, that's an ethnicity because they share.
Right. So
they share Hispanic culture, but you can be a black Hispanic. You could be white Hispanic.
And that's what I was.
Well, here's the thing. No, there wouldn't be a black. No, there's no such thing as a black Hispanic in Hispanic.
Okay, so wait a minute. So why? So when I was in Colombia, people kept asking me if I was. They thought I was from there. They thought I was Afro-Colombian. Wouldn't that be a black Hispanic?
No, because when you say you're Afro-Colombian, you're not saying black. You're just referring to dark skin or a
Okay,
feature.
you're right. That's not. You're right. Go
That's
ahead.
not that exactly.
Yeah.
No. That's why they thought you were, because especially if you in South America, there's plenty of Negroid genophenotype people because of
Yeah,
the
there's a
African.
lot of people who look just like regular Black
Africa,
Americans
because
walking around in Colombia. So they would come up to me and start speaking Spanish
it's
all fast. 'Cause they
correct,
thought I was
correct.
born.
Yes,
Yeah.
because they understand. They didn't see you as a black Dominican or a black. No. They just thought you were what? That nationality. So the antiquities of race does not exist anywhere else but here. So how then the people see, because Jamaica has their own, I'm not saying they don't have their class of colorism and things from all these countries, but it's not coded. That whole Afro-Latino shit, that's goofy. They only say that here in America. You're either fucking Cubano or that's it. It doesn't matter if you're dark skin or light skin. I'm talking about in the sense now how you're treated in that country. I can't speak for that before, and for the ones that are dark skin, they'll tell you a different story. And the gag is, the truth is, when you're dealing with a Hispanic person, I don't give a damn what color. You're dealing with Latin conquistador, Roman Catholicism, anti-African or Negro or indigenous culture. It is what it is. So yeah, with Jamaicans and Puerto Ricans and Caribbeans, these people are not black. That's why it never offended me when I see people, especially if you grew up in a port city like New Orleans. But then you got to be honest, my sister from New York, you see plenty of the niggas that look like me. Yeah, when they're around us, I'm a nigga. But when you get around the white folks, I'm not black, I'm Dominican. You see how
those Dominicans will be blue black, and they'll tell you, "I know black, I know
and
black,
that makes
I know
sense,
black."
and they're correct, and they're correct.
Yeah,
and they're correct because their folks was not denationalized to the point of not being included into the nationality of the conquistador. So that's why they're not black. They're correct. They're not wrong by saying that. I appreciate you saying that.
Aji, I have a question for you, brother. My question is, do we change the classification from where we stand as African American, because that's the white man thing, to American descendant of slave?
We tried. The gag is we were trying to do that, right? ADOS, and it's the pushback because the white man didn't just tell us the African thing. That was something that we were encouraged to by Black American people who have a certain class benefits from that ideal of thought. So we need to, because I hate having African before my shit. It aggravates me. It burns my biscuit. It burns my potato.
Negroid? Are we at least all Negroid? Or can we go back to Negroid?
Well, no, because it's not. Well, yes, we when it comes to us being presented, yes, but nobody does that. Nobody that's Caucasoid say, "Oh, we're all Caucasoid." Did the Germans give a fuck that the Jews were Caucasoid? No. Did North and South Koreans give a fuck that they were East Asian and both like rice and Mongoloid? No. Nobody does that goofy shit. Like, nobody. There is
what would be the classification then?
You don't have to go with here's the thing. If you don't like ADOS, I would say Black American, because those are things we would need to don't just say black. Because if you just say black, which they intentionally had that hijack, then here comes people of color. Here comes the people who are not really black because their culture is Jamaican, which isn't black culture, it's Jamaican culture. I'm not saying it's not a melanated people, dark-skinned people culture, but it's not black culture. It's island Jamaican culture. It's island Trinidadian culture. It's continental Nigerian culture. It's Haitian. It has nothing to do with black people. It's African, not black.
How do you define? Because here's where I think I'm not confused, but I just have questions about. So, if we were to change our classification from African American, which I hate as well because I'm not from Africa, I wasn't born in Africa, I don't know nothing about Africa outside of what I've learned about Africa. So I think ODF would be a good classification because
ADOS, yeah. Because
it would
it's
be something.
American first. I love ADOS because it's you ain't chasing shit. Ain't no chaser there. No,
Yeah.
baby. American descendants of slavery, of American slavery. There's an American on that thing first. Because why would I not put American first when everyone else is coming here to immigrate to do what? Be American.
So why don't we call it USDOS? USDOS. United States.
Because here's the thing.
Considering that Jamaica, like considering that North America is North and South, how about USDOS?
Well, here's the thing. Are you talking about including so they can include Caribbeans and everybody? Why are you?
No, I'm saying that since you're I'm not in it. I don't got a dog in this fight, but I'm saying since you want to exclude certain areas or certain people.
Well, just North American,
right?
Yeah.
No, not North America. You're talking about the United States. That's what you're talking about.
No, we're talking about North America.
North America includes Canada.
North America, United States.
Right. So we're talking specifically about the United States because North America includes Canada and Mexico, right? And Jamaica.
On the continent, but not the country.
Okay, so we're not gonna. Okay, so we'll stay.
Yeah, because
the
when you're
continent
dealing
of North America includes all of those places,
right?
That I just named.
Yeah, because the bulk of North America is not just the United States. It's Canada, it's Mexico, and it's
right. Do you have the United States borders when you get close to Missouri and all of that, right? Once you get past that, then you have the borders of what? Canada. So once you're past that, that's Canada. We're not identifying with landmass because nobody does that. Like the continent of Africa.
But that's the thing. The thing about it is we don't think globally.
Yeah, we're not.
So if you're not going to think globally, or if you're not going to take into consideration that there's a reason why we have a North and South America, a real sick reason why.
Yeah, I know there's a reason why, but here's the thing. I can't, that's not my job to do that as an American because, well, when people come here, why would I think globally when people are coming here to nationally be American? That doesn't make any sense. I would need to think specifically nationally first. I can't have a global view.
Right. So then that's why I'm saying to maybe clarify.
Well, no, we clarified it in America because I'm not the founder of ADOS. I'm just a rebel. So the people who have done the work and that's actually doing the political work, they decided to go with American descendants of slaves because it's something new, it's something different, and it's very concise.
I know that, like, I'm looking at the chat and everything. I know everyone understands the difference between United States, the United States of America, and the Americas.
That's the country.
That's the country, right?
Yeah.
So we're talking about this country, the United States.
Correct.
Once you start attacking on America and America, the Americas.
But that's why it's the United States of America. Oh.
Right. So since we're right, and we love to say that we're Americans and very,
United States of America.
Right, and not
really say the Americas. You could just be talking about North and Central America. So I get what you're saying. Why are we not saying that? But see, when we're talking about ADOS, we know who you're talking about in North America. You're not talking. It goes without saying. You're not talking about South America. It goes without saying you're not talking about Mexico. You know what I'm saying? It's American descendants of slavery. Because we understand that the descendants of slavery here in North America, the United States. So that's why that's what we're using to clarification for that. Because we're not thinking Americas. No, we're thinking the United States of America when we say that.
So
go ahead.
So I have one more question and to shut up. How do we get other Black people who are not as well read to support this movement and do it in such a way where it's in layman's terms, but we're not using all of these political points and talk.
Yeah, here's the thing. I will tell you have to give people this. I didn't get this overnight. I started getting to this information 7 to 8 years ago. You have to give people baby steps, like just certain, because it's a thing as Black Americans. Even though we didn't have the language that I'm using, I had experiences. I can see where other Black Americans. Yeah, that's right. I noticed that the police are not killing Abduls and Shamals. No, they're only killing those Johnsons, those Floyds, those American Black last names. So there's a report I put it in the chat where Yvette showed. We've been read about this. There were African drummers that were coming here during Jim Crow, and they were allowed to sit at the front of the bus because those white people knew the difference between those Africans that they probably got these niggers from and the people that they're trying to hold down. See, that's the con for us. They want you to think that because they made you a slave, and because it wasn't just because the skin of your color, dear, as it was your lineage, and you are more indebted to than anybody outside of indigenous and Native American people, I would say. And I don't mean the Native Americans that are pretendians. You are America owes you a debt. It's not a handout, it's a debt. They don't owe these people of color. That's why they're so quick to bring them here. They're not going to have the same type of thing like Kamala Harris's folks. Her dad was able to go to, I think, Stanford during Jim Crow. You know why? Because he's half Irish and he comes from an elitist family who's not connected to Blackness. That's why Obama was your first person of color. East Africa, he's half Kenyan. East African history is not connected to the West African slave trade at all here in America. Being half Jewish is not connected to you in the Americas. Kamala Harris, her going to school, Jamaica and going to Canada for 13 years of your life. I have more in common with a half Black, half white Creole person who both sides of her ancestry has been here in America for 200-300 years than a full-blooded Nigerian who's only been here for 10. I have more in common with that Irish, Dutch, German, American who's been here for 200-300 years than I do a Jamaican who just got here 2 months ago.
That is true. We can't really argue with that.
So what people can do to get the word out, William, is turn into...
Go to ADOS.com. First of all, I am not the expert. Yvette Carnell. Oh, speaking of with Conscious, I sent you an email. I recently talked to her. She said she would love to come to the platform.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, I sent you an email because I was recently on her show and stuff like that, and I'll be going to the conference. Yeah, she would love. And one thing I love about the ADOS, you don't have to worry about transphobia and homophobia and all of this gender war shit. You don't have to worry about any of that. It's a safe space because we understand that too. And something Retro says all the time, and I agree, which Yvette, and he was, able to come to this. He's like, part of a lot of the reasons you have this problem, honey, is because of your ADOS. It's because you're Black. A lot of the relationships problems that we have is because you have the accrued disadvantages of not just slavery, Jim Crow, redlining. And that's another thing, too. Immigrants are used, and they come here to say, look see, we're not racist. Those Black Americans are just lazy. No, you undergirded them just like Dr. King was talking about in the 1868 Homestead Acts when those European convicts and peasants came and they were supposed to be on our farms. They were on our farms and our land, and it was undergirded. So yes, boo, it's not a flex. It really just shows how selfish you are. And here's the thing. You can't expect me to have a bleeding heart for your situation wherever you're from when you're willing to come here and step over me and my ancestors' back. I don't give a fuck that you come from a third world country if you're coming to be here, because you're not coming here. First of all, let's get this understood. People of color don't come here to be black. They come here to be American. But they pick and choose blackness because it benefits them to be American. Because you can't have Americanness without blackness. You cannot have America without blackness. So yes, being black is more powerful to an immigrant because they know that that blackness shoehorns you into Americanness.
Aji, I have a question for you because I also watch Yvette as well from time to time. Is she very engaging when she's engaging with another person?
Well, see, here's the thing. She's not she's her and Antonio Moore, the founders, a heterosexual black man. I don't know Yvette Carnell's sexuality, but I don't care. But she identifies as a black woman. So what she is very engaging in politics. What she is engaging. She worked at Capitol Hill. She's done all these different things. She's very specific. And here's the thing, too. We have a progressive black agenda. We have allies. Like, I don't want y'all to understand. We have people who are first, second, third generation immigrants who see the bullshit and see that they were taught a lie. So I'm not following Yvette Carnell for the personality or Antonio Moore. No. I see how effective the data is when I'm in these political spaces. I see how effective when I'm able to pull up these books and these articles and I'm able to give it to people. I see, oh, wow. So it's the agenda for me. Now, Yvette Carnell is very engaging. Her and Antonio, I will say Antonio Moore is more for the adults. Yvette Carnell, you can watch with the kids, but Antonio Moore, he gonna cuss. But I love Antonio. He's a Scorpio like you are, Conscious. The male side of the founder. Antonio Moore don't play. So I would say watch, get that information. Don't feel like you have to just zoot it all at one time. But I'm saying this is that, yes, despite me and the difference between nosy, is I'm still saying vote for her because there is no negotiation with the right for working class people. Now I'm going to say this too now. Kamala Harris ain't really good for white working class people either. Because, again, that positionality of being Brahmin Indians are at a higher earning and income wealth than colonial white Americans. So I don't know too many white Southerners who moved to Canada and went to the most prestigious high schools in Vancouver. That is not a everyday white American working person's life. So I will just keep in mind. So yes, when you're looking at things, there's so much we have to do as ADOS. We have to juggle so much. I wish it could just be so simple, but it's not. So yes, voting for her is just to get her in there so we can push the agendas that need to be pushed for the next election, for the primaries, right? We need to start pushing before that. So that's my thing is, yes, vote for her. It's not that I have anything personal against Kamala Harris. Her policies and things that I see, it's just like, okay, this is gonna ouch. But again, there is no benefit. There is no leverage for me to go to the right. So we need to vote her in. But that doesn't mean I can't be critical of her as a party. And that's something we don't realize that the right is very, aside from Donald Trump, y'all don't, the RNC fights all the time. The RNC is very critical of their people. We, as the most critical mass voting group of people, are the least critical of the party. But that's probably why we're the least represented and the least receiving of things, because we're a captured vote. We are going to vote blue no matter who, and it's fucking goofy.
So I'm of the same mind because for me, it's like, I don't care. I first of all, as soon as I get her ass in, I'm watching everything she do. Everything. Because I don't want to repeat of Obama. I do not want to repeat of Obama. I do not want to repeat change is good. Get in the office now. You're a mixed-toast president with conservative policy.
See, baby, you preach. And that's what people don't understand. The reason why, because I don't give a damn about Kamala's race. Let's just take her race and being female out the equation. If her policies are more centered right, I don't give a damn. And you're supposed to be a liberal representing party, but I'm looking at what's your constituents. I'm looking what's your policy. I'm going to have a problem with you. So you're right about that. You're right about that. And people don't understand because we voted for Obama. The white people know that black people thrive off of aspirationalism. They know they can sell you some bullshit off of aspirationalism. So I appreciate you so much, William, for understanding how we got fucked during Obama. Because
oh my God, we got royally fucked.
Crying, and look how disrespectful you were. Those of you who spiritual, how are you so spiritual, but you got the ancestry of your bloods and your roots who from this here land, but they crying out and saying, that's not my blood. He did not, Kenyan didn't pay what the descendants of Benin and Nigeria paid.
Because they thought they assumed that the black community would just vote for Obama based on skin color, and a lot of people did, and a lot of people didn't even know that he ran in different political offices before that in the state of Illinois. A lot of people didn't. They just kind of like they compartmentalized us to where, oh, they're just visual people. They're just gonna ride along with the bandwagon,
and they are,
and that sucks.
That's because here's the thing: we have a whole new generation of black people now, where we're not just gonna lay down and take your bullshit. Like we're not. Like we're watching every little thing that you do, and I don't mean black people as in the entirety. I'm talking folks that are American descendant of slaves. So for me, once I vote you in, I'm gonna be on your ass like rats came in the room. Okay, I'm gonna be watching you like a damn hawk.
I might want to insert something else as well. Y'all have to keep in mind that a lot of the damn, my brain just has really shut down. A lot of the like need for representation and shit. Like you have a lot of black people who respond to that passionately, like, oh, seeing a black woman, seeing a black man, seeing a person of color in certain positions, because there are literal white, like racism is literally literal also for white people. So you have black people who are proving something to white people about a system they created to not benefit people based upon the color of their skin. So because that actually is a belief system that your black ass skin, your donkey ass skin, your black ass is
a philosophy.
And that's why like that's a real belief ideology, like around your actual complexion. Like there is that intellectual racism that IG is talking about, and then there is that like literal to definition racism that literally revolves around a literal prejudice towards your skinness. And so you got people in a white system who definitely like, yeah, I want to see my people, because they are responding also to that clan and that community of racist people who have been telling and ingraining in black and brown people that they ain't gonna be shit, and they went out their way to make sure that we didn't get into shit, and they created all this propaganda around our value because of our complexion. That's why anti-blackness exists and colorism exists and all of this shit exists. So I'm able to empathize with a lot of our people who are always kind of like yeah, I'm gonna vote, bitch, because if this is the only other second time to see a black and brown person in a certain position disproportionate to white skin, yeah, off of the strength of black alone, that's enough, because white people were loyal enough to make sure that thus far we only had one black ass president. They've been loyal and committed enough to making sure that the representation for them is that of pale skinnedness, because if white people were so much as based upon classism as much as they are,
yeah, and you know,
still would have included a lot of rich and wealthy ass black people, but it still did not, because even representation for them also is a part of the psychological warfare of their war tactics against us too. So I understand, because when I was moving through the Obama era, a lot of black people definitely was like, I don't give a fuck, bitch. I don't give a fuck if he ain't. I don't give a fuck what it is. I'm damn sure. Like,
I remember them days.
Like, I'm race loyal, bitch. He definitely getting my vote on the principle of his black assness.
And that's the thing.
And his wife's black assness and his children's black assness.
Definitely, and but here's, and that's the thing though, Conscious, and that's why it's such a dichotomy. Something I already said that I just want to read this comment because it really does speak to. She said something. I'm every party. I'm late, but I hope it was noted that these black presidents that we have are not from the lineage of black Americans. So they aren't necessarily our ethnicity. It's a strange dichotomy. And that's that part. White supremacy knows that. And they're always banking on us having, and I hate to say it, oh God. People of color know that too. That's why they come here, especially the Africans. Like, you don't, and it's stupid and disrespectful when I would read them. So you don't have no culture while you speak a Spanish conquistador culture that someone enslaved you with. Got you. You're saying that we don't have any culture, but you're running away from the culture of the ancestry of your birth. Matter of fact, don't most people look like you in Jamaica? Why are you running from Jamaica? Don't most people look like from you in Ghana? Why are you running from Ghana? See, I was taken from, according to this history, I was taken from where you say I'm from. Now I was stuck in this situation. Now this fighting spirit within me and my ancestry, the culture, the legislation that Retro keeps saying that needs to be part of the culture again. There's a difference when we had hip hop and music and entertainment, but legislation was part of your culture. That's a difference. So that's why we have that. But here's the gag: everybody who immigrates here does not think like that. They play off of that conscious. They don't give a damn about it. Mm-hmm. They don't give a damn about that. That's why when Selena, when Jennifer Lopez, Puerto Rican, played Selena, Mexican, all Mexicans were upset, honey. The dark-skinned ones, the light-skinned ones, the brown-skinned ones, because you're not my history. I don't care that the conquistadors that came to Mexico came to the Caribbean and South America. I don't give a fuck about any of that. The same way that British and Turks and Ottomans share certain languages at the beginning, they don't care. The Frenchmen do not care that the European continent is connected less than an hour away. They don't care. So that's the thing for us. We have been taught, because for us, we were all we had because of that situation of race. And yes, the physical and intellectual and literal racism. That's a different dichotomy than everyone else. Because everyone else is coming and you might experience, oh, your skin color, maybe, but you're not experiencing it because once they hear that, oh, you have an accent, so you're from somewhere else, you're disarmed. When the police pull your black ass over and they see that Abdullah last name, you're safe. But if they pull my back ass over and they see that Green or that Johnson or that Murphy, I have something to worry about. That's why you don't see them killing unaliving first, second, third generation with them foreign ass names, don't you? You ever wondered about that?
I'm from the time where Amadou Diallo got it bad up in the police station, but that's just my life experience.
Right, but that's an exception to a rule, honey.
But that's like IG has a very good point though.
That's an exception to a rule. You're talking about one small exception to a rule. You do not see. That's what I'm saying. It's a con. People of color, and that's the thing too, especially with Black immigrants. And I gotta go here. They believe the white propaganda there is to believe about us, and the reason why it irritates me so, because bitch, I'm the reason why you even want to be here. I'm the reason why you're even able to be here.
Can I say something? Can I speak on that?
Go ahead.
Well, here's the thing.
CTV, somebody sent me an email. I want to answer it. It was about what we're talking about. I guess I sent it here, but go ahead, Monica. Then I'll jump in.
Oh, hey,
no, that's another one, Lady T. We can add that to the list. Yeah.
But anyway, here's the thing with the Black immigrants. See, the Black immigrants do have a problem with American Black folks, but here's the thing: if American Black folks won't promote this goddamn degeneracy, the Black folks that's across seas wouldn't have a problem with it. So they look at all this shit over the media and all this stuff over YouTube and all this extra stuff, and they say, them American niggas, they ignorant. You know, they be doing this and they be doing that.
And I wish, you know what I got. And they still want to fucking be here, Monica, and I have a problem with that. That's no excuse. And they really don't care about any of that.
But yeah, you're right. There's no excuse. If they pull them over,
then why the fuck do you want to come over here? Bitch, I can see how you live in to know I don't want to go to Venezuela. I can see how you live in to know I only want to visit the Dominican Republic. I can see how you live in to see where I would only visit Ghana. I can see how you live in.
And then yet these niggas are always talking about some Africa. We from Africa. You take your ass over Africa. They gonna look at your ass sideways.
But a lot of them too, like the little time that I did spend in Europe for one portion, I was in Ireland. I was just mingling around Dublin. And you know how like you're just out and you might make eye contact with people and you'll smile and nod, just like a human being. Other people from the continent of Africa do treat Black Americans really shitty, even when they're not in America.
Yes, they do.
Like they wouldn't, like when I stayed in a hostel for high school, when we went on a trip to Italy, because I went to an all-girl Catholic school, they would not speak to us in the stairwell, in the elevator. They just looked at us like we were trash.
But here's the thing. Black people look at other American Black people as being trash. Look at how Black men look at Black women. They look at Black women as being trash, don't they?
Yeah, but
they sit there and they dog Black women all up and down, internet all up and down, TikTok, all this ignorance.
Yes, they do.
But here's the thing.
It just pissed me the hell off. But when shit happened to them, who they coming by their side?
Well, why don't you stop being there when they come? Because when I saw, like I said, when I was a part of Black Lives Matter and going out with the Black organizations, and I saw that they had a lot of hate for lesbian women. They had a lot of hate for Black women. There was this young Black girl, the Black Lives Matter niggas threw her in a dumpster, called her ugly and everything. Black men run and get behind the Black women at the Black Lives Matter protest. And I said, wait a minute, y'all are whole grown men. I'm 5'5", 110 pounds at the time. What are you getting behind?
And they got these big, manly looking ass
and then when Sandra Bland died, I witnessed this myself. I went to Waller County jail. Sorry, it wasn't a prison, it was a jail. It was me, a mixed woman, and a Mexican man. I begged Black men to come out there with us to protect us. They wouldn't come. They said that Sandra Bland was being too loud and she was too aggressive, and that's what Black women do. Black women don't know their place, and so that's why she's dead. But when they killed Mike Brown, did I say his fat ass should have pulled his pants up? No, I didn't. We just went out there and we marched and protested. So when I see that I have somebody's back and they don't have my back, I get out of their way. I don't argue. I don't fight. I move on with my life, and that's what I did. I moved on. I kept my money that I was putting into their bail funds in my own pocket, and that means I was saving more money, and now I'm classes as fuck, making real good coins because I stay away from those Negroids.
That right there, Nosy, Is
But in
exactly
the
what
same thing with
Cynthia
George
G was
Floyd.
talking
George
about.
Floyd put a gun on a pregnant black woman to where he lost her baby, but they went and
He
marched
sure
back.
did. He put a gun to a pregnant black woman's baby and caused her to her stomach and caused her to lose her baby.
But
And
they
they
went and
gave
marched for
that
that
nigga
damn
a
nigga.
statue. I don't care. Listen, I stay out the way. I'm a single sovereign black woman. I mind my business.
And
And I seen that video. You was dragging him, Nosy. I seen them video.
And I appreciate you, Nosy, because here's the thing. Because when I told, the only reason why when I was in San Antonio, I was not moved by George Floyd's death. That sounds dark, but I just wasn't. I'm sorry. I'm not.
I will be
like, that's why I don't do nothing. It was a black trans woman that just
I
got
just
killed.
wasn't.
And didn't nobody say nothing. This shit went on the news or nothing. She was killed by a damn nigga. Ain't nobody out here marching for us. Ain't nobody doing shit for us. We supposed to do it for these goddamn niggas. That ain't finna happen.
Hold on, Monica. Hold on.
No,
go ahead.
Nosy, when I did go, you're correct. When I was in San Antonio, I told black women when they took that post down, I said, look, when I went out there, I didn't see hardly no black men. I mostly saw, I said, what are you doing out here, black women? You need to be resting in your femininity. You need to be, because it don't make sense.
That's what I do too.
We're the faces of most of these atrocities, but we're the least in the sense of when it's time to show up for those types of things. Now, how we vote now,
it's a lot more nuanced than
You
what.
know the person that has been saying that for a while.
It's always these damn shit covered ass, dark skin ass niggas. It's always them.
Hello. I just want to get in there. It's a little more nuanced than that. The real reason why black women will still stand in the gap for George Floyd and these black men, regardless of what's specific about them, is because a lot of those black women have black men in their lives that they care about, and they know not standing for those men will be standing for a system that can make a victim out of their sons, out of their husbands, out of their brothers, out of the black men in their lives who they love. So that is what moves them to transcend like some of the particulars about some of these black men who it can be argued, like, oh, like black men, y'all should have just handled that one, honey. Like that was on y'all get out there and do that. But a lot of black women, because I've heard like a lot of black women respond to that criticism and say, no, I have to stand for the system regardless, because I have to stand against the system regardless, because I got black men in my life that I love. And if I don't stand for George against a system, because it's not about George, it's not about these particular men, it's about the system that is victimizing black and brown women and men. So
I mean, I understand that conscious, but you got to understand these black men have hurt black women dearly, and black women are traumatized.
We know that. I just explained.
Monica, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay, baby.
Okay. I don't know.
What,
let me just say something real quick.
I will say this, but I'm gonna just be quiet. Hold on.
Said, and then go ahead, IG. Go ahead.
One more thing.
I'll get in there one day.
Within to IG, but I'm sorry, IG. But then conscious, and just to go to, and I agree.
I'm not saying it's my argument.
No, it's not your opinion, but you know what?
I'm not even that's my.
I know, but here's the thing.
Because it's the reason why because even when it came to like, what's that nigga name? It's the Marvel dude with the white woman and shit. Like, what's his name?
Jonathan Major.
It's because I had to say the same shit when I was giving coverage about, oh, like, nigga, you got Emmett Till by your bitch, and now we see he with Megan, and he finally got his Coretta Scott King child.
But that's just like what Cynthia G has been saying. They run up under white women's
I ain't finished yet.
And I'm gonna jump in next.
I was trying to, but I couldn't finish my thought. Go ahead.
Okay, so hello. So when people was like, well, like, we shouldn't be for him, I said no. The reason why I gotta still have Jonathan Majors back, even though he is with a white woman that utilized her white privilege in order to fuck his ass over, is because it did not take her to be his woman for her to do what she did. It took her whiteness to do that. So she could have just even been sharing live with him and could have weaponized her whiteness. She could have just been a neighbor and had weaponized her whiteness. It doesn't really matter that this was the woman he was dating. It wasn't that gave her power. It was her whiteness and what that means to the system that gave her the power to do what she did. So because my black ass got to interact with white bitches all day, every day in public or in my community or whatever the case may be, just having proximity to people with privilege can be an issue. So no, I can't just make this about Jonathan Majors. I can't just make this about George himself. I have to be able to look past that to understand that this system wants that for all of us, and it exists, and it's just a matter of time before the perfect victim falls prey to this, or the people who are not so much as a model citizen fall prey to this. The reason why the system gobbling both parties up is because it ain't about whether you're a model citizen or not. It ain't about whether you're the perfect victim or not. It's victimizing all people, and your moral code and your ethical code and how you march and how you walk is not saving any of us, which is why when you hear about not even just the stories that are nationalized and get all this public attention, all the fucking stories you don't hear that are just localized, all the shit that don't make the big news, you hear about these people talking about their loved ones being good people. We're hearing about black and brown men and women who were doing well in school, who just graduated, who were in college, who ain't fuck with nobody, who ain't never did nothing to nobody, who on that ground too with bullets in their asses because the system don't give a fuck. It don't care about none of the shit that we be caring about that be making us back up off each other. The shit that make us back up off each other only actually helps white supremacy. It's all about creating that divide. It's all about making sure that, oh, you think my life is less likely or not worthy because of this, that, and the third, but then we complain about a system that's critiquing us the very same way, and that's deciding, yeah, your black, just like you don't think this black life is worth it, we don't think yours is worth it for the reasons that we don't think yours is worth it, which is why we are apocalyptic all of y'all asses, which is why we don't care. We don't give a fuck whether you are the valedictorian or whether you were the thug who got gunned down by police. It don't matter. And because our community is so divided and rooted in identity politics, it just only then ends up fostering more opportunity for divide instead of us keeping our eye on the prize. So I do empathize because I get it. Because sometimes I feel like, oh God, really? Like really? But I have to choose to be mature enough to see past the immediate reasons that just make me be like, girl, I could have something else to do. But we are talking about systemic issues. And unfortunately, that's not about, the insignificant
Moral
details
character
in the grand scheme of things. Like systemic is systemic. And if it's about my blackness or about my sexuality or about whatever the fuck it is, whatever, all of my fucking intersections, like, I got to do what I got to do because
don't forget that colorism shit either.
Because and that's another thing. I feel like some of my experiences as some of my intersections have allowed me to experience the same identity politic bullshit because I know that there's a big chunk of the black community that's going to do the same thing to me. If my ass, God forbid, dies at the hands of some bullshit, my sexuality is what's going to come up, which is why Kenneth Petty felt comfortable earlier today calling me the F word and referring to me as a F word, even though his wife's demographics is made up of the majority of same gender. Hello, is made up of the same gender loving community. Even though the people that buy her albums, that will go to 15 of her shows, that will run a scam on their mammy's credit just to be at her auditoriums are the same agates, just like me. They're agate, just like me. They are a fagot, just like me. But that was okay. And it's going to be okay. And there are gay men who hate themselves so much that they're going to put that to the side as well because I'm going up against a queen. I am a damn agate. So, I even when I look into myself, it's like I have to not be hypocritical as well in that way and do the same thing that sometimes my own people will do, sometimes my own whatever will do. And we got to be mature enough to realize we're not fighting on behalf of George. We're fighting on behalf of a corrupted system that don't give a fuck about people that look like me, and it ain't about him. Just why even with Sandra Bland, they tried to run with a bunch of homophobic rhetoric about her. Oh, I'm not standing up for her because she was a TERF and she was against trans women. And I had to look past all of that shit to stand in solidarity with Sandra Bland, because it ain't about Sandra Bland. They didn't kill her because she's a TERF. They didn't unalive her because she's a homophobe. They didn't unalive her for none of those reasons. They unalived her because she looked like every nigga on here. That's what we all have in common when we end up in the pool of our own blood at their hands and the hands of their system. You know, but and at the same time, I do understand why it can be difficult. Because when you have in-house fighting and you have black men against black women and you have black LGBT people against natural born folk and against heterosexual folk, and your intersections put you up against even the bullshit from your own community, it can just make you also start picking and choosing who the fuck you rocking and rolling with. And then you forget that it's actually not about any of these people individually or any of these groups individually. It's about, once again, coming back to that commonality of the kind of people who keep ending up in the pool of their own blood, and it not ever being about any of the shit that we worried about, but because of that complexion and because of our racial, ethnical, whatever the fuck you want to call it, identity. So for me, I just gotta push through all of that, whether it's a homophobe who done been brutalized, whether it's a transphobe who done been brutalized, whether it's a man hater, a woman hater, a misogynist, or whatever. If they ass end up in the pool of their own blood because of their blackness, then I have to stand in solidarity with that. Now, if we're talking about the fact that they in their own pool of blood because they're a homophobe, then I gotta leave that to the heterosexuals. That's y'all fault, because that's a particular issue that's about that. But if they in their own blood because of their blackness, my black ass, yeah, I got a power to the people too.
Because they wouldn't do the same thing for you though.
The only thing
but hold on, but ain't I just explained why that can't matter to me? I just literally laid out why that would be irrelevant to me.
But I'm saying if something happened to you, they would not care.
I also just acknowledged that and said why I don't give a fuck about that and why I'm not gonna make it about that. Just explained all that. I just explained all that to the T.
I was just trying to say before, like, just that based off of what you're saying, though, Conscious, too, how, and I've had these conversations, how that is the thing where black women see black men that are not related to them as proximity to them. And that makes me, this is a statement, I don't know how factual it is, but it would make me believe then we're not as far. Because if black men would look at every black woman that's
where you took the word. That's exactly what I was trying to say, IG.
Yeah, like that's what I was trying to say
that
earlier.
Again, because I was just blocking somebody, so I kind of phased out. What happened?
Yeah, when you said that earlier, like how black women like always say yes, they're gonna go out there and vote. Or not vote, just they're gonna fight because they see George Floyd as their brother, as their father. I would then argue and beg to differ to say then, well, black men obviously do not do the same with black women.
Hell no, they don't. You got that right.
That's not a secret. Like we know.
Yeah, no. Yes, they're secret. But here's the thing: I think we would have a much different outcome.
Everybody not like y'all on this planet. Everybody's not a tit for tat ass motherfucker. Everybody is not a eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. True. People just not set up like that. People are looking at the major situation. And it's a justifiable major, because when we get into identity politics, literally you can argue on behalf of why you won't support any fucking body who's in that blood. It can be because they gay. It can be because they was a fat bitch who died. It's because
or a colorist who hated light-skinned men and dark-skinned women.
The issue can go. I mean, like once you get into all of that, once you play into it, you actually have to justify then all of it. You have to green like all of it, and there is no justification. It's not necessary.
I can concede with that. Like I said, it just,
and they also didn't want to tell the truth about also how this man had went to prison, he did his time, and then he was out living his regular life. He was in counseling and rehab and was trying to reform his life. They didn't find him on the corner selling crack when they killed him. So when they drudge up his past, the same thing they did to George about bringing up his past, the same thing they did to young ass Trayvon Martin. They brought up pictures of him smoking weed and literally tried to get us to play into identity politics to get us to devalue this black man who had been run down on by somebody who didn't even who was told to stop pursuing this man, to leave this young boy alone, to allow fucking police to intervene. And when they started flashing pictures of him smoking weed and in his hoodie and throwing up gang signs, even though this young boy didn't have a criminal arrest record or anything like that, he was just being a black kid participating in hip hop and all of that. And they tried to paint a picture, and unfortunately, there was some of our people fell for it. Thank God it didn't.
What about
thank God it
Daryl
didn't fall
Brooks?
for the fucking majority. But it's just like, how far are identity politics going to go at the end of the day when we're talking about a fucking system that has its foot on all of our necks because we're black? Not because we're perfect, not because we're graduates, not because we're thugs and whores and heathens, and not because we're gay
and colorists. You keep forgetting that.
Straight, not because we're trans, not because of none of that. Like, when it ain't about none of that, how far is identity politics going to get us?
But that's the thing.
But you have to say these black men make it so damn
CTV,
obvious.
but look at
though,
Daryl
like,
Brooks. Daryl Brooks ran over all those little white dancing grannies, but a few days prior to that, he tried to assault his baby mama with the same vehicle that he ran over the white grannies that live in the city behind mine. But if he had never ran over those white grannies, we would have never heard about him trying to run over his black girlfriend.
And that's why black women are angry, because when shit happen to black women, don't nobody report it. They can be hit in the head with fucking. Let me finish.
What?
They can be hit in the head with baseball bats. They can be ran over by cars when nobody
so
do shit.
here's
And
the
it just
thing.
pisses me the fuck off. It does.
That
And
is
they
not
choose
a
these damn
justified,
light skinned
and
hoes
once
and these
again,
white hoes
that is not a
over black women,
justifiable
and they
argument.
call black women nappy
That
headed
is
hoes
still not
all
a
the time.
justifiable
It just pisses me the
argument
fuck off.
for
I hate
black
that shit.
women who love black men and are aware they are still talking about a system.
And they treat light skinned men like shit too. Dark skinned women
that
and
can
light
not only
skinned niggas.
claim the black man that look like the nigga who's on the back of the milk carton, but also can claim their lives as well because of, once again, that same single-handed factor of your ass being black. It does not matter. It does not fucking matter.
I guess what I'm saying is the fact that he ran over those white grannies, and literally that whole city bound money together to build a memorial for them, but nobody was trying to check on the girlfriend. And our prosecutors here, our district attorney, like, he let him out on damn near $1,000 bond, and then he went and killed, I believe, 8 white women, and then the whole city went up in flames. Not like literally or physically, but they marched in protest for that.
Yeah,
but when
because
black
white
women get
people
killed, nobody
never.
says nothing.
Yeah, because the system doesn't get the system doesn't get to do that to black people for those reasons. Now, however, we need to handle our thugs and handle our murderers and handle our rapists and handle our etc. It's for us. The system doesn't get to just disregard any of our lives simply because we fucking black. That's what it don't get to do. I don't give a fuck who the black person is. That's what it don't get to do still. And two things can be true at the same time. That motherfucker who dead can be wrong as fuck. And the motherfucker who took their life under the context and the context in which you did is wrong as fuck. And I don't understand why y'all don't understand two things can always be true at the same time. It's not a one over the other. Y'all always making shit about a one over the other.
But these niggas are so damn. It's the colorism I don't like. They
It could be
colorism
a comma,
motherfucking
comma,
I hate
comma,
that shit.
comma, 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 all up
Right.
in the motherfucking sentence, commas.
I agree. Like I said, and I can be honest. Like, I was, when that went on with George Floyd, I was just so angry, and ashamed.
I wouldn't.
As other black men. No, I'm just saying I was just so angry with other black men, to the point, especially straight black men, to where it was just like, okay, I'm having such a grief, and you're right. I wouldn't say that it's okay for you to be unalive because of your blackness. But then I have to be honest and be like, okay, would I did kind of personalize it, like, yeah, I kind of be like, well, will these cis hetero black men that have his archetype give a fuck if I was at the other end of it? And that's how come being, a political
but we
advocate.
also see how black women respond to when trans women are unalive at the hands of the same of the same men that cheat on them and beat on them and lie on them, who unalive trans women, and then the comment section is filled with black women talking about that bitch should have told her identity.
Yeah. But it's niggas too, Conch. It be niggas doing that shit too, Conch.
Bullshit, and we move the needle because it's not even about none of that. It's not about none of that.
Right. So I could sit there and say, like, during that time, that's what I was like going through it. I was feeling like that. But it's like, yeah, but doing this movement, you can't, ADOS, you can't do that. You do have to be able to look and see, like, okay, yes, this is the part where I don't like what my people do, but I'm not going to use it to engage in the revenge of politics, the politics of revenge. And that's why you would need somebody who can break that down and see all of that, but say, look, this is my people. Now, the thing what makes me be able to tolerate it more so is because, yes, I don't like how it feels, but I also see where it is systemic. It is institutionalized. It is taught. It is other things that it is not we that have made ourselves. And this
So here's the thing about that whole movement, about when that whole situation with George Floyd, I was pissed to the high heaven because my church put on this whole thing about the difference between the police and black people and all of this and that, and these are white people, because they're trying to say, well, we just don't understand, so we're just going to invite two black pastors of our church to come on stage and talk to us about all of these issues, because we really are trying to understand. And when I tell you I couldn't watch but 30 minutes of that shit when the George Floyd went on, because I was just like, you damn well know. And you knew the reason why. So I don't like that bullshit that white folks like to play when it comes to, well, we just don't get it. We just don't understand. Yes, the fuck you do. You've been doing it pretty much the whole fucking time that we've been your slave, that we've been everywhere. Like, you've been doing this shit. So don't try to pretend like now like you don't know why this keeps happening.
You see that fire you got though? If it was you that got killed by the police with these hood niggas with their pants sagging halfway off their ass.
We ain't talking, but Monica. We're not talking about. We're not talking
for you.
Monica.
The only thing they gonna see is a damn queen.
We're not talking about just individuals. We're talking about the system as a whole. That's what
I know you talking about the system as a whole, but
no, you don't. If you keep saying what you're saying, you obviously do not know that. For you to keep saying what you're saying, no, you don't know that. For you to keep saying what you're saying, no. You're not
keep
clear
going anecdotal. You keep making it like it sounds like you could feel how personal what you're saying.
Cause I do take this shit personal. They treat my preference like shit, and women who look like me like shit. I don't like that. I don't know if you watched Kwame Brown with this Matt Barnes shit, and what they say they used to do the light skinned man and all this shit growing up. I can't stand that shit. It just pisses me the fuck off every time I hear that. They color is the dark-skinned women and light-skinned men. And that light-skinned men are starting to make videos talking about this shit. And with these dark-skinned niggas put them through and all this shit. Just like black women are.
But my thing is this. I'm sorry. My whole issue is I'm a fighter, and my thing is this. If there's an injustice within the disability community, I'm not just going to be for just one individual. It's the injustice. It's the system as a whole. And that's the
said if it was a black woman or a gay dude, these niggas will not march for you.
Matter. It doesn't fucking matter. It's the system.
It do fucking matter.
No, it doesn't. You're making it personal. It's not personal. Get out of your bias for a second and recognize that it's not fucking personal. It's about the system as a whole, and we as a people.
And that's the problem about the miseducation of our community is you have a big chunk of our community who make their anecdotal experience a reality and then conflate that with systemic issues. And those are literally day and night to each other. And black men do the same thing when it comes to trying to justify oppression of black women. They use their personal experiences then to make a whole indictment against an entire body of people. Or you have black people in the system who feel like, oh, well, I've never experienced racism, so that means white people good, which is why you got conehead ass Lil Wayne, who's constantly out here denying the experiences that plenty of his black brothers and sisters are having that he isn't having, and completely and continue to be loud and fucking wrong simply because he don't experience some shit mean that it's not an actual reality. Your anecdotal experience and your feelings are one thing, but the system is another thing. And the difference between your feelings and your perception and the system is that the system is regardless of what the fuck you feel and how the fuck you perceive. It's not a religion.
I understand that, Conch.
It's not a religion.
You would have got
it's not
killed
a
by
religion.
police.
It doesn't require your faith. It doesn't require your belief. It is an objective, single-handedly. It's an objective, single-handed fucking issue that literally is as bright and as polarizing and is as physical and material as the daytime sun in the sky. It's not. It ain't based upon how you feel. It ain't based upon what your experience is. It ain't based upon your perception. And if you think that system is not worth going up against simply because of how the fuck you feel about other shit in society, I mean, then that's sad because you're still subjected to that fucking system. And at any day, you or someone else that you love can be claimed by that same system that you don't want to put no effort into rectifying simply because of other feelings and perceptions. And that's why we don't have a lot of solidarity within the community, because we have too many people on the side of the way they feel, too many people on the side of their anecdotal experiences, too many people who are aware of the systemic issues, and then we wonder why we ain't got the numbers. And wonder why when it's time to meet in the middle, we can't even just decide on what the fuck the middle is. It ain't no objectivity for the community to galvanize the fuck around, because everybody is prioritizing their feelings. Everybody is prioritizing their perceptions. Everybody is prioritizing all of that. It's literally killing the community.
And one thing we do, and it's funny you said that, because anecdotal, because that's the thing we do too with blackness, unfortunately, conscious. We think because of our experiences here in America, when we see another person that looks like us, we think that that's their experience. And that's the thing. It's not. You know what I'm saying? We think because, most of us have a certain experience of what it means to be black and what that looks like and means to be in America. But people, a Jamaican and a Nigerian could be British. And when they walk past each other, there isn't that thing between them. I've seen it plenty of times. I have a brother from Congo I'm real cool with. Oh shit. Hello?
Oh, we can still hear you, IG. We can still hear, but we can't see, but we can hear you.
Oh, I said I've seen it a lot of times where I have a brother, I'll bring a Congo person from around a Senegalese person, and there's no connection between them, whatever. I could bring a Texan, black American Texan, to an Alabama black Alabamian, never met, and there's more of a connection there. So it's kind of like we do that. Like, we've been taught to do that anecdotally. Like, I'm dark skinned and I'm Negroid, and so if I'm like this and having this experience, everyone is, and that's the con. So we have to learn how to be exclusive and inclusive. Inclusive exclusivity, if it makes sense to you. Exclusive inclusivity and inclusive exclusivity.
So let me, because here's the thing. Going back to what Conscious said,
Does anybody have a mugshot up here? Like, how many people on the panel have mugshots?
Me.
Anybody else have a mugshot?
What you mean mugshot?
I'm trying to get back to the screen. I can't even see where the fuck I'm at. I got one. I can't, but I don't know where the hell to find it.
Okay,
I've had a mugshot.
Okay, so how would
I've never had a mugshot.
Okay, so
I've never had a mugshot a day in my life.
So I was away from the laptop, but yeah. Well, it might. I was away from my laptop, but yeah, I got arrested with the Black Lives Matter people more than once, child. They was taking.
Okay, so my question then would be that. So my question would be for everybody who got a mugshot. How would y'all feel if y'all was in that pool of blood and then Black people with the respectability politics was like, oh, like these people for whatever reason, like, oh, Nosy is a lesbian and hell.
I'm a lesbian and I'm a dark-skinned Black woman. So that's literally what would happen.
And I'm a dark-skinned Black trans woman.
I don't know what's wrong with
Monica is trans.
God damn.
And Monica is trans. And Nosy is
what you mean was wrong with me? I ain't saying shit wrong with me.
Like you keep, girl, every time I talk, you have to talk. Okay, girl, damn. I'm not trying to have
okay, who the hell you think you're talking to? You ain't got to talk to me crazy.
You're not doing a dark woman bond. Stop trying to bond with me on Blackness. I'm my own Black ass tar baby. I don't need to bond with other tar babies. Stop. So like
well, bitch, I don't know who the fuck you think you yelling at, bitch. You ain't got to fucking yell at me, though, ho. All right?
The fuck is wrong with your weird ass? That's why your face twisted up like that. Now
bitch,
you
shut the fuck up with your big lip ass. Shut the fuck up. Cause you started this shit, bitch.
You was just up here dick riding, you fake ass bitch. Go on mute, ho.
Bitch, go, bitch.
So like I said, because it's always a bitch
shut your
that looks
pussy
like
ass up.
Moon cricket. God, don't forget the colorism, CTV. God damn, calm the fuck down.
But who the hell you think you yelling at, motherfucker? You ain't got to yell at me, bitch.
Ass, bitch. You,
I'm yelling at your funny looking ass, ho.
Unhatched bird looking bitch. I'm talking to you, bitch.
I'm talking to your motherfucking ass
too,
ho. Pussy ass bitch. Shut the fuck up, bitch.
So like I said, before this crazy grasshopper neck bitch.
Shut your ass up, you goddamn burnt cigarette face asshole.
I'm gonna go on mute because what I'm not about to do is argue with a bitch.
I ain't gonna argue with your pussy ass either. You started it, motherfucker.
I'm not gonna argue with a bitch that just got a vagina yesterday.
I ain't got no vagina. I don't want one. I don't want no funky pussy like you. Can't even keep your pussy clean, bitch. But you want to brag about it. Oh, funky pussy asshole. Shut your ass up.
Can we get back to Black solidarity?
You sound like you got Tourette's. You just spit out shit.
I'm the one up here arguing for how we need to
looking like a crackhead. You crackhead, fucking damn meth head looking ass.
Come on, guys. Black solidarity.
Okay.
Blacks.
Okay, come on. Bring it in. Bring it in.
Nah, because this bitch started it. That motherfucker started it with her funny looking damn duck lip ass.
We done ended it. Okay, Nosy.
Know who the hell you talking to?
Okay, Nosy, go ahead.
Y'all ever seen that movies about people with Tourette's and they just say, shut the fuck up? That's what she sounds like.
And that's what your fucking damn retarded bipolar ass sound like, bitch.
She got Tourette's.
2024
we are not going to get through this.
She got Tourette's, my bad. Child, she got
It ain't no hope for us. Ain't no hope for us. We doing
woman. Let me ignore this.
Girl, you know last motherfucker didn't need to be calling somebody disabled and cracked up as your looking at your funny looking ass. You goddamn dust bucket looking asshole.
They actually would see me in a pool of fucking blood and not give a fuck. That's what Black people would do. So it's not what if. That's the reality of it. And that's why I mind my business. I say all the time, don't lump me into anybody's groups. Ain't no we. Who in the fuck is we? I don't speak French. I am one individual Black woman.
Nobody lumping your pussy ass in the
Okay, no. I mean, okay, Monica. I'm about to put you in the back until it's time for you to talk, baby.
There's something wrong with her.
We just we're trying to get back to the conversation now.
That's Tourette's.
So I'm in a pool of blood and what now, Conscious?
You in a pool of blood. No, fan girl. Cause
what happened?
Derailed the whole thing, and I'm like, what is going on?
Who derailed it? Me?
No, not you. I'm saying like that entire exchange just derailed the whole thing. But you were saying
that whore got Tourette's, and I'm she with her stroke face. She got a stroke face. I don't have time to argue with that bitch. My face is even on both sides. So that was the question, right? CTV. Mm-hmm. What if we was in a pool of blood? I'm saying there's no what if. If that was me, black people wouldn't give a fuck. They don't care.
Right. And that's the point that I'm making. That's the point that I'm making is that there's always an argument that can be made if any of us were found in that pool of blood. If anybody else would have found, I'm not going to be qualified for any help from the community either because I'm gay as shit and I'm flamboyant as fuck and I'm colorful as fuck. I'm eccentric as fuck. I clearly am not a heterosexual, masculine presenting black male. So that is going to be the first thing that the narrative is going to be is, oh, he lived by the sword, he died by the sword. Oh, this, I mean, like, you know,
I would hope that they would listen.
No, because I've seen it. It's already happened to gay men and gay women. It's already happened to trans women. It's already happened. So it's not even a what if. It's what happens.
And they're gonna say the wages of sin. They're gonna say the wages of sin is death, and you died. And your sin and God snatched you out of it.
But see, I have a higher level of emotional intelligence than the people who I know wouldn't have my back. So I can't do what they would do in this situation because I know that they're ignorant and they are a product of that system that has made them ignorant as fuck. And
but see, that's why I stay away from them. Listen, people can say whatever they can call me whatever kind of classes, whatever. It's not even about being petty or about being more emotionally mature. It's risky to go out and fight for people. So I'm not willing to take the risk for people that wouldn't do it for me. Fuck
but
them.
That's the thing though, Nosy, is that it ain't about the people. It's about the people are protesting the system, not the person. It's not like the person is just a catalyst to focus upon the system. So yeah, like we are going to focus on like the individual is what the situation surrounds with, but that's only the catalyst. It's not really about them. It's about the actual system that's being fought against.
So there is a story that I read a couple of years ago about how a Black disabled man was gunned down by the police because they didn't know that he was autistic and that he couldn't talk. That pissed me the hell off. The police gunned this unalived this man because they thought he was a threat when in reality this man had a disability. And he's Black. And there was no protest about it. It was reported on the local news, but it didn't make it to national news. It didn't make it on no CNN. It didn't make it on no nothing.
I think it made national because I heard of that. Well, unless I was on YouTube. Let me shut up. I'm sorry. It might have been. I came across it. It might not have been on national news.
But even if it was, there was no national protest.
Right.
So I think there is a level to what Nosy Ho is saying. It's like, girl, you when it comes to us, when it comes to the other minority system, we can't protest for them, but we got to protest for you too. Oh, okay.
And let me just say this too, as far as the system, because I understand that might be important to some people, but it's not important to me, and I'm going to tell you why. I've already told y'all more than once. I'm going to make sure that I live in an area where those things are not going to affect me. I'm not going to deal with it. I'm not going to be on a corner in the hood where people feel safe killing, I want to finish, where people feel safe killing Black people, because like I said, racism is everywhere. I prefer to live in areas where the whites are too afraid to be racist. They just care about the classism, keep the poors out. They don't give a damn what race you are as long as you can afford to live in this neighborhood. That's how I like to live. So I cannot tell anybody else what is important to them. Yeah. But me personally, I feel safer being in areas where it's not so much of that, oh, let me go out here and find a nigga to shoot today. Because you're not going to come over here in this neighborhood, cop or not, you're not going to come over here acting a fucking fool because we live over here. It's not worth it to me to get involved in fighting the system either. I'm just, like I said, I'm going to mind my business and be an individual Black woman. And if that means that if something happens to me, nobody comes to my defense, they don't. I don't expect Black people to anyway. Anytime I even have any kind of expectation that a certain community will have my back, it's the gay lesbian community. It's never Black people. It's never Black people, and that's gay and lesbian people of all races. I would be more I would expect them to show up more than the Black community. Black people don't give a fuck about women who look like me. I'm dark skinned. I have nappy hair. I don't want to put on a blonde wig. I don't want to bleach my skin. They don't give a and I'm a lesbian, so I'm not a baby mama pumping out babies for the Negro community. They don't like women like me. So I mind my business. I mind my business. There have been situations that have happened where I felt like I needed community around me, and that was my lesbian community. They show up for me. White ones, Black ones, blue ones, green ones. We don't care. We all munch carpets. We all lick twat. So we're coming together. But Black people, I would never expect that from Black people. And it's fine if they don't. Stay where you are.
So I'll say this to that too. I also don't think that everybody is called to advocacy. Advocacy is like a choice. So it's also nothing wrong with people who, like Nosy said, they want to mind their business. That other people who feel compelled, feel, the need to lead the charge, to do so. So I know that everybody is also not called to that work. So it's not anything wrong either with not being involved. And there's also nothing wrong with getting involved. There's nothing wrong with either one.
So like I'm a self advocate myself, and my whole thing is advocacy, and it's not because I have partly a choice, but it's partly also an obligation, because I live in a system that's a system of a system of a system, basically, and I'm trying to claw my way out of the first system I got to get out of to get to where I want to go, and after that system, there's another system. So it's just like it's a lot. But advocacy is important to me because I have an obligation to a community that has their right and their protection being taken away. And so that is definitely my calling. That is definitely something that I do. But I also do agree with Nosy. We don't see a lot of Black people showing up for the disabled, for the LGBTQ+.
But that's all the more reason why I said what I said, because when we use respectability politics, those same politics is what's being utilized to not give a fuck about a disabled person.
Right.
No, I agree.
Or a dark-skinned person, or a queer person, or an etc. person,
or a poor person.
Yeah, so it's kind of like we're fighting fire with fire, but not wanting there to be fire.
Right. Somebody got to be a bender.
Yeah, I've been mute for a long time. I think that it is important, and I can respect, like, I wouldn't want anyone that doesn't feel the call to get out there and do that advocacy work. I wouldn't want them to be out there anyway. I don't think it's fair. It may not feel good to hear these things. However, I don't think that it's fair to want to push someone into doing something that does not come to them anyway, or have done it, and the end result did not benefit them. And not just them, individually, but because people don't think about how, like, I listened to Nosy talk about how she was out there with the Black Lives Movement and things of that nature, and all the things that she experienced in the most negative way, right?
Yeah.
That fucks with a person's psyche and soul, your spirit, your energy. So I wouldn't want anyone to get out there and have those experiences and then feel like want to bash them because they no longer want to do those things. I don't think that's fair. However, for those of us that do have a calling to it, that feel compelled to do it, like, we need to be mindful straight across the board. Like, It is bigger than, I don't have to agree with anyone's lifestyle choices, right? I'm not talking about what comes natural to people, but what people choose to engage. I don't have a damn thing to do with that. For me personally, I'm a parent. I think about my community. I think about wanting to
Your
extend
children.
what's going to happen for the future, because my ancestors, my family, they didn't just think about themselves. They thought about what was to come. That's the, the empath in me. So I literally feel like there's room, as Conscious was saying, like two things can always be true at the same time. We have to find a commonality and learn not to just be like so focused on like art, because we get stuck, and that ain't nothing but like I wish people would really understand how war operates when we're in, like, we really are in a war. Like, people think, oh, we're about to go back into this. No, we ain't never get out of it. We've been in this shit since they brought us here,
Let me
and we
tell
just
y'all
waste
something.
time arguing.
White people drag each other, slander each other, bomb each other if need be. But when it comes to snuffing our black asses about, them motherfuckers know how to stand on solidarity and motherfucking business. Don't ever get it fucked up that white people, that they eat their own as well. But when it comes to keeping other groups out, oh, them motherfuckers know how to assemble like the fucking Avengers. And I do wish that our community had more of that spirit. Like, okay, yes, we're gonna judge the fuck out of each other. We're gonna be divided. It's gonna be in-house fighting. It's gonna be all of that shit, and we need to work better at lessening that. But it's gonna be there. But I just don't understand. Like, there's no way for us to get better if we don't find that threshold, and we don't find that ultimate point where we put it all aside, because
That's it.
we get it.
That's it right there. Like, it's okay. Like, we wasting time, and I'm not speaking specifically to this, but just in at a large mass, we waste time on shit that's really irrelevant. If you got 10 people out of fucking 100 people that don't see your view, don't want it, okay, that's fine. You got 90 people left. Let's get to fucking work.
That's my thought.
So, I have a, it's a joke, but it's funny, but it's not funny. So, the joke goes like this: a crazy white man can walk into the court and be like, and the prosecutor will ask the crazy white man, the crazy white man, why did you wake up and kill everybody on your job? Crazy white man will answer, because I have 12 different personalities. That same crime can be done by a black man, and the prosecutor will be like, oh, really? But we're going to put an end to all of this. There will be no more of this. Like, you're like, it is so like mind-boggling how like they got us on lock, because they can keep us out of shit. They can keep us out of the bank. Hell, we have so much riding on the credit card company. Like, what? And we can't even get a fucking loan to go get a house.
But William, at this point, is it like, I understand the system? I said this hours ago. I understand. We all know how we got the fuck here. When does it become not what they do, but what we're doing, what we're contributing and participating in, we're willfully doing? It's like, I seen a
It's funny how,
I,
hold on, I want to say this super quick. It's funny how we don't even raise our kids to do what we do as adults. We raise our kids like to not bully just because they're bullied, and to not be nasty just because people being nasty to them, and to not be da-da-da-da. But then we become adults that become reactive in that
tit for
way,
tat.
and tit for tat, and we don't even raise our kids to have those type of that sense of humanity, because we know that the cycle never ends if it insists upon being that way. If everybody in this country got the equivalent of their actions back to them, if everybody in this country was getting equal energy back, literally, Earth would not fucking exist if energy was coming back in that way. There has to be something that offsets that, and it has to be really just keeping principle in mind. And that can be hard to do when our feelings have been so hurt and we've been so disappointed, and you almost can't even look at your own people, yet alone give a fuck about if any of them are dead, especially if also there wasn't a model citizen. Like, definitely don't give a fuck, right? Like, that's the type of hell that white racist patriarchy has put us in, because we're not even responsible for the hell that we've all found ourselves in. And that hell, because we're all existing in the deepest part of it as a black people in this system, is so real that sometimes we cannot see past our afflictions because some of our experiences are so severely negative of our own people. And this is a hurt that I've had to deal with myself as a two-spirited, same gender loving, very creative and artistic black male who everything about me couldn't have been more different than the culture of blackness, and me sticking out like a sore thumb and being treated poorly because of really superficial qualities, and not really being given a fair chance sometime because people judging a book by its cover and making certain assumptions, and that then leading to like a hyper perfection and being overly intelligent and being over smart and overperforming so that I could compensate for the lack of embrace that would have been there otherwise had I been a different type of a nigga. And then that leading to fucking resentment because I shouldn't have had to work so fucking hard to prove myself at a standard that wasn't even being set for other motherfuckers who are black men too. And just because I'm gay, I gotta be extra on it in order to be respected. I gotta be extra. So it's just like, I get it. And it is hard because, like Monica was saying, like I think other people were saying on the panel, I know in my whole heart, completely and utterly, baby, I don't have no type of a false expectation about my people. I know damn well I would have no more respect on my death, you know, than a Nosy would as a lesbian, or William would, you know, as a black male, as Monica would as a trans woman, etc. But I find that so pathetic that I wouldn't. And I find it so pathetic that people would use respectability politics to disqualify my blackness, that I couldn't dare to be just as disgusting as them. I couldn't dare to reflect that back, because it's that disgusting to me that even though I would be justified in doing so, it's so morally and ethically ridiculous that I can never look at another black person and say, oh, because of what you did 13 years ago, now you're living a different life and you're at the bodega getting change for $1, that a racist system that's claimed the lives of other black people who were literally minding their business and staying out of the way, claimed this person's life. But because of what you did, or because of, they even tried to use the fact that the man had fentanyl. So what the fuck does fentanyl have to do with you dragging him out of the back of a police chopper, of a police truck, and then eventually kneeling on his neck for all to see and traumatizing everybody else in the space? Because it wasn't even just about George Floyd, all the helpless people who had to sit there and endure that because they were too scared to run up and get popped. Because if a motherfucker is killing a motherfucker right in front of you, then you know they don't give a fuck about you either. And what does that have to do with fentanyl? What does that have to do with what he was in prison for 13 years ago? Did they arrive on that scene because right then and there he was beating on a black woman? No. Did they arrive on the scene right then and there because he was at the corner selling drugs? No. No. They wasn't. They mistreated him because his ass was fucking black. And for all they knew, he could have been an Ivy League student. For all they know, he could have been track star in high school and the whole nine. For all they know, he just could have literally just been a regular smuggler ass nigga. Just a regular smuggler man. Getting changed to go take his grandson to take his son to a ball game. They didn't know and they didn't give a fuck because you don't see none of that when you're being racist. Your respectability politic is the race. Not what they do for a living, not what they've done in their past, not none of that shit. That's why there's a big chunk of the black community that are not fazed by the nuance of why black and brown people are losing their lives the way that they are at the hands of people that are supposed to be, quote unquote, supposed to be there to protect and serve. Once again, I can't help but think about Sanya Massey, who literally called these people there to protect her because she thought somebody was burglarizing her house. And then she invited these people into her home. And she was shot in cold blood. And then that white officer went out and outside to the rest of his compadres and called her a crazy bitch and was prepared to cover up what happened with a false narrative that she was chasing him down with a pot of boiling water, a pot that they also informed her was on the stove boiling, that they directed her attention to. Now, God forbid they drudge up some shit in Sonya's past. Like, God forbid she would have did some time in prison for fraud or did some time for whatever the crime would have been 10 years ago, 13 years ago. And then would say, oh, fuck that bitch. Fuck her. Oh, and the fact that she might have had some mental issues. Oh, fuck her. Like, we need less crazy fucking folk in the world in the way. Her ass should have been in a mental asylum. Like, it's not realistic. It's not necessary. And we're just not helping our plight by doing them to us. And yes, some of our people have internalized racism and internalized trauma for their own community to the point that we see our own people sometimes as them. But they're not. They are a product. And if we don't stop that system and throw a wrench in that system will continue to not only create other pale-complected people who will enforce this corruption upon minority people, but it'll also turn people that look like us into their little minions and helpers. If there's not a protest against the system, if there's no fight against it. And none of our excuses are going to be valid. Because wherever the system is, we're all subjected to it. And you know how I feel in the system? I feel like a gumball sitting in a gum machine just inevitably waiting for my statistical turn. Because I know that every time a 25, like a quarter goes into that goddamn machine, I got a 1 in 100th chance of being that gumball that comes out of that motherfucking slot. Because I'm in that box to be chosen. I'm in that glass house to be picked by the system. So that's why I don't allow myself to feel like there's a reason why I cannot be in this fight. Regardless of if it's a transphobic ass Sandra Bland that's on the ground, if it's a convicted felon like George Floyd that's on the ground, or whether it's whatever, whoever. because we all in that bubblegum machine subjected to this system when it's ready to put that fucking quarter in and decide they want bubblegum today. It's going to be one of us. It's one of us every day. It's one of us every week. It's one of us. And it's just a matter of time before it's one of us. That is petrifying.
It is. I don't got emotional because honestly, that is the bigger picture. And it's just so many things that's going on that distracts us. And in that reality, it's just hard to turn away from wanting to fight and set aside your personal hurt, harm, and trauma that has been placed upon you by your own. But the fact of you don't know if the next second you're the next person that, uh, justice for, Toya, it's just knowing that we don't know. We don't know. I don't care where you live because we've heard so many stories about people living in upload, man, it don't matter. They don't care. I don't care how much money you have. I don't care about your classism. They don't care. All they see is black. They see enemy. They see threat.
And rumors.
And
This is why the sentiments that even if you end up as a black man in the bins, you still just a nigga in the bins, because niggas had learned that, classism don't save them either. That it don't matter that I'm in an upscale neighborhood. Actually, I'm going to be more police because I'm a black person with shit that only non-black people are supposed to be able to obtain. Like, classism has never saved black people. When black people were commencing to creating Black Wall Streets, dressed in our Sunday's best, being orderly people, boosting our economy, this system bombed our churches. They bombed our community. They dropped bombs out of the fucking skies from warplanes over Tulsa and killed black people who had assimilated to respectability politics at its highest level, who were walking around with their head up high and their dresses low and their three-piece suits. And we was minding our business, building upon black solidarity. We literally have a history that has repeatedly told us that classism is also not going to be the saving grace for black people. That even when black people comply with this system, walk hand in hand with this system, do everything it tells them to do in this system, that this system eats them alive still. There is no way out but to destroy the system. There is no working with it. There is no denying it. There is no way that we can pussy pop around it. It would literally have to go for all of us to actually be able to exist and have sincere safety. Emotionally, psychologically, spiritually, materially, politically, economically, the system would literally have to be completely and utterly obliterated, smashed to smithereens. Because there is nothing that's saving black people from it. Nothing. Not our fancy clothes, not our wealth, not any of that. P. Diddy thought he was on the top until he wasn't. R. Kelly thought he was on top until he wasn't. The system will give a fuck about what type of black you is. When it wants you and when it's your turn in the bubblegum machine, you're coming out of that motherfucker. Now, and you can decide which flavor of bubblegum you want to be, but you're bubblegum, baby. And you're meant to be devoured. You're meant to be chewed up. And you're meant to be ultimately spit the fuck out.
And I will, and that's for me is why I choose to fight, even though the system will reject. Because I'm not fighting for myself. I'm fighting for the next generation. And the generation after them, and the generation after them, and the generation after them, so that they can have a blueprint of what to do after I'm long gone and dead and in the grave somewhere stank. I'm not fighting for myself. I'm just one man in a system that clearly doesn't give a damn about me. I actually was told by a white woman that we know that this system is messed up, but there ain't nothing you can do. Yeah, we know these committees and boards and everything, but what can you do? When that pisses you off to the point to where the only thing you got to do but fight, and the only thing you got to do but this system does not allow you to get emotional. It does not allow you to think. It doesn't allow you to breathe. It doesn't allow you to actually take a shit. It doesn't allow you to do nothing except sit in wherever it wants you to be, and that's where you're gonna stay until you die. And I refuse. I refuse. Because I'm not fighting for me. I'm not even fighting for, I'm fighting for my family, my nieces, the next generation, all my friends, my colleagues, everybody at work. It ain't just about me. And I get being checked out because of the hurt and the pain, but baby, we got much bigger problems to worry about. We got much bigger issues to talk about. It ain't about you no more. And we have got to come out of our jaded political politics so that we can focus on the big picture. Because at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. If we can come together as one and say we reject this motherfucking system and say we're not going to take
have the hardest. We have the hardest plight to do that because we have to attempt to heal in the same space, aka America, that we got sick in, and then once we are managing our wellness in a system that's intentional about making us unwell, we have also the double task of navigating other Black and brown people who sick, along with the virus itself, aka whiteness.
Yeah.
Like all of that double, triple entangling. This is why the plight for us is so hard, because it's so many opponents. It's inward, then it's outwardly represented as your people, and then it's outwardly represented as people who don't look like you. And then it's the task of attempting to be high vibrational and well-minded in the same system that's fucking corrupted, while your own people are buying into the fucking system. All of that shit, trying to protect your sanity. And this is why, like, this is why I can be happy and also understand why Nosy had to get the fuck on, because I have prepared myself to get the fuck on too. Because if that's what it's going to take for me to maintain a certain level of mental fucking clarity and a certain level of stability, I'm going to have to find another way to contribute instead of being in the actual eye of the goddamn storm. Because sometimes being too close to home brings your ass right into the storm again. And that's why I say advocacy, I don't believe all people are called to advocacy. Advocacy does require a certain level of selflessness and a certain level of empathy and a certain level of all of that. It's a gift like any other gift work. Like everybody not a gifted singer, everybody not a gifted writer. It's something that you have to be called to. You know, everybody isn't called to that, and that's fine. But even to be called to it can drive you mad. And the stress levels and the issues that have to be dealt with are so severe and are so complex that it has caused even people who called to this work to tap the fuck out. It has driven them to depression, to mental illness, to drug addiction, to claiming their own lives. Like, it is a brutal task, but that's also what forces people to stand up, because what's going to be left if the system continues to prevail if it's also taking out the strongest? That means that ain't nobody else got a fucking chance in this motherfucker. If that's how severe the problem is. So that then does create a call to action. If you want there to be generations of Black people that are still here. If you want your children to have a fair shot, if you want your grandchildren to have a fair shot, if you want your little cousins, your siblings who are the up and coming generations to have a fair shot, what is that going to look like without responding to all of this?
You know what, Conscious?
A lot of I was watching a documentary a couple of years ago about the people that were non-famous for their advocacy work, our ancestors, how they were willing to make themselves a sacrifice, knowing that doing the work may have actually resulted in their lives being ended. But the goal was something greater than themselves. And I know it's a harsh reality that can be petrifying. But the way you articulated the analogy that you use is like, either way, if you don't, and I don't want anyone to feel like you have to do it.
You don't have to.
You don't have to do it. But our reality is we damned, this
That
may
we
just be a part of
definitely
your
damned if
destiny.
we
Either
don't.
way.
That's what we know, is that we definitely damned if we don't.
Like,
definitely damned.
Right. Like, you just have to be willing, because as you said so beautifully earlier, like, they know, they are willing to sacrifice. It's like the sad reality is, for some of us, like myself specifically, I feel like I have no choice. I have no choice, because it's a bit, I feel like, even though the percentage is that I could literally be unalived out here, the reality is I have a greater chance of being unalived not doing anything than to actually do something. I truly feel that way. And I would rather, if that is what is destined for me to be unalived, and me doing something that's productive, something that could possibly be beneficial in the long run, I may just be a small number, if that is what is destined for my life. But I will feel better about it in my afterlife. I will feel better knowing that it wasn't done without me actually putting any effort. I don't want to be taken out of this world, away from my loved ones, not doing anything to try to make a change and make a difference.
And somebody says something about conscious revival of James Baldwin, and that's something he had to come to that conclusion, despite how hard James Baldwin fought. He had to go to France to get peace, because the same Negroes and coloreds would not let this man be, despite him fighting for the peace of that. And Kirk Franklin, I listened to his Cam Newton interview. There's something he said that stuck with me. He said, you can't give people everything. He said, because right now you're bruised. If you give them everything, they'll break everything. And you can't give people everything to break. You can't give people everything of yours to break.
And actually, and you know what, IG, because we had talked about that. Activism doesn't necessarily require you to be on the front line.
Correct.
There are so many. Just this right now, what we're doing is advocacy work. Just spreading the information, and you can do that from anywhere. I definitely tell people, yes, put yourself first. However, know that you may not be called to get out there and be in march.
Right.
It may just be your calling to put out information.
Yep.
It may be just your calling, to be the one to pray for, to send the prayers, like whatever it is. Advocacy work does not mean you have to actually get out here and go knocking on doors and picking up phones and sticking out pamphlets. Like there is just so many ways that we can, like, because this system did not have one tactic.
Correct. And one thing to also understand is that what us being, what I'm on a panel. What us being in a position is like Yvette Cornell says it takes a few seconds to inflict the wound, but takes 5 times much time to heal it. So it might take me a couple seconds to gash your wrist open. It's going to take you months. So it's one of those things with America, except for us, this has been a complex PTSD and not simple. It's something that's been done over and over and over again. So we can't expect the wound that we have endured for centuries now, not just like a lifetime. We're talking about centuries. It's wounds that will not happen just from one's remedy. The remedies are many. So I do like what Conscious said. It's like, yeah, we can't expect just one remedy to go for every ailment. There are things like when we go to doctors, we see specialists. You know what I'm saying? I know that my traumatist can't do nothing about IBS. I know that my ENT can't do nothing about my prostate. So it is a remedy, specific remedies that we do have to keep in mind.
And we can't actually do that, IG, if we don't keep the love for our people intact, and we don't have enough empathy to know that the bad behaving people in our community are also like the victims of the same experience. Some of us just made it out as better people, while other people got completely turned out by the system. But we're all victims, and the bad behaving people are also victims of the same system. That's why I can't look at like I even have cousins who like sell weed and all that shit. Like they started young because of issues around poverty, having to be the man of the house and having to get quick money to help mama out. And God forbid, like some of my cousins, both female and male, like end up in a situation. If like I know respectability politics would be employed to create a narrative about their lives and why, we shouldn't give a fuck about these people, and that not even being their true story in all actuality. And you also can't have systemic issues without having crime, because systemic issues create crime. You can't argue that the system is not fair to Black and brown people, and there's redlining, and there is prejudice and discrimination in housing and job and this, that, and the third, and then also like separate the criminals. Like the criminals are a result of all that fucking prejudice and redlining and stereotyping and profiling and racism and etc. And people are going to do what they have to do to fucking survive. That's what they are going to do. That's literally a part of your primal biological makeup, is self-preservation. So you're not going to let yourself starve, and you're not going to let your family starve if that's what the situation is. And if we don't remember that our community is broken and that we do have bad behaving people who are of our community, and we don't connect that to the system instead of making that about them as a people, because Black people are not violent people in and of ourselves. We're not bad people in and of ourselves. That's a narrative that we have begun to believe because of the propaganda painted about us by white people and by white media, coupled with the fact that we have also been dysmorphed. And so now we are embodying those injuries that are being used in the media to paint false images of us, because when they are prioritizing using hip-hop as a way to paint a personality for the Black community and not highlighting our doctors and our nurses and our judges and our architects and our art, and all of that is literally intentional. But even if we have a certain aspect of our community that is out there doing the things that they're doing, like what whiteness is so great at doing is getting us to believe that that's about us and not about them. Bitch, I know that you're reflecting back to me injuries you put into my motherfucking people, ho. And you're trying to sell that shit back to me as something that we are inherently created to do versus the truth, which is that, bitch, you bred us to be this way. And you created a system in such a way that it had to inevitably create people who are responding to the system in this fucking way. And see, I'm very clear about that, but I understand why a lot of us aren't. Because our experience of each other is so immediate and intimate that it closes us off to being able to keep our eye on the larger picture and to see the larger system. That's puppeteering and masteteering and contributing to the so-called black on black that white people love to use once again to remind Black people that we ain't got nothing to do with that, bitch. You can't commit, bitch. I lie straight from the pits of hell, bitch. This shit wouldn't even be the case had your ass never been the case. None of this, every motherfucking issue within the Black community, including black on black motherfucking anything, is all traced back to whiteness.
We learned from the best.
Exactly.
And not only did we learn, we were abused by the worst of the abusers. So our injuries are disgusting.
Yep. And then to add, like, even with like the Europeans that came like in the 18, do you understand that Europe sent its redirects, its criminals, psychopaths, people that they didn't want in their country? They sent them over here. So it's like, yeah, it is a thing where I tell people, you cannot expect me to, oh, where do you get this culture from? I said, well, it's American culture, sweetheart. The degeneracy that you're trying to paint off on me as a Black person. No. This is your culture too, white America. The poverty, the failure of literacy in this country. Yeah, that's you, sweetheart. So, if we're gonna, it's not up for Black Americans to only, and that's the cap too conscious with like a lot of people they do with us. It's making it seem like, oh yeah, we're the eels, or the open representation of what's really systemically wrong with America in a sense.
Yeah.
No, there are a lot of things that don't have anything to do with Black culture as to why the overwhelming majority of America suffers. But y'all, I'm about to lay it down. I actually didn't have to work nowhere tonight. I thought.
Oh, I can tell because you was with us, honey.
So I love y'all so much. I'm sorry,
too,
Conscious, for coming up here talking for. It was supposed to be a few minutes, and I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to
I'm gonna be looking for my reparations on my Cash App.
Yeah, I got baby, and I got you, honey. I'm gonna hustle and pour. When I get paid, I got my hustle.
I'm just playing, child.
No, child, ain't no playing, child. You deserve it, and I'm gonna see that shit anyway.
Wait.
But I love y'all. Huh?
IG,
Go ahead.
Aji, before you go, there's one thing I would like to add before you go, because I know you're probably tired.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of my advocacy is mostly behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
So when I went to Washington back in April, because y'all know I went to the national level, and I was able to speak to my representative about disability policies here in my
Hell
state.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What I can tell you is everything that they say about Washington, about it being so slow when it comes to politics and when it comes to the two-party system, it's the truth.
Mm-hmm.
It's the absolute freaking truth. And I was there for maybe 4 days. And when I sat in my senator's office, I kept thinking to myself, this white man ain't gonna do shit for us. Because he already said that he wasn't. And I'm sitting up and you're thinking in the back of my mind, we have a white senator that's representing our state. And he may be down to earth, and yes, he's listening to us, but is he really gonna put forth any type of legislation that would make it better for the folks that are back home that need this assistance at the federal level? And the answer to that question was, we'll see.
And you know what I appreciate about you, William, and that's the work. People be so, even what you feeling like, yeah, this might be some bullshit, but you don't know if you don't try. Faith without works is dead. You know, you cannot expect something to just happen from osmosis. Hell, you didn't get in this position as a Black American or a disabled person through fucking osmosis. You see what I'm saying? Like, it is things that just happens systemically and cause an effect for that. You know what I'm saying? So I do appreciate, because that's what I'm doing out here while I'm in Georgia and stuff like that. And I got to get involved with, you know, what's the T? Because you know, I have to find out. Okay, what is, and even with me being a transplant, even with me being a United States citizen, I have a respect of state and province. So I know with my New Orleans accent and my Texan upbringing, I know that even when I come here to Georgia, well, hold on, baby. Before I say what I think it needs to be done, let me see about the Black Americans. Let me get involved with ADOS. Let me talk to the Black ADOS Georgians and see what's the T. Does this match up with y'all history? Because I respect that this land in Georgia is the land of the Black Americans who were in this country fighting as to why I am in Atlanta. Well, if I go to Conscious neck of the woods in South Carolina, when I've gone to Greensville, I would pay tribute and homage to his ancestor and to Conscious himself, because when I step on that land, I realize that it's the blood of those descendants of Negroes and coloreds as to why I can enjoy that part of the United States. So wherever I go in this country, I always give a respect and do something personally and intimate for the ancestors of that land, because I realize it's because of their blood that's in this soil and that is not continents away as to why I yet live. I love y'all. Y'all have a good night.
You
I love
too,
you
Roger.
too, and good night. That was our IG child, our residential historian and scholar child. I was also going to say too, somebody had said what I think we're talking about advocacy, and I just want to say advocacy and Rumors and Tea had hit on it perfectly. It looks like everything from the smallest contribution, like all of us just being here, all of us even having these conversations, to you fucking just starting a community garden in your community, you writing a book. Like, you don't have to necessarily, like Rumor said, be on the front line. You don't have to be in the eye of the actual storm. You don't have to be in proximity to danger in order to just contribute to the plight. Even with Nosy not even living here, but still concerning, you know, still having concerns for New York and wanting to do what's in the best interest of New York City, even in Peru. Like, it's about just contributing in whatever way that you are comfortable with and you feel called to. So there's no big or small act. Advocacy and inputting yourself and just loving, like just being a loving person and showing up for you in love and just being loving to other people is honestly more than enough. I think we also just underestimate just simply loving each other. That it doesn't have to be some grand sweep. It doesn't have to be some Christ on the cross gesture. That just fucking loving you and loving your people and striving to be the best human you can, striving to be a righteous person, striving to stand on a principle to, like, all of us can do that in the unique ways in which we call to that. Knows a Whole has a whole channel that's dedicated to helping women who have been abused and been through DV and sexual violence, etc. That is contributing to the system. William is in the political landscape, nonprofit work, grassroots work. Like, everybody, all of us are called to express our empathy in unique ways. So just doing just that is enough. So you can contribute in any fucking way that you want. Every contribution doesn't have to look like the other. As Ruma said, it's a body. It's almost like a church body. You got the choir, you got the musicians, you got the pastor, you got the video tech. Like, it's a working system. If everybody was doing the same thing, there could be no working system to exist. So everybody plays a unique part. And in terms of where do we go now, because slavery has already happened, we continue to do the work. We continue to push the government to confront the ills of this country and to make those things right through reparation, etc. We continue to move the needle. We encourage our brothers and sisters and our children to do it differently. We be honest as a generation about the mistakes that we made as a generation and about the strengths that we had as a generation. And we do our best to give the truth and the meat and the potatoes to those who are up and coming so that they can do it a little bit better. And their youngins can do it a little bit better. And the cycle of it getting better just comes out, because I think we all know that we are not going to live to see the fulfillment. No more than Dr. King lived to see the fulfillment. No more than Malcolm X, no more than any of our heroes, any of our saints, any of our patrons live to have seen the promised land. But we also can attest the fact that we're living in a better version of this reality as a result of the work that's been done. And we have to continue to forge ahead and do the work, because it's not just about us, it's about us. Us, even those who are unseen yet, even those who are unearthed. And let me tell you something that's scary about this shit. I'm gonna tell you also why I have to have a stake in changing this shit. Because I'm a spiritualist and I'm a witch, and I am aware of the reality of reincarnation. God forbid I have to come back into this shit, bitch. It better be better. It's gonna have to be better. So I'm gonna be in this incarnation doing the work to make a motherfucking reality I may have to be downloaded back into in my damn next life. God forbid I'm returning back to this earth plane experience. So, I have a few reasons why I feel invested in the reform of these systems. For all I know, I'm gonna be a goddamn illegal immigrant. I'm gonna be with my family in the next life, crossing the goddamn border, trying to get into this fucking country. Or God forbid, I may have the experience of being a disabled woman in my next life. I may have the experience of being a trans man in my life. I don't know. I may be a white person in the next incarnation. I don't know. So, you know, for the younger generation, we're doing this for ourselves. We're doing this for each other. We're doing this, and God forbid, we got to come back into the shit. I don't think any of us want to come back here the way that we left this motherfucker. Yeah, hopefully this motherfucker will be a better system than what it is, but that's going to largely depend on what we all do as we do. So we do got to get out of here, honey. We've been there almost 7 hours. I got to go.
Yeah,
I'm done. Fucking done.
Love and light.
Is nosy sleep? Is reckless sleep? Is everybody sleep at the
No,
top?
I'm gonna wait 20 minutes. He said.
I think
I'm asleep.
You know, 20
I'm
minutes
going to
always
bed.
is 2 hours.
Huh?
I said, 20 minutes always 2 hours.
Right.
2 to 6.
Thank
Sometimes
you.
9.
I'm still halfway here, child.
Girl, you just slobbing out the fucking slobbing out.
Nosy tired. She was cussing people out.
I blame Nosy. Nosy, you came up here and turned the whole damn pen, okay?
That's why we love her, honey. All she is nice.
I gotta be honest. I love Nosy down because she is real, but she's also funny as fuck, man. Like she keeps it 100 all day, every day, and that's why I love her.
That's why we support her over here, baby.
No, I wasn't gonna come at first. I was like, child, I don't know how to be fake. I'm gonna get up there and say I'm about to mail in a vote for Trump. These folks is gonna lose it.
Look, and you know I'm gonna crop out you announcing you a pro-Trump and spread it all over social media, right?
Especially if you win and everything goes south.
I was an exclusive, bitch. Honey, Miss Nosy, honey, catching in that vote for Miss Trump, girl. Nah, this was amazing. And I know Nosy don't even really like to talk about politics. So when she felt it in her spirit, she said, drop that link. I said, oh, bitch, I know it's about to be on, honey. I know it's about to be fucking on. I know it's about to be on. But this was amazing, actually. This was so well-rounded because everybody was so honest and everybody was so fluid. And we got through an amazing conversation. And I think everybody has valid points, and I think we need to be able to continue to do this. Like, if we can continue to do this, like, not be afraid and be true to ourselves, and things could just be so much easier. So I just hope as a community we realize you can be on different sides of the issue. Some things you're gonna have in common, some things you're gonna agree on, some shit you're not gonna agree on. Everybody got an interesting take, and some things you're gonna take away, some things you're gonna leave at the table. And this is literally what community looks like. It's diverse. It's parties from every fucking walk, and it's amazing when we're able to do that, like in a functional way. We're able to be diverse in a functional way. We're able to be different without it breaking us, but being able to be different in a way that just goes to show how spirited and how different and how non-monolithic the community actually is, and how that really doesn't also have to be a bad thing, because every angle of this thing is necessary. So I love y'all for this. Thank y'all for making this panel crunk as fuck, informative as fuck.
All right, well, I'm going to bed. I love you, Conscious. I love y'all panel. Goodbye.
And good night. Nosy, are you going live today?
She already went live, and well, tonight.
It is a new day, ain't it?
It is a new day.
I was packing because I'm about to move, but when I
get the fuck up out of there, okay.
I'm moving to a different apartment, and I'm asleep for a while.
Oh,
then I'll probably get up and talk about people again, child. And I dragged certain people that was talking about us. I dragged, and people got up there and dragged her too. It was crazy.
Oh, what?
The victims joined the live. It was crazy.
Oh,
yes.
God. Okay.
And then one of them was changing her voice because she didn't want the woman to know. That was crazy.
I am
Nosy. I
That's what
legitimately, I had Nosy on my TV and I had Conscious on my phone because y'all was live at the same time when you first started. And oh my God, my son was like, Mom, he like, I know you like Conscious, you love Conscious, that's your boy and all that or whatever. He was like, but I don't know who that lady is because you had the guy, whoever the guy was, he was saying that he was a woman, but that was a guy. Okay, my son was like,
she said she was a woman. She was changing her voice because she didn't want Slob Radio to know it was her. That was so funny.
that was a whole nigga, okay? My son was like, Mom. He like, can you do me a favor? I said, what? Because I had the TV down. I had turned the volume down on the TV so I could hear the phone, right? He was like, yeah. He was like, Mom. He was like, won't you do me a favor? He was like, won't you put Conscious on the TV and turn him down and put her on the phone or whatever? Like, he reading the comments and everything. He said, what the? And I'm like, go, because my son only 15 years old. I said, boy, go take your ass in the room and get away from me. He like, how you watching both of them? I'm multitasking. I'm multitasking. I got to get back to your live, though.
That's what I'm putting on as soon as we get off of here, honey, because I'm about to lay my ass down and put on Nosy Goddamn Live and see what the fuck I done
about to say.
on, honey. So y'all make sure to subscribe to Nosy Whole Live, and Nosy has another channel, Holistic Therapy, right, Nosy?
Yep, that's
and
the
it's
one
for
for
women. For women only. So if you into woman things and woman conversations, also Nosy does a lot of her travel vlogs and showing her life as she gets her international, intercontinental ass experience on. Y'all make sure Holistic Therapy and Nosy Whole Live on YouTube. And then we'll be seeing y'all asses as a panel on Monday as well, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So make sure y'all in the building for tea on top of tea. Any lasting words, Nosy, before we get out of here?
Child,
where the Nosy resides. We in the hood.
It's been a long night. Everybody, vote
we was in the hood tonight, baby.
Okay, vote however you feel is necessary.
Yes.
I don't trust none of the politicians at all. That's why I'm an independent. So
no period.
Do what's best for you. See y'all later.
All right, boo. That was our Nosy Whole Live, y'all. This was so good. I feel like
20 minutes, he said.
I feel like as a community, we've grown so much because these conversations have went completely off the rails and ballistic. Like, this was such a good jam pack because it had the entertainment factor, it had the realism factor, it had the authenticity factor. This was fucking good. I'm glad that we actually decided. I'm glad I pushed your lazy ass to do this because I had a particular feeling about it. I said, I got that feeling on me tonight. I said, we definitely need to talk because I got that extra, something magical is going to happen.
I think it's also because we probably have certain notable personalities that used to be on the platform. They're no longer there, so they can't really too much derail the conversation as much as they used to.
Yeah, because
but that and that process is still pending, but yeah. But I do want to say a few things I've been trying to say for the I guess that's how I'm gonna end it out. So in terms of the conversation, I've been watching the comments and everything. Now, in terms of this whole conversation surrounding abortion and stuff, for all the people that needs to get a very clear understanding, if you are a male, cisgender man, male, the thing is this: you have to understand that once your semen leaves your body and enters the body of a female or cis woman, just understand that the decision whether to keep or discard or terminate the pregnancy is up to the woman. Okay, so let's be very clear. That's a very logical stance. Once my semen leaves my body, I do not have the final say of what happens with the pregnancy. Now, in terms of, because I remember people kept talking about in the comments saying that Donald Trump is the businessman. He runs the USA like a business. But let's be very clear. Business, especially in this capitalistic, harsh system, is very nasty. So, okay, we can run the USA fully like a business, and it's all cool until your ass is on the chopping block. And you need somebody to not always think with their head, but think with their hearts as well, too. Another thing, too, I did hear someone say earlier, talked about how the military is low and all this stuff. Keep in mind, the military is only less than 1% that actually volunteer to be part of the military. But to also put into more context, because of the COVID vaccine, aka Donald Trump, the COVID vaccine, that really hurt the numbers in terms of the military. And then the last thing is this, because someone did talk about the Supreme Court, and you got your Supreme Court and stuff. I forgot exactly who said it. The president has to nominate people within the Supreme Court, and it also has to get approved by the Senate. So yes, the president may not be the end all be all, but the gag is that they have selectively and waited over time to put certain people in place. So when the president that may be for or against whatever their agenda is, they can still be able to push said objectives. That's all I want to say.
Nice. Yeah. Everybody catch the replay, because some of y'all is pulling up in the morning. We've been here 6 hours, but it was good from the start, honey. We was on fire from beginning to end, honey. We ain't lost no type of momentum. So y'all definitely catch the replay. You know, this is a good live for if you got, you know, a work shift, or a long commute or whatever, honey. Put it on and get into it and enjoy. And you know who I didn't see?
Who?
All them raggedy assholes who was complaining about all the Nicki Minaj. But when we talking about non-Nicki Minaj shit, none of them hoes here to support
because it's not a
content, but they got something to say about content they allegedly tired of, or we could be talking about something else and we be talking about something else. I don't see the ass up in here. That'd be the whole gag. That's why I blocked them hoes.
Because it's not about the conversation about Nicki Minaj. It's a way to deflect, because when they clicked on your profile and your YouTube channel, they wanted to make sure that you were pro Nicki. If you're not pro Nicki, then why are we talking about this? But you're pro Nicki and you defend her, they cool with it.
Well, I'm not.
Just stay tuned, because I will be dragging her very soon.
Amen. And I'm never gonna be pro Nicki, and I'm always gonna get my pro click and my pro coin and my pro view off her motherfucking ass and her block potato head ass husband, who I will be dragging into smithereens for calling me the F word. And I feel really fulfilled by the fact that he did so, because it let me know how pressed that bitch had to be to make sure that he told Nicki, bitch, let me go live so I can call this bitch a faggot. I want him to hear it directly, bitch. That motherfucker had to be hotter than fish grease, honey, in order to come up here claiming they ain't bothered while being bothered enough to call me a faggot.
Girl.
Oh, yes, God. I'll be seeing you soon, Kenny, and so will your parole officer.
Oh, my God.
So you guys make sure to comment, like, subscribe. Shout out to my donators. My phone dead. But y'all know the $ Consciouztv, paypal.me/Consciouztv, honey. Love you all. Long time. And I'll see you guys later on today. Bye, y'all.